Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Deep in the Woods, the 1935 kidnapping of 9-year-old George Weyerhaeuser, heir to America's mightiest timber dynasty, by Bryan Johnston, narrated by Roger Wayne. Introduction. Friday afternoon, May 24, 1935. It was hardly a novelty for 9-year-old George Weyerhaeuser to walk home from school without adult supervision. The idea wouldn't have raised eyebrows or caused whispers of questionable parentings, especially in that neighborhood, only a 5-minute drive from arguably one of the toniest stretches of Tacoma, Washington. The students who lived nearby liked to go home for lunch. Technically, the boy wasn't alone anyway, at least for part of his walk. There was a trio who left Lowell Grammar School together. George was accompanied by his two friends, Bruce Bowman and Joseph Wheeldon. The boys were in high spirits, and why not? It was a fine spring day, mostly clear, and just a few ticks under 70 degrees, only slightly out of character for this time of year in the notoriously gray Pacific Northwest. George most likely didn't need the sweater he was wearing, but his grandmother had insisted, "You'll catch your death," she had tut-tutted to him just that morning. Only Grammy would think you could catch a cold on a day like today, George had thought. She doted on him insistently. He sometimes protested, but secretly he was glad for it. They were a gangly crew, the boys thin and bright-eyed. George stood out, if for no other reason than his shock of dark brown curly hair. From a block away, that hair was a dead giveaway. He shuffled along, hands thrust deep into the pockets of his brown knickers. The three friends chatted, talking about the fine and manly art of jumping, which of them could jump the highest, the farthest. They compared their skills and argued the results before their attention spans waned, and they shifted the topic of conversation to a clearly more urgent matter: baseball. They played on the same team. Bruce was the team captain, but George could play a mean first base. However, their talk was of a higher caliber brand of ball. "Archie got 2 more hits yesterday," said George. Archie was Archie Vaughn, the Pittsburgh Pirates shortstop, who was tearing it up a month in on his way to winning the batting title. "Against who?" asked Joe, taking a swipe with his sneakered foot, kicking a small rock down the street. "The Braves," George replied, launching a similar stone and proudly noting it skipping past Joe's. "Did the Babe do anything?" asked Joe, his eyes down, scanning for another rock. 40-year-old Babe Ruth was winding down his storied career on the lowly Boston Braves. The aging Bambino was hitting a paltry $140. "Nah," said George. "You think he's through?" "No way," said Joe confidently. "It's the Babe." The boys hadn't seen Ruth in his prime, but Babe Ruth was still Babe Ruth. Even at the end of his career, he was a larger-than-life character and still one of the most famous people on the planet. "Did you hear? They're playing a night game tonight," said Bruce. "The Phillies and the Reds, first one ever." George and Joe simply nodded to this, the full force of their attention now on searching for the ideal kicking rock. The ball game under the lights was just another of many firsts in their young lives. At 9 years old, they were still young enough to take them for granted. George liked baseball just fine, and he had the same first name as the Babe, George Herman Ruth. What kid wouldn't be proud of that? But soccer was his favorite sport. The local field was more dirt and gravel than grass, which made it more conducive to running and kicking. With baseball, fielding grounders out there left you with a 50-50 shot the ball would ricochet off a rock and leave you to take one in the kisser. George loved to run. He hoped to turn out for track someday, and perhaps that was the draw of soccer, a wide-open space in which to run. He considered himself fast, but knew he was not exactly a record breaker, not a speed merchant. His attitude was that he only had to be faster than his older brother Phil when they got in the occasional scrap. The three boys traveled a couple of blocks from the school, and Bruce peeled off. They had reached his home, the Buckingham Apartments, an unremarkable complex sitting just off the street. George didn't care that his friend was from a different economic class. The boys just liked each other's company. "See you, fellas," said Bruce, passing under the big maple tree outside the apartments. "Bye," said George and Joe in unison, waving to their friend. They continued on along Yakima Avenue to 8th Street. In that stretch, They succeeded in finding several more rocks that met their exacting standards and proceeded to match each other kick for kick. "Nice one," observed George after Joe sent one last stone skittering down the street, barely missing a green sedan parked along the curb. "Gotta go, George. See you after lunch," said Joe, walking away backward up the hill as George kept his course heading down. Joe fully expected to see George after lunch. Why wouldn't he? George had made the walk more times than he could count. He had a couple of different routes home depending on how the spirit moved him. Sometimes he'd get a ride home from the family chauffeur, Oswald A. Olson. To George, he was just plain Oswald, one of the gang, the family gardener who frequently drove them places. After leaving Joe, he headed west 2 blocks to the Annie Wright Seminary, where his older sister Anne went to school. They frequently met up to travel the last few blocks home together, and on this day the plan was to meet her outside her school and catch a ride home with Oswald. When he arrived, George looked around, eyes peeled for his sister. There were a few people milling about. A couple of women greeted him, a parent and a kindergarten teacher that he recognized from one of his many stops at his sister's school. George returned every greeting with a smile. That was something he never lacked. It was one of his defining characteristics. His school had released the students earlier than normal for lunch that day, so he didn't expect to find his sister just yet. He weighed his options. Pull up a seat on the curb and wait 15 minutes for Anne and Oswald to show up, or hoof it for home on his own. "No way I'm waiting," thought George. He wasn't a fan of sitting still. The term "ants in your pants" was coined specifically for kids like George. Besides, it was a beautiful day. If he left now, he would most likely beat them home anyway. It was only 5 blocks from the seminary to George's home. Half a mile, most of it a straight shot. He gave one last look around for his sister, came up empty, and decided to take off. "I'll make her a sandwich when I get home," thought George. "Peanut butter. It'll be waiting for her when she gets there, with a glass of milk. She'll like that." George enjoyed doling out small kindnesses, especially for Anne. He got along well enough with his other siblings, his younger sister Elizabeth, or Wiz, as they called her, and older brother Phil, called Flip. But Anne held a special place for him. She was the oldest of the kids, 4 years George's senior, and she was the one they all looked up to. George had always felt especially close to her. He made his way through a hedge-lined path running next to the Tacoma Lawn and Tennis Club and came out on Burrow Road, less than 3 blocks from his house. Along the way, he kept his eyes peeled for more rocks to boot. He figured he needed to work on his kicking technique if he was going to outdo Joe. That was when he saw a man get out of the passenger seat of a green Buick sedan parked nearby with its engine idling. The man began walking toward him. It never occurred to George to run. Part 1. The Snatch. Chapter 1. The Note. Friday, May 24, 1935. At approximately 6:30 that evening, 26-year-old Martin Hammerstrom drove his post office messenger motorcycle to 420 North 4th Street in Tacoma. There was still plenty of daylight left, but he didn't spare the throttle. He was determined to convey his special delivery letter with all possible speed. Hammerstrom knew that to fail at his responsibility could cost him his job, and he was lucky to have one in a country still struggling out of the Great Depression. Desperation was everywhere. Anyone fortunate enough to have gainful work held on to their job with a tight grip. The message itself was common-looking, an ordinary white envelope, addressed by hand. Hammerstrom figured he was delivering an urgent notice telling of a family member who was ill, injured, or perhaps deceased. These were common themes for special delivery letters to private homes. The identity of the sender was a mystery, but Hammerstrom didn't pay much attention to that. His job was just to get it there. When he reached his destination, he saw a large home at the peak of the hill, clearly the home of a wealthy family. He hopped off the bike, hurried to the front door, and rang the doorbell. Hammerstrom's level of service would be the envy of any mail delivery company today. The envelope had been dropped at the main post office only 30 minutes earlier. After a moment, a man answered the door. He was handsome and professional-looking, but his face was a mask of tension. A second man stepped up behind him, looking just as grim. The man took the letter from Hammerstrom without a word and said to the one behind him, Here it is now." "What does it look like?" the second man asked. Hammerstrom thought that an odd question. Who cared what an envelope looked like? But he knew enough to keep quiet and wait for the signature on the receipt. The man signed for the letter in impatient strokes, J.P. Weyerhaeuser. That was all Hammerstrom needed. He got back on his bike and motored away, a job well done, without any clue as to the unique message he had just delivered. 36-year-old John Philip Weyerhaeuser held the note with shaking hands while he gave it a quick once-over. It was carefully typewritten and began more like an employment query. "To whom it may concern," all in capitals. The salutation was followed by a stark list of typed demands, 21 in all. Number 1 on the list was the matter of ransom. Before Weyerhaeuser could see his son alive, he had to offer up the astronomical sum of $200,000 in cash, nearly $4 million at today's value. Specific phrases caught his eye. "You are not to notify the police. This is business. The police can't catch us. Follow the rules. It has all been planned for 3 years. And finally, you have 5 days. 5 days. 5 days to get his boy back." Like it or not, the clock had started ticking. Chapter 2. Salt Lake City. 6 weeks earlier. 19-year-old Margaret Whaley scanned the rows of playing cards spread on the table before her. Card games were usually one of her favorite pastimes when she was alone, and when she could get her husband, Harmon, to play, it was their own little bit of shared time, moments of laughter, and something that felt to her like genuine intimacy. There was none of that going on now. She glanced up at her husband sitting across the room on the threadbare sofa, perusing the newspaper. Hopefully reading the want ads, thought Margaret. Harmon Whaley looked up from the paper, almost as though he felt the weight of her stare. Though unemployed, he had particular skills when it came to flipping a situation and landing it back on his wife's shoulders. "Hey, hon, how about a sandwich?" he asked pleasantly. That was all it took. Margaret popped out of her chair, ready to obey. Nearly 2 decades of Mormon doctrine did that to a girl. "Have it for you in a jiff," she said in a brightly pleasant tone instilled by lifelong habit. She shuffled into the kitchen. There was no way to tell what she was actually feeling at the moment, and she likely would not have known herself if she were asked outright. For all those reasons, combined with the natural optimism of a young newlywed, she didn't mind making the sandwich or doing anything else for Harmon. It gave her a genuine sense of purpose, as she understood the word. But a sense of purpose was all she had coming in her immediate future, and even that would not last long. Her family had barely gotten a chance to get to know Harmon before he swept her off her feet. They married after a whirlwind courtship, which was not nearly the warning to her it should have been. In her community, and among every other girl she counted as a friend or each older woman she regarded as a role model, marriage at her age was common enough. Some girls married and became mothers at 15. In their Mormon community, the things a girl needed to know before womanhood were all taught in the home. There was no need for worldly skills in a life dedicated to the roles of wife and mother. A girl was raised to trust in her husband and to express her purity before God. The cynicism of an unbelieving world and the mockery of lost souls did nothing to still the faith Margaret had been carefully raised to feel. She was one of 13 children, but the size of the family certainly did not reduce the power of indoctrination in her life. And while she got plenty of that, there was little room left in her growing years for personal attention. She received enough to keep body and soul together, but for anything more, she only had her dreams of eventual marriage. As a wife, every good Mormon girl could expect to receive all the personal attention a bride needed from her husband's love. He would warm her life with his gratitude for her skills as a wife, and one day, as the mother of his children. Among the girls she grew up with, the natural tendency to hunger for more exotic forms of fulfillment dissolved over time. But when Harmon Whaley stormed his way into Margaret's life, he may as well have been framed in lightning bolts. From the inside of her velvet enclosure, she'd never met anyone like him. Harmon was tall, handsome, and broad-shouldered, enough to attract most any marriageable Mormon girl. The most compelling element for Margaret was the electricity of his presence. It seemed to come from his quiet edge, a touch of danger. She responded to the power she sensed there, but she had no way to predict what it could do. So far in her life, she had only known domesticated dogs. She knew nothing of the wolf, of its skulking cowardice when alone, or its savagery in a pack. Her attraction was not diluted by caution. Best of all for Margaret, Harmon was not yet one of the faithful, and therefore he needed saving. There was nothing nobler for her to do than to influence her man into the fold, thus securing his eternal future and assuring the proper raising of their children. The story of his journey from darkness to light was music to her ears. He had even said that while he was in prison, his goal was to get out so that he could help his mother. Why, the reason he had made parole after only a year was because the warden believed he was a changed man. The courtship lasted a week before the former Margaret Thulin became Margaret Whaley. In the parlance of the times, she was also called Mrs. Harmon Metz Whaley. The date was November 24, 1933. She was 5 years younger than her new husband. The electricity soon vanished, as it tends to do. In the kitchen now, she went about preparing the sandwich her husband had requested, ham on rye. She had obtained the loaf for only 4 cents, half price since it was a day old. Until Harmon got his balance and found steady work at a decent wage, it was on her shoulders to stretch every penny they had. When she finished, her eyes caught her watery reflection in the kitchen window. She realized she was not a striking beauty. Harmon could have picked a number of other girls, but instead he had eyes for her. Yes, they were broke. Prospects were uncertain, but times were hard for a lot of people. She could still take pride in being married and keeping things presentable. She knew herself to be a good person. She'd never been in trouble. She only dropped out of school to take care of her sick mother and help with her many siblings. And she would do anything for her husband, in accordance with everything she knew about marriage. She hoped he found her squeaky cleanness an attractive counterbalance to his troubled past. He did, but for different reasons. Harmon was shrewd enough to understand that a naive person with a strict code of conduct can be used. The code could be turned into puppet strings to dance her into places she would never go on her own. But that lesson was for later. She plated the sandwich, took a bottle of milk from the icebox, and poured a glass, but not too full. The bottle had to last the week. She brought the meal back into the living room and set it before Harmon on the coffee table. "Here you go," she said with a smile. "Thanks, hon," he replied, setting down the paper and mimicking her smile. She took comfort in the way such a simple gesture as that, a smile from her husband, always warmed her heart. It was a tiny milestone on her journey, assuring her she was doing the right thing. A little later, she was doing the wash and making a mental note that the Lux detergent was running low when she heard the front door open. She stepped into the living room to see that Harmon was back from running errands. He had brought another man along. "Hun, I want you to meet Swede Davis," he said, beaming. "Swede and I go way back. We ran into each other down on 2nd South Street. Small world, right?" Margaret reached out to shake the man's hand. She was happy for the introduction. They didn't have many friends. And Harmon looked so happy, which always made her feel like she was moving in the right direction. "Nice to meet you, Margaret," Swede said with a quick grin. He was a looker, no doubt on that score. Dark hair, large brown eyes, and a small scar on his cheek. She pegged him for early 30s. "I invited Swede over for dinner," Harmon said, "if that's okay with you." "No trouble at all," Margaret assured the men, and it felt good to say it. She was always the gracious hostess. "It'll be nice to have company." She looked back toward the kitchen. "Let me finish up the wash, and I'll get to work on something to eat. Hope meatloaf is okay." "Meatloaf sounds terrific," Swede enthused with that same grin. Polite as well, thought Margaret. She went into the kitchen. It was good to have a friend in the house. Their visitor's real name was not Swede Davis, but for now he was using another alias, William Mahan. His reason for going by Swede is unknown. It was an odd choice. He was too canny to fail to realize Margaret would be around a lot over time. The deception was bound to collapse. For the next year he would be known to the press and the public as William Mahan in the stories of his strange journey. The name would ring through the annals of criminal skullduggery. Mahan was an ex-con with an extensive rap sheet. Moreover, he shared a past with Margaret's husband. The pair had served time in prison together a few years earlier. Mahan's criminal career was far more advanced than that of Harmon Whaley. He had been hit with a sentence of 2 to 4 years for grand larceny and paroled in 1924. In 1927, he was sentenced to a term of 20 years for robbery, though he somehow talked his way into another parole a few years later. For the past year, he had also been wanted on charges of assault and bank robbery. Tonight, he was merely a dinner guest. "So, what is it you do, Mr. Davis?" Margaret asked over dinner. "Please call me Swede," he replied. "I'm a salesman for the Home Comfort Stove Company." "A gainfully employed working man," said Harmon, looking proudly at his friend. "Darn few of those around these days." Man replied with a shrug. Humble, too, thought Margaret. Who was this man? "And get this," Harmon added, giving a soft elbow to Margaret. "He's got his own car. A new one. A Ford V8. She's a beauty. You'll have to check her out after dinner." Margaret loved to see her husband in such an expansive and optimistic mood. It was far easier to keep pace in the house that way. Following the meal, Margaret cleaned up while the men sprawled in the living room, stretching out, loosening belts. Mahan clapped his hands together and fixed Harmon with a look. "So, what are we doing tonight?" "Dunno," said Harmon. "What you have in mind?" "Let's go somewhere. Get a drink. Salt Lake City's not dry, last I checked." His enthusiasm was infectious. "Fine by me," said Harmon. "Hey, hon," he yelled to be heard in the kitchen over the running water. "Want to go out tonight?" Margaret walked back into the living room, wiping her hands on her apron. "Well, can we afford that?" "You won't have to," said Mahan. "It's on me. Least I can do after that terrific dinner." As a faithful Mormon, Margaret didn't drink, but still, a night out? For free? Who was she to pass that up? "Say, Margaret," said Mahan, "you got any friends to join us? Girlfriends?" I think I might. But she's married." "Never stopped me before," he said with a wink toward Harmon, then promptly threw up his hands in supplication toward Margaret. "Kidding, I'm kidding, seriously. That'd be fine. The more the merrier." And so it was decided. Margaret had met another young woman about 6 weeks earlier down on 2nd South at the warehouse where they got their fresh meat. In the course of a casual conversation, the woman had mentioned that she would like to go out and get away from home once in a while. That evening they happily bounced from one joint to the next, laughing and carrying on. Margaret couldn't help but marvel at the exuberance Swede whipped up among the patrons in each place. It had been 2 years since the fall of Prohibition, and these people were trying to make up for lost time. But Swede Davis, as Margaret knew him, was at the center of those crowds in each place. He was the magnet to everybody else's iron filings. The man had a way of making people listen a little more intently, laugh a little harder. By the time Margaret, Harmon, and Swede, or Mahan, drove back to the house, the night had been a lot of fun, and Margaret loved the feeling of happy time spent with a new friend. The next day, Mahan showed up again on their doorstep. "I've got an idea," he told them, the grin back in full force. "I'm heading north on company business, a sales opportunity. Why don't you both come along? Who knows, Harm? I might be able to get you on with the company." Harmon didn't have to be asked twice, and for Margaret, a chance at regular work for Harmon was too good to pass up. That was the only convincing she needed. She had read in the paper that unemployment was running at over 20%, and they only had $6 to their name. Chapter 3. The New Friend. Margaret was well aware of her husband's minor criminal past, but she knew nothing about William Mahan. She still thought of him as Swede Davis. Of the two men, Mahan's track record was far more violent. Harmon Whaley was strictly small-time. The type of crimes that brought them together defined their differences. Inside the prison, Mahan was considered tough by the warden and the guards. He lived up to the observation that he did not work and play well with others. During his stretch, he served 18 months in solitary confinement for leading a plot to bring about a prison break. He was a born leader among those with a criminal nature. When he met Harmon Whaley inside the joint, he encountered a useful example of persistent, if middling, criminality. So Mahan pulled Harmon Whaley into his circle. As soon as Harmon made parole, he vowed to stay on the straight and narrow. From the day he married Margaret, he kept himself at least close to that path. They lived a simple, if meager, life, which was fine by Margaret because it was all she knew. However, she didn't realize Harmon had grander thoughts. Like a recovering alcoholic, the allure of a quick and easy fix was always floating around his mind. He was susceptible to temptation, and that's what Bill Mahan offered in abundance now that he was paroled out. Margaret remained blissfully ignorant while the three piled into Mahan's Ford and headed north. As for where they were going, she wasn't told and didn't ask. She knew it wasn't her place to ask. Everything in her background conditioned her to believe that. The first stop was in Blackfoot, Idaho, where Mahan did something wholly unexpected. He pulled up at a garage, opened the weathered door, and revealed a 1927 green Buick sedan. "I figured you guys could drive this one while I drive the Ford," he said, just as casual as you please. He fished out the keys and dropped them into Harmon's hand. Margaret could hardly believe it. This man was simply giving them a car to use. Who owned more than one car? Mahan was looking more and more like the answer to their prayers. He then announced, "We're heading west, young man and woman." He gave both of them a wonderful smile. They crossed the state before hopping the border to Spokane, Washington. After a short stay there, they continued rolling west. Mahan's plan was to drive to Tacoma, just south of Seattle, and finally to the town where Harmon grew up, a place called Hoquiam. All sales opportunities. They took both cars. Leaving Spokane, Margaret marveled at the beauty of the landscape as they drove along. She was seeing light at the end of the tunnel, growing brighter by the day. This new friend was a blessing. As for the scenery, all she knew was that this part of the state was called the Palouse. It looked like God had taken the rolling hills and draped them with a soft blanket of emerald and beige velvet. Margaret now fully understood the particular quality that had inspired the term pastoral. The Palouse had it in spades. With the hum of the engine and the fine vibration of tire on pavement, she dozed off. When she awoke, her eyes fluttered open to find a completely different environment. She heard the sounds of traffic, inhaled the smells of the city, and gazed out at a view of tall buildings. They'd arrived in Seattle. "Look who's awake," said Harmon with a smile. "You missed all the excitement. We must have passed over 500 cows and 6 dead raccoons by my count. It was thrilling." He opened the door of the car and got out. "Come on, we're leaving one of the cars here." They left the Ford in a garage and piled back into the Buick, continuing on south and west of Puget Sound for another 2 hours to the town of Hoquiam, located on the coast. The old logging town was a rough-and-tumble place, bracketed by Gray's Harbor and an endless sea of evergreen trees. They stayed for a week at a tourist camp, a collection of tiny houses. The location was 1 or 2 steps better than camping in a tent, and a low-cost alternative. Although they were in Harmon's hometown, he had no interest in showing Margaret around or visiting old haunts. What little Margaret knew about her husband's youth did not include the fact that, beginning in his teens, his life had been filled with trouble. Whatever memories his hometown held, they did nothing to encourage him to reminisce. Margaret decided his disinterest in reliving his past was actually a good sign, proving he wanted to leave that part of his life behind. Optimism was an important part of her worldview. As it turned out, Harmon and Mahan were seldom around during their time in that town. The pair would leave for the day, presumably on sales calls, while Margaret relaxed and played cards. It got a little boring after a while, but she didn't complain. Complaining would do nothing to promote peace in her home. Everything in her upbringing had conditioned her to make a top priority of that sense of domestic peace. At the end of the week, they left Hoquiam and backtracked across the state to Spokane with, to the best of Margaret's knowledge, no stoves sold. This time, Margaret vowed to stay awake. Along the way, she realized Harmon had been right about the cows. They had only been settled in for a few days when Mahan pulled Harmon aside. "I want to go back," he said. "What's up?" asked Harmon. "I want to take another look at those banks in Raymond and South Bend." During the previous week in Hoquiam, while Margaret whiled away the hours playing cards and reading dime store fictions, the men had been quietly casing banks. Swede, or Mahan, told Margaret he had some follow-up meetings with prospective buyers back across the state and wanted to take Harmon along for company. He assured her they would only be gone a few days. There was a chance Harmon could sign on. Her cooperation was inevitable. When Harmon tossed his valise in the back seat, he saw a typewriter. He didn't bother to ask his friend why he was bringing a typewriter with him. He found out soon enough. Each time Mahan had gone into the banks in the two towns, he had changed money and stalled as long as possible to get a view of the interiors. This trip wasn't much different. The two men strolled into each bank, taking their time before changing bills and looking around, noting things like whether there were guards, where they were posted, what kind of vault was visible, the number of tellers, and possible escape routes. Outside the second bank, they sat in the car and compared notes. "What you think?" asked Mahan. Harmon nodded thoughtfully. He wanted to impress his partner, show him he was capable, like a little brother seeking approval from an older sibling. "Looks doable," said Harmon. "Better than the first one. They had a bank dick, and I'm not messing with that." Harmon had taken a slug before and wasn't interested in another. Mahan nodded his agreement. Guards had guns, and that was an unnecessary risk. On the drive back to Spokane, Mahan spoke up. "Here, I want to show you something." He turned off the highway and within minutes was on a logging road that wound off into the forest. Mahan parked the car and began hiking into the woods. "Come on," he said. Harmon followed obediently. They hiked through a cut-over forest, waded across a shallow stream, and continued on into deeper wood until they were swallowed up completely by towering firs. The air was clear and smelled of moss and damp earth. The sounds of their feet were muffled by the soft soil and the carpet of fallen boughs and needles. Eventually, they came upon a large fallen tree. Mahan hopped up on top of the wide trunk and nodded down to the far side. "Take a look," he said. Harmon climbed over the tree and saw what his partner was referring to. A large hole in the ground boarded up with planks and tar paper over the top like a trap door. Fir boughs added a layer of camouflage. "I was all ready to put some man from Seattle in it a while back, but decided he didn't have any money," said Mahan. It was the first time Harmon had ever heard him mention anything about kidnapping. Mahan then crouched down and took a seat on the fallen tree, swinging his legs over the side. "Here, look," he said, and reaching inside his coat, he took out a sheaf of papers. They were typed notes, more than a dozen. "I want you to retype these," he said. "What are they?" "Ransom notes," said Mahan flatly. "Can you do it?" And just like that, the stakes were raised. Petty crimes and low-risk felonies were one thing, but what had just been spoken aloud was a whole different ballgame. The invitation had been made, and Harmon had to decide in that moment whether or not he wanted to sit at the adult table. He had stayed true to his promises to Margaret and kept his nose clean. But over the past few weeks he could feel himself being inexorably drawn into Mahan's orbit, and he ruefully admitted he enjoyed it. Staying on the straight and narrow was safe and kept his wife happy, but it was also something else, boring. She continually told him that he was better than his past and could turn his life around, but there had always been that niggling feeling in the back of his head that they were just pretty words, that a tiger couldn't change his stripes. Harmon gave a shrug. "Sure." Mahan's trademark grin returned. The two drove back to Seattle and rented a little place at the Fur Apartments, room 13. Mahan made a quick stop at a stationery store, and upon returning to the apartment, Harmon bent to the task of retyping the notes. His partner was many things, but a good speller was not among them. There were 18 copies, some with addresses in Seattle, others in Los Angeles. After Harmon finished his work, Mahan gave them a once-over and, satisfied with the results, turned his Cheshire grin once more to Harmon. "Guess we better be getting back home. Margaret might start thinking we're up to something." She didn't. That wouldn't be on the bright side. Chapter 4. The Turning Point. In a matter of days, Mahan had had enough. Water dripped from the kitchen faucet with the consistency and relentlessness of a metronome, and the sink was continually backed up. Water pressure was almost non-existent. "Harmon, what do you say we move?" "Not soon enough to suit me," Harmon replied. "I'm fed up with this lousy plumbing." He looked to Margaret, who was quietly busying herself with a paperback. "How about you, hon? You ready to jump ship?" "Whatever you think best, Harmon," she answered demurely, licking her finger and turning a page. She was still determined to maintain a placid atmosphere. The only thing for her to do was drift along with this plan and hope it matured into something they could use. The rent was due, so the timing was good for scooting out and finding a new place. They located a little bungalow across town, on the 1800 block of North Cedar Street, and rented it under the name of Herman von Metz. They put down a cash deposit at the power company for the lights. It all went smoothly, and things improved right away. Under those lights, they filled their evenings playing cards and laughing. For the moment, it seemed to Margaret that life was good. It was only 3 days later when a small blurb in the local paper grabbed their lives and put them in a whole new direction. The impetus for it came from Margaret, but she had no idea what she was setting in motion. She was paging through the Spokesman Review newspaper when she spoke aloud. She glanced up at Harmon, who was stretched out on the couch. "Listen to this. Lumber tycoon Weyerhaeuser dead after short illness. He was one of the richest men in America." There was no other reason to mention it except for the well-known family name. She noted the demise of the vastly wealthy man as she would the passing of royalty. In this case, the man in question was John Weyerhaeuser Sr., son of Frederick Weyerhaeuser, the lumber baron who earned billions for the family. The name was known throughout the region. Rich and poor alike could pronounce it. For Margaret, it was just a passing observation. People die. She didn't expect the man to find it all that interesting, but her words resonated with far more power than she realized. In spite of William Mahan's past criminal failures, he had a calculating mind. He could find the angle to any situation like a billiard player setting up a shot. He was also impulsive, to the point of it being a key trait behind his fiascos. The very next day, Mahan walked in and declared, "We're going to Seattle. The company wants me to focus on sales over there for now, and this will be a great opportunity for Harmon to make an impression with them." Margaret was happy for both men, happy for herself. It didn't occur to her that the move would have anything to do with the obituary about the wealthy land baron she had mentioned. She knew nothing of Sweet's rap sheet as William Mahan. There was no way to put them together. But while she had no idea how much she didn't know, all of it was still out there waiting. That became a common theme in the weeks to come. Without any further discussion, the three packed up the cars and made the drive across the state to Seattle. Late that afternoon, both cars rolled to a stop in the parking lot of their new temporary home. Swede, or Mahan, led them up to the next apartment destination and ushered them inside. He dropped his suitcase by the door. "Bingo! Here we are." Margaret took a hard look at the place. Given the state of the room, she thought Swede's voice had more enthusiasm than things called for. She'd already seen enough of him to know the salesman was selling, and at the moment he was selling this mangy place. She stepped around his suitcase, setting her own bag down as she walked deeper into the apartment. She cast a critical eye on the space. The air was stale and musty. Her upbringing was clear about her duty in such a situation. She was to clap her hands in determination and then set about the tasks of getting the place clean and in good order. Stifle her personal reservations for the sake of peace in the house. All the Mormon girls she knew were carefully taught that the situation itself was usually up to the husbands, but the conditions of things were up to the wives. "The kitchen looks nice," she observed, trying to stay positive while she ran her hands across the countertop. True, the flat was small and without charm, but the appliances looked sturdy enough. Maybe she could make something out of it. Where to start? Harmon poked his head inside the bedroom. "It's got 2 beds. That's all I care about." Margaret's hands went to her hips a second time while she took in the details of the place. If she was going to object to the cramped accommodations, now would be the moment, but something invisible silenced her. And in that moment of hesitation, She recalled the drive into Seattle. They had passed the city's largest Hooverville, an expansive, dilapidated shack spread out across a tidal flat. It housed hundreds of people, all more destitute than she was. In that split second, Margaret counted her blessings and reconsidered this new place. It just needs my touch, the teachings told her. One task at a time. And that's what Margaret gave it for the next week, busying herself around the apartment, tidying up, putting meals on the table, focusing on doing her best to make it more like a home, no matter how temporary. She had the time for it. Every day, as when they were living in Spokane, the routine was the same. The men left early in the morning, came back home for lunch, then departed again to return in the late afternoon around 5 o'clock. "Did you make any sales today?" Margaret routinely asked. It wasn't her intention to be a busybody. She was trying to show interest. She knew an indifferent wife makes for hard company. Sometimes they claimed to have made good sales, sometimes not. If they had told her the truth, the answer would have been no every time, because to make sales, they would have had to make actual sales calls. Instead, Harmon and Mayan, whom Margaret still thought of as Sweet Davis, were taking daily trips from their apartment in Seattle to Tacoma, 30 miles south, looking for trouble. And Mormon girls from Salt Lake were trained to be capable young women with many skills, but those skills were focused on home and family. Nothing in Margaret's background gave her the suspicious nature she would have needed for prying her way into finding out what the men were up to. Instead, the display of such a lack of trust would be a betrayal of her husband, of their marriage, and that would not be the function of a true helpmate. She felt proud that Harmon Whaley loved her enough to confide his criminal past, and she stuck with him because he assured her he was going straight. Now, Harmon may have actually believed that he was for a time, and he might have imagined making a workable life for the two of them. Two things conspired against him, however: his propensity for making lousy decisions, and specifically, his relationship with William Sweet Davis Mayan. Harmon's name first appeared in police records when he was 16. Even at that age, he was big, a tad over 6 feet tall, and tipping the scales at 180 pounds. Harmon used his size to his advantage. On January 18, 1927, he was charged with leading a band of thugs who took a bike from a kid by force and then deliberately smashed it. The cops let him off with a warning. The warning didn't take. Harmon later showed up on the police blotters on August 4, 1929, when he was booked for disorderly conduct. Again, he got a warning, and the case was dismissed. 2 weeks later, he was picked up for stealing a suit, later for drunken driving, then for trying to rob a hotel safe. Harmon Whaley was a petty criminal, but a criminal nonetheless. He may have considered Hoquiam, Washington, his hometown, but his name had last appeared on the Hoquiam police blotter as a deserter from the Army. Within a week of his move to Seattle with Margaret and William Mayan, he would officially leave the ranks of the petty criminal and turn the entire world of law enforcement against him. He would also bring his teenaged wife along for the ride. She just didn't know it yet. Chapter 5. Opportunity Taken. May 1935. Over the past couple of years, William Mayan had made no secret of the fact that he was plotting a new score, a big one. He threw around the idea of a kidnapping, but since this was uncharted territory for him, it was merely a consideration. His focus was on bank stick-ups. In this field, he had a wealth of experience. Robbery had been the pinnacle of his criminal career. But all that changed after he heard from Margaret about the death of a local billionaire. He smelled money there, plenty of it. It was not just an impulse for him to target young George Weyerhaeuser for the snatch. It was an irresistible opportunity. He took it. On the 21st day of May, Mayan paged through the Tacoma City Directory while Harmon drove the two men in Mayan's car. "Got it," Mayan said. Harmon asked, "What's it say?" "John Philip Weyerhaeuser, Jr., 420 East 4th Street. He pointed ahead. "Start heading for North Tacoma." About 20 minutes later, they drove by the Weyerhaeuser home. It was a large white house on the side of a hill in a fine neighborhood. "Pretty nice," observed Harmon. "I kind of expected more," said Mayan, hunched over the steering wheel and peering up at the house. They're one of the richest families in America. I figured they'd be living in a mansion." "Close enough for me," said Harmon. The Weyerhaeuser home was far better than anything he could have hoped to live in. Even Mahan admitted he saw enough money in the house to confirm it as a target. But he considered himself a careful criminal and wanted to do his due diligence. And since he had also secured the address for J.P. Weyerhaeuser Sr., they paid a visit to that address as well. This was a home that truly caught their attention. While Harmon cruised by on a slow pass, Mahan exclaimed, "Jesus," with undisguised awe. "Now that's a mansion." The place was called Hadaway Hall, an immense brick Victorian filled with cut-glass windows and overlooking Commencement Bay. It looked more like a castle than a house, and their quick glimpses through the windows revealed a treasure trove of exquisite furnishings. But what the magnificent place did not house was children. Back to the smaller home, then. The following day, the men got an early start. They took the fort. "Let's go back to Junior's house and see what school the kids go to," suggested Mahan. Their efforts were quickly rewarded. That morning they watched as George and his brother Phil left their home and began their walk to school. "Which is which?" asked Mahan. "I dunno," said Harmon. "One's a little smaller. I'm guessing he's the youngest." They followed him from a safe distance until they saw the boys' destination, Lowell School. Both men returned at 3:30 that afternoon and parked half a block up the street. They watched the boys leave the school, walk to nearby Annie Wright Seminary, and get a ride home with their sister and the family's driver. If anyone had asked Harmon Whaley which of the kids they were planning to grab, he wouldn't have been able to answer. That was up to Mahan. The next day the men repeated their routine, this time taking the Buick to avoid drawing attention with the car they had used the previous day. They walked by the school a couple of times. The weather was still nice, mid-60s. To anyone watching, they were just two men who might be fathers of a couple of Lowell students, out for a stroll in their shirt sleeves. At one point, they spotted George outside, playing ball. "Kid's got an arm," observed Mahan. "Quick, too," said Harmon. But talking about the potential kidnapping made it much more real for him. After a moment, he quietly asked, "So, we really going to do this?" "That's the job," Mahan replied. A little before noon, he said, "Let's go back and see if they pick up the kids again today in their car." They arrived 20 minutes later and parked near Lowell School, in time to see the children released for lunch. They located George walking along with two of his friends. One of the kids peeled off from the group, evidently at his home, while George and the other boy continued on. George kicked a rock that skipped right past their car, and his eyes locked with Harmon's for a split second. Harmon caught his breath, but George had no reason to take notice of him. In the next instant, the boy's eyes were back down, scanning for more stones. The two boys continued up the street, unaware of anything unusual, while the Buick eased away from the curb. Soon the second boy left George as well. The men followed George to the Annie Wright Seminary and watched as he waited briefly for his sister and his ride. They watched as George waved to a pair of women who greeted him. He wandered aimlessly for a moment, as if he couldn't make up his mind on staying or going. Eventually, he began walking away from the school. Mahan perked up at that. "Quick, swing around to the far side of the tennis club," he said to Harmon. Seconds later, he pointed ahead. "Drive over through that little dirt road there. Park by that gate. We'll watch the kid when he comes out and get a good look at him." As if on cue, George emerged from the hedge-lined path running along the tennis court. His route would take him right past the idling green Buick. "That's him," Harmon confirmed. But Mahan was already jumping out of the passenger side and approaching the boy. Harmon remained at the wheel watching the scene unfold. What the hell is he doing? He soon found out. "Hey, son," Mahan called out to young George. "Can you help me out here? How do I get to Stadium Way?" Across the dirt lot, George considered the question for a second. The man he saw approaching him was an adult around his father's age. The man looked respectable enough in a brown suit. George wasn't nervous. This was just some man asking a question. No big deal. The deal got big in the next instant. Without another word, Mahan grabbed George roughly under his arms, clapped a hand over his mouth, and rushed him to the car. Harmon was in astonishment. Shit, this is happening!" The boy was so shocked by the attack he didn't even cry out. Mahan let go with one arm just long enough to open the car's back door. Then he piled the kid into the back and onto the floorboards. He threw a heavy blanket over him to hide him, or perhaps block the sounds in case the boy recovered enough to holler. George hit the floor, his vision completely blocked by the blanket. He heard the car door slam, then a voice inside the car said, "If you keep your mouth shut and don't yell, we won't hurt you." He didn't question the order. He focused on the promise of not being hurt and kept himself calm enough to stay quiet. He couldn't be sure how long they drove, perhaps an hour. He did notice that the roads for the majority of the trip were smooth and that the car was in high gear most of the way. Eventually, the ride became rough. The car soon stopped, and he heard the front door open. "Get out," the voice ordered. George couldn't tell if it was the man who grabbed him or if it was the other who had already been in the car. When he crawled out from under the blanket and emerged from the back seat, he saw that both men were wearing hoods, their eyes peering out of rough-cut holes. That seemed odd, the hoods, since he had gotten a look at least one of them when he was grabbed. For now, he found himself out in the wilderness. George didn't know it, but they were in the woodlands of Issaquah, east of Seattle. The place was a cut-over tract of forest land. Countless tree stumps surrounded him, brown cylinders floating in a sea of green undergrowth. George was old enough to understand there was a good chance this land was owned by his family. The men came around the car to approach him, and one made a puzzling request. "Sign your name on this envelope." He held out a plain white envelope to George. George took the pencil and kept his focus on the promise that he would not be hurt. He scrawled his name on the back of the envelope as instructed, but he learned the men weren't through with him yet. Instead of letting him go, they blindfolded him and marched him into the forest. It was scary, but so far they weren't doing anything to hurt him, so he kept cooperating without objection. The moment was surreal, hiking through a forest on a warm, sunny afternoon, blindfolded, captive to two strangers. George still held on to the belief that the men would not hurt him. But then he heard water. The stream. One of the men grabbed him, lifted him up, and began to carry him. Now George felt the pinpricks of fear. "Are they through with me?" he called out for the first time. "Say, mister, you're not going to throw me into the river and drown me, are you?" "Don't you worry, kid," came the reply. "You're worth too much to be thrown away." So they weren't going to drown him. The guy was just carrying George over the water because he couldn't see to navigate it on his own. All right, then. Still not hurt. The sounds of the water began to fade. They walked on for another half-mile or so. Soon they told him to stop and tore off his blindfold. George blinked for a moment to clear his eyes and then took in the alien surroundings. Before him lay a large fallen tree, nearly 3 feet across. "Climb over," said one of the men. George did as he was told. Behind the fallen tree lay a pit in the forest floor, lined with rough boards. The tree was so thick it completely blocked the view of the pit from one side. He would have had to climb on top of it and look down to see the hole. The men hoisted George up and lowered him into the dank pit. To his eye, the makeshift prison was maybe 6 feet long, 3 feet wide, and 4 deep, like a grave. 2 long chains were fastened to one of the boards on the floor. "Sit down," said one of the men. George sat on the boarded floor. The man grabbed the chains and attached manacles to him at an arm and a leg, then gave them a firm tug before letting them drop. The sound was harsh and cold. The man climbed out of the pit and placed a wooden lid over the hole. Everything went black. George kept himself from screaming by clinging to the promise that he was not going to be hurt, that he was too valuable to get hurt. One of the men had told him that. What he had to do was make sure not to get them riled at him. Do like he was told until they were done with this thing, whatever they were doing. Since he was too valuable to them to be hurt by them, that surely meant they wouldn't kill him, right? Even though the pit looked like a sure enough grave. No reason to fear being killed and left in there. 9-year-old George sat alone in the dark, chained to the boards at the bottom of the pit. He could still hear the muffled voices of the men out there. He knew better than to scream. Part 2. The After Snatch. Ransom, Speculation, and Clues. Chapter 6. Back in Tacoma. Earlier. Friday, May 24, 1935. At a little after 12 noon, Oswald, the Weyerhaeuser's chauffeur, pulled up to Annie Wright Seminary to pick up George and his sister Anne. The girl came out of the school and got into the car, but there was no sign of George. "Where's George?" asked Oswald. "I don't know," she replied. "Maybe he's running late," the driver said, and he settled in behind the wheel to wait. Children and parents milled about the large, ivy-covered brick Tudor buildings, heading off in different directions to enjoy their lunch breaks. After a few minutes, Oswald turned to Anne. "He must have chosen to walk home." "Yeah, probably," she said. Oswald pulled away and drove slowly homeward, taking his time, eyes scanning the sidewalks and streets in case he spotted the boy. Within minutes, they arrived at the Weyerhaeuser home. Oswald went into the house to let the family know that he hadn't picked up George. At this point, there was no concern. The circumstances of the abduction would leave police to think that the kidnappers planned the timing to coincide with the fact that both of George's parents were not expected to be home. The Seattle Times newspaper, after the fact, described it thusly: "The abduction of the boy was timed to a nicety. The details of the crime, as they are developing, point to an intimate acquaintance with every customary natural habit of the boy and his family, a complete understanding of the household's disposition at all times." George's dad had just returned from his trip east to bury his own father. He'd come back a bit early, as he hadn't been expected until Friday evening, the day of the kidnapping. George's mother was in Portland and wasn't supposed to return for a few more days. The insinuation was that the kidnappers knew all this and plotted the snatch while the parents were away. The bad guys were given way too much credit. They had no idea both parents were away. It was again just dumb luck. Who was home when Oswald returned, besides the servants, was Mrs. Weyerhaeuser's mother, George's grandmother. But Oswald didn't tell her about George for fear of upsetting her. That George hadn't shown up wasn't overly concerning at the time. After all, the boy had a lot of friends and was probably just out with one of them. Oswald, however, took back to the streets in his car to continue looking. And by 1:30 p.m., the true anxiety was creeping in. Mrs. Rodney Titcomb, George's aunt and wife of the general manager of the Weyerhaeuser Timber Company, picked up the phone to call Lowell School. "I'd like to speak with the principal, please," she said, trying to keep her voice as even as possible. A moment later, the school principal, Miss Joanna Johnson, came on the line. "I'm sorry to trouble you," said Mrs. Titcomb, "but is George by chance still at school?" The principal, puzzled, said George had left for home as usual. "Give me a moment. I'll speak with his teacher." Minutes later, the principal picked the phone back up. Evidently, George did not return for afternoon classes. Mrs. Titcomb's stomach sank as she gently placed the phone back on its cradle. Her next call was to the police. It was 2:00, and the search was on. The initial assumption by the police was that George was simply playing hooky. But George was a good kid and a good student. He never played hooky. And the next assumption was that George had wandered away or had fallen into one of the wooded ravines and gullies between the stadium district and his home. There were also plenty of woods nearby that ran from the bluffs where the homes were, tapering off down towards the bay. They were a frequent draw for the neighborhood boys. Word spread like wildfire that George had gone missing, and neighbors and schoolmates joined the police search. Frantic search parties returned unsuccessful. And then, at 6:30 that evening, came the motorcycle rider bearing the ransom note. Chapter 7. Seattle and Issaquah. Friday, May 24, 1935. After George was put in the hole, the next sound he heard was of one of the men throwing some branches on top of the board covering to help camouflage it. He then heard them talking. It was muffled but discernible. They were talking next steps. "I'll stay with the kid while you head back into town and mail the ransom note." It was Mahan talking, although at this point George didn't know their names. At approximately 5:30 p.m., the door to apartment number 6 at the Fur Apartments swung open, and in walked Harmon. He had just dropped the ransom note in a mail slot at the post office. "Hey, hon," he said, and took a seat. To Margaret's eye, nothing in his behavior struck her as unusual. Harmon looked around the apartment and seemed to take notice of it for the first time. "You've really done wonders with this place." He got up from his chair, crossed over to her, leaned down, and kissed her forehead. "Thank you," he said quietly, before straightening and moving into the bedroom to change shirts. Margaret practically glowed, her cheeks flushed, and she kneaded her hands, lost in the compliment. Any time Harmon said kind things to her, it filled her with such joy. "I'm going to be heading back out later tonight," said Harmon from the other room. "Could you whip up a little lunch for me and sweet?" Margaret didn't give it a thought, despite the fact that lunch would be close to 9 p.m. She hurried into the small kitchen and began dutifully making sandwiches and boiling eggs. Anything for her man. She packaged up the meals and then threw in some cookies for good measure. Later, she would go on the record saying it never crossed her mind that she was making a meal for a boy chained in a dirt pit in the forest. Why would it? At 9 o'clock, Harmon left the apartment and began the drive back to Issaquah. The weather was nice. It was a beautiful, late spring evening, and the heavy sedan cruised effortlessly northeast. And people often complained about the weather in the Northwest, about how it got so much rain. The joke was that folks in these parts don't tan, they rust. But it was a misconception. Places like New Orleans, Miami, New York, and even Nashville got more inches of rain than Seattle and Tacoma. It's just that they received it in shorter bursts, bigger storms. In western Washington, it wouldn't often come down in buckets, but it could drizzle for days or even weeks at a stretch. And late spring was notoriously gray and wet, but not as of late. In the movies, a crime drama would always have wet streets and collars turned up against the relentless fog or rain. But during this real-life caper, the weather had seemed to be a fan of irony and insisted on warm temperatures and cheerful, clear skies. Perfect driving weather. After about 40 minutes, Harmon Whaley left the main highway and proceeded down a haggard, little-used logging road for half a mile to an old shack, the term shack being generous. It was more a loose collection of mismatched boards thrown together that made a marginal shelter at best. Harmon parked the car and made the final hike to the pit in the darkness with only a flashlight and a pale moon to find his way. Mahan, hearing Harmon's approach, greeted him, and they cleared off the brush from the lid and lifted it off. Light shone up and out of the pit. When it had become dark, Mahan had allowed George the small mercy of using a lantern that could hang from a nail in the roof of his cell. Down in the pit, George looked up but saw nothing, his eyes struggling to acclimate to the darkness above. "Put your blindfold back on," said a voice. He did as he was told. Once George's eyes were covered, Harmon jumped down into the pit with a small case, almost like a suitcase. "You're going to like what I have here," he said. From inside the case, he took out the eggs and sandwiches. In the pit were 2 other cans, one for water, the other for kerosene for the lamp. "Where am I?" asked George. Harmon answered quickly. Evidently, this was something he and Mahan had already decided on how to answer. "Aberdeen," he said. In reality, Aberdeen, the next-door neighbor to Hoquiam, was the exact opposite direction from Tacoma than where they were at that moment, a good 2.5 hours away. The kidnappers were simply covering their bases, making sure the boy had as little information as possible if they had to release him. They didn't want to take the chance that he could finger them later on. Better to feed him some misinformation. After all, he was only 9 years old. He'd believe what they told him. But George was skeptical. He and his family had made the drive to Aberdeen before, and he knew it took more than an hour to get there from Tacoma. Harmon climbed back out of the pit and told George he could take his blindfold off. The lid went back on. George sat on the rough boards and ate the eggs. He left the shells on the pit floor. Harmon headed back to Seattle for the night, while Mahan stayed to guard the boy. They had a big day ahead and would need an early start. Chapter 8. The Ransom Note. Friday, May 24, 1935. The note, held in the hands of John Philip Weyerhaeuser, was typed on heavy linen notepaper, described by one police official as like a woman might use. Seattle criminologist Luke S. May was called into the case to examine the note for fingerprint clues and typing peculiarities. But the fingerprint part would prove to be problematic. The media circus had already begun, with reporters from United Press, UP, Associated Press, AP, and William Randolph Hearst's International News Service camped out around the residence. Before the criminologist could get his hands on the letter, police had remarkably let reporters into the Weyerhaeuser home to read the ransom note. Officers and family members passed the note around amongst themselves, spoiling the fingerprint evidence. On the reverse side of the envelope, written on the outside in pencil, was the signature of George Weyerhaeuser that he had written only a few hours earlier in an Issaquah forest. Family members identified the signature as George's. Police would later compare the signature with handwriting from the boy's schoolwork, verifying it was indeed written by George. John Weyerhaeuser and Rod Titcomb sat at a table in the Weyerhaeuser home, John with the letter in his hand. "Read it," said Rod quietly. In a little more than a week, Weyerhaeuser had lost his father and had his youngest son kidnapped. It was all he could do to keep it together. He took a breath and began. "To whom it may concern." He then looked up at his brother-in-law. "And then there's a list of 21 demands." "Let's hear them." "Number 1, said John. "They want $200,000. "Jesus, even the Lindbergh kidnappers didn't ask for that much." Rod shook his head. "Go on." "They want the money to be paid in cash with $100,000 of it in $20 bills, $50,000 in $10 bills, and $50,000 in $5 bills. All of the money is to be in Federal Reserve notes and unmarked," said John. Although how the kidnappers would know if the bills were marked spoke to their arrogance and naivete. The following demand also spoke to this same issue. "They say that we're not to take the numbers of the bills. If they are taken and the bills are marked, the deal will be off. They are warning us not to notify the police, Department of Justice, or any private detective agency, and again, if we do so, the deal will be off." "You're not supposed to call the police?" asked Rod, with no small amount of irritation. "Who are they kidding?" John gave an imperceptible shrug. "Number 10, everything is to be kept out of the newspapers." Rod just shook his head, as if the press not getting wind of the kidnapping was even remotely possible. "The kidnappers emphasize that this is business." John turned the letter toward Rod. They typed business in all caps. He turned the letter back to himself. "And for us to be businesslike, they're going to give us 5 days to raise the money." John's eyes came up from the letter to lock with Rod's. "And then it says, 'Better have it.'" John looked back to the letter and seemed to be silently reading ahead. "Huh," he said. "What is it?" asked Rod. "It's about how they want to communicate with us. It says that in 5 days, or as soon as we have the money, we are to advertise in the Seattle PI, personal column, saying, 'We are ready,' and sign it, 'Percy Minnie.'" "Percy Minnie? What's that about?" asked Rod. "No idea," said John, his eyes still locked on the letter. "They go on to say that the money will be gone before George's release, and then give another reminder to not mark the bills." John silently shook his head. "Listen to this. They say that the police will not be able to catch them, and that we should be very, very careful to follow the rules. They go on to say that the ransom bills must be used bills already in circulation. Then they give another warning. Be careful. They say that we will be notified where to go when the time comes, and to make sure no one follows us, as we will be watched from the time we leave." Another pause. "Huh, this is a strange comment," said John. "It says, 'We won't be sitting behind any mailboxes either.'" He looked up at his brother-in-law. "What do you suppose that means?" "I don't know," said Rod. What they didn't know at the time was that it was a reference to a local crime that would unwittingly help police profile the kidnappers. John continued. "It then reminds us that if we just follow the rules, we will get along fine. And if we don't, then it will be sorrowful." John looked up at Rod. In caps they typed, "For you, not for us." Rod didn't reply, knowing an outburst of the fury and helplessness he felt wouldn't improve the situation. John read on. It says that if we have any questions, to ask them in the personal column signed as above. The 21st and final demand is also all in caps. Remember to follow the rules, all of them. A slip on your part will just be bad for someone else. It wraps by saying that they know what they are doing, that they have it all planned, and that it's been planned for 3 years. He looked back up at Rod. 3 years? Do you really think they've been plotting this for that long? Rod offered no reply beyond a weak shrug, his fear for George growing by the minute. They say that they have looked for places where they might slip and have found none, continued John. They claim that they are educated, and that pride says they are fairly intelligent, so if we just stop and reason for a minute, we'll see that it is best to follow their rules. They say they don't want to hurt anyone if they can get out of it, so if we just follow the rules as they are laid down by them, we will have the one we love back home in a week's time. John's eyes lifted to Rod's. If we care about them $200,000 worth. John looked back down at the letter. It finishes with, so just remember, a slip on your part is a slip by us. Don't do it. John then got a puzzled look on his face. It's then signed, Egoist. Egoist, he said, looking back to Rod. Does that mean anything to you? Nothing, says Rod. John set the letter on the table between them, and the two men sat in grim silence. While the demands were clear and succinct, Tacoma Detective Chief Cliff Osborne offered his own summary of the letter, which was far from glowing. While carefully composed and literate, the ransom note's tone was so smug, superior, and full of bravado that officers wondered for a time if the note had not been written by a maniac. A mentally deranged person easily might attempt to convince the family that it would be useless to try to outwit him, officers concluded, and the signature Egoist could be a name that an insane person might conceive as clever. At this point, all of law enforcement began throwing their considerable weight behind trying to determine exactly what kind of person would write such a letter. Bill Mahan would have probably found their eventual analysis fascinating reading. Chapter 9. The G-Men. J. Edgar Hoover had a need for order. His meticulous nature served him well when, at 18 years old, he landed his first job in the Library of Congress. He excelled at his work, he impressed his supervisors, and was awarded multiple raises. His position in the Orders Department, which acquired books, manuscripts, and other items for the library's collections, included the opportunity to work in the cataloging department and the loan division, said the FBI in a future online retrospective. His career there ended when he passed the bar exam in 1917. He took a job as a Justice Department clerk the next day. Hoover was more than just smart. He was his high school's valedictorian. He was also driven and competitive. As a boy, he struggled with stuttering, but it became less frequent when he started talking more quickly. His staccato speech was a defining characteristic. In the future, stenographers frequently had a hard time keeping up with him. After World War I ended, America went through a surge in radicalism. The Red Scare was in full bloom. Strikes and violent domestic terrorist attacks became more prevalent. The Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer addressed this by creating the General Intelligence Division, GID, which he tasked with collecting information on suspected subversives. Hoover became the man in charge of it and thrived. The GID began conducting raids without search warrants and arrested hundreds of people from suspected radical groups. These were known later in history books as the Palmer Raids, and Palmer paid the price. Being that he was the AG, the buck stopped with him, and the political backlash from the illegal raids brought him down. But the man who was carrying out those raids, J. Edgar Hoover, went untouched. Politically, it seemed he was virtually bulletproof. He continued with his work. By 1921, he had files on upwards of 450,000 U.S. citizens. That same year, he took on the position of Assistant Chief of the Bureau of Investigation under William J. Burns. It was becoming abundantly clear J. Edgar was one of the government's brightest rising stars. By 1924, President Calvin Coolidge offered him the Bureau's head job, Hoover was only 29 years old, but before he took the job, Hoover had one condition. The Bureau would be completely divorced from politics, and he would only report to the Attorney General. The President agreed. J. Edgar was given wide law enforcement authority with no threat of petty politics gumming up the works. The first thing he did was fire all agents he considered unqualified or who may have landed their jobs through political favors. He cleaned up house and implemented a strict tone of professionalism. New agents had to be between 25 and 35 years old and clean-cut. He wanted men straight out of central casting whose very appearance spoke of integrity. The Bureau became everything to Hoover. A deeply religious and righteous man, he lived for his country and dedicated his life to destroying all enemies of America and the American way of life as he saw it. Hoover seemed to perceive the world as unsafe and unpredictable, always under threat, something he could not abide. He was the new sheriff in town, and he was going to clean it up. He was strict, humorless, and would not tolerate anything that wasn't perfect. Above all, he was organized. He took law enforcement to a whole new level by creating a national fingerprint database and identification filing system. He believed in a place for everything and everything in its place. In the late 20s and early 30s, when gangsters were thumbing their noses at the law by constantly moving across state lines to escape police, Hoover pushed to have their crimes recognized as federal offenses so that he and his men would have the authority to run them down and get the credit, not necessarily for the Bureau, but for him. Credit, recognition, these were important to Hoover. It seemed he always had to prove himself worthy of his position to show the world his significance. And so, he began one of the most pervasive and successful PR, some would say propaganda, campaigns in American history, the selling of the myth of the Justice Department. He was a nonstop message portraying his agency as a heroic band of agents who diligently tracked and brought low, dangerous criminals. His agents were incorruptible. It's almost surprising he didn't have his men wear white hats. His hires were to have the look and feel of the great middle class, who will always eat well and dress well, but will never get that sleek Packard or sumptuous house. He belongs to the Bureau body and soul. The Bureau had been established in 1908 as the Bureau of Investigation before changing to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, officially the FBI, in 1935. And by the time of its renaming, Hoover had become a master of using the press to further his brand. Two writers, author Courtney Riley Cooper and journalist Neil Rex Collier, worked with him to craft a template for FBI news stories that put a premium on responsibility and science and featured J. Edgar as the always careful, always vigilant top cop. Hoover even had Cooper ghostwrite articles under his name. They showed up in publications across the nation. Wherever you turned, you were more than likely to see some press touting the superhuman efforts of the Bureau as it kept the American public shielded against notorious criminal elements. If there was ever a golden age of cops and robbers in America, the 1930s would have a legitimate claim. And it played perfectly into Hoover's narrative. Crime and punishment during this time was exceptionally brazen and sensational. It was, to say the very least, conspicuous. Names of colorful criminals like John Dillinger and Bonnie and Clyde were nearly as recognizable as Hollywood stars William Powell and Myrna Loy. The primary difference is that the stars of the screen lived to see the 40s. With the country in the grip of the Great Depression, Americans lost confidence in their government and especially in their banks. As a result, much of the public saw some criminals, particularly bank robbers, as outlaw heroes, Robin Hoods, bold and daring. They were glamorous. But public opinion swung back around in favor of the law following two grim events. The first took place in March of 1932, when aviator and national hero Charles Lindbergh's 20-month-old son was kidnapped and murdered. The second was in June of 1933, when gangster Charles Pretty Boy Floyd and two other gunmen ambushed a group of police officers and federal agents with submachine guns. Within 30 seconds, 4 lawmen were dead. The last thing they heard was, "Let 'em have it." It was called the Kansas City Massacre. These events galvanized the public into giving their blessing for an all-out war on crime. Enter John Edgar Hoover, director of the relatively new Federal Bureau of Investigation. He made it his mission to bring an end to the lawlessness that had gripped the country over the previous decade. Suddenly, Hoover's G-men, government men, were American heroes, and the country's biggest gangsters suddenly found themselves with very large targets on their backs. In 1933, George "Machine Gun" Kelly, whose wife reportedly subscribed to the PR tactic of giving away shell casings from his work to increase his celebrity, got taken out of criminal circulation with a life sentence at Alcatraz. In 1934, public enemy number one John Dillinger was betrayed by his girlfriend, the Woman in Red, and gunned down by FBI agents. Bystanders dabbed handkerchiefs into his blood for souvenirs. After Dillinger was killed, babyface Nelson took over as public enemy number one and got the same treatment as Dillinger, but this time with 17 bullets. Nelson had the distinction of killing more FBI agents than any other person. That same year, Charles Pretty Boy Floyd, he of the Kansas City Massacre, took 2 lethal slugs from FBI guns in a cornfield shootout. Also in 34, evidently a popular year for killing high-profile criminals, Bonnie Parker and Clyde Barrow met their end in a hail of gunfire after a 2-year crime spree that left a trail of bodies and empty bank vaults. In 1935, Ma Barker, matriarch of the bank-robbing, murdering, kidnapping Barker Karpus gang, was shot and killed by the feds in a 4-hour gunfight. The crime spree of the 30s were the results of desperate times. Hardened criminals and straight, narrow citizens alike were looking for any means to make a buck. It was during this time, as evidenced by the Lindbergh case, that kidnapping became America's en vogue crime. Liquor, vice, and drug trafficking had a popular new racket to share headlines with. Between 1930 and 1932, more than 2,000 persons were grabbed for ransom in the country. If the FBI myths are to be believed, the term G-men took hold in 1933 when the feds were arresting George "Machine Gun" Kelly. And Kelly was supposed to have shouted, "Don't shoot G-men." It was short, it was catchy. A marketing guru couldn't have come up with a better nickname. It stuck, for a while. The G-men reached their peak of popularity during the 30s when they were making headlines for taking down public enemies at a terrific rate. Hollywood quickly took notice. 3 weeks before George Weyerhaeuser was snatched, local theaters rolled out a new crime drama starring James Cagney. The film was G-Men. Within the next 5 years, theatergoers would also be able to watch Dick Tracy's G-Men and Junior G-Men. Only a few years earlier, motion pictures had been littering the landscape with films that glorified the criminals: Little Caesar, Scarface, The Public Enemy. Now it was time for the good guys to get their due. Hoover's clean-cut, fedora-wearing, all-American team of Crime Stoppers had become cool. But leading up to this point, the Bureau still had to scratch and claw for its share of federal funds. It was a relatively new organization. The Weyerhaeuser kidnapping was its biggest case since the rebranding. In the years before J. Edgar Hoover took control and reorganized the FBI, there were 9 divisional headquarters spread across the country and 36 field offices. Seattle had an office located in the Douglas Building at 4th Avenue and University Street beginning in 1914, but it was moved to the Northern Life Building in 1930 when the Portland office closed for 2 years. But then in 1932, it was the Seattle office's turn to close up shop due to reduced funding, or as it's called nowadays, downsizing. That is why when Tacoma Police Chief Harold Byrd put in a call to the FBI to inform it of the kidnapping, it was to the Portland office. Special Agent in Charge C.C. Spears took the call. Back in Washington, D.C., switchboard operators in the communications room of FBI headquarters diligently plugged phone cables into the corresponding jacks, routing calls when National 7117, the kidnap number, glowed red. Special Agent in Charge Spears's call was quickly transferred to his superior, Assistant Director H.B. Nathan. J. Edgar Hoover only permitted the depersonalized use of first and middle initials. "I just received a call from the police chief in Tacoma, Washington," said Spears. "The 9-year-old son of John Philip Weyerhaeuser, Jr. has been kidnapped and a ransom has been demanded. We've already tapped their phone, and I've chartered a plane that can leave for Tacoma in 30 minutes, upon your approval." "Given," said Nathan, "all business. Take 5 agents with you." That will only leave us with 2 agents to man the Portland office. I understand, but as of right now, Tacoma is the priority, replied Nathan. Spears passed along the rest of the details as he knew them and hung up. Within the hour, a private plane laden with federal agents, machine guns, and small arms was winging its way north. At 8:50 p.m., Spears and his team touched down in Tacoma. Before the night was through, the number of Justice Department men in Tacoma would rise to 15. Seattle Mayor Charles L. Smith telegraphed the Weyerhaeusers an expression of sympathy. "Citizens of Seattle," read the telegraph, "wish to extend deepest sympathy to you both and trust your son will be returned to you safely. The entire police department of Seattle is at your service, and I have instructed our chief of police to see that Tacoma and federal authorities are given fullest cooperation." Governor Clarence D. Martin offered a similar sentiment, promising the Weyerhaeuser family every cooperation of the state forces. Immediately, a detachment of patrolmen made a beeline for Tacoma. 20 Seattle detectives were called in to help with the effort. Every branch of law enforcement was willing and eager to pitch in. The Coast Guard jumped into action, sending cutters to prowl the countless inlets along the Puget Sound's 2,200 miles of coastline that could provide innumerable hideouts for the kidnappers. Despite the combined efforts of all these resources, the challenge of finding the kidnappers was monumental. The Tacoma Daily Ledger newspaper summarized what the authorities were up against. With one of the finest paved road systems in the whole country, with innumerable graveled and dirt crossroads, wild mountainous country, logged-off land covered with stumps and second-growth brush, many abandoned shacks, unoccupied hunting lodges, and abandoned lumber camps, the hideaway of the kidnap gang, if in the wilds, presents a problem none was prepared to answer today. Be that as it may, everyone threw themselves at solving the problem. The New York Times called it the greatest manhunt in the history of the Northwest. Chapter 10. Tacoma and Washington, D.C. Saturday, May 25, 1935. J. Edgar Hoover's finger tapped impatiently on the desk as he checked his watch for the 5th time in as many minutes. It was 9:30 a.m., Washington, D.C. time, and J. Edgar was feeling antsy. Information was not getting through to him, at least not fast enough by his standards. He was impatient by nature, and the current circumstances only heightened his aggravation. He shot a memorandum to Assistant Director H.B. Nathan, basically asking what the hell was going on. He then buzzed his secretary. "Connect me with Special Agent in Charge C.C. Spears in Tacoma." A moment later, the director heard the voice of Spears from the other side of the continent. Hoover cut to the chase. "Spears, I want you to send me a telegraphic statement of developments twice a day, no exceptions." "Yes, sir," said Spears. "And that you and your men are to keep quiet on the case. No publicity is to emanate from any of your team. Statements are to come from myself, not the agents. If the press ask any questions, they are to tell them, yes, they are working the case, but beyond that, no comment. Am I clear?" "Perfectly," said Spears. "But any information that has already reached the papers must have come from one of the Weyerhaeuser relatives." "Then you are to impress upon the family," said Hoover, "that silence is imperative, and that they should not talk to the press, and if this is not done, we will withdraw from the case. We are not going to investigate the case through the newspapers." This was a delicate balancing act for J. Edgar. As a law enforcement officer, he knew the importance of keeping a tight lid on information, but at the same time, the press was essential to cultivating the Bureau's image, which he had so skillfully crafted. If the Weyerhaeusers called his bluff and continued to speak to the papers, Hoover would be in a precarious situation, having to decide whether or not to allow the FBI to wash their hands of America's biggest criminal story of the day. Hoover was a demanding chief. He expected excellence at all times, so he made it a point to share his displeasure with how he saw the manner in which information was getting to him. His next sentence was a crushing blow to the special agent in charge. "Special Agent in Charge Spears, I have learned more about the case from the radio news this morning than from you. That is unacceptable." Spears took the lashing. "Yes, sir. I want you to rent an office, bring in phone lines, and have a man in the office at all times." Spears, aware of the director's idiosyncratic need for process and order, informed him that this had already been accomplished. Hanging up the phone, he let out a relieved breath and began to emotionally lick his wounds. At least he got to end the call on a positive. As Hoover had mentioned, word had gotten out. By 9:55 a.m., a Mr. Hawkinson of the Associated Press had called and inquired about the kidnapping of the son of a wealthy lumber dealer in Tacoma, Washington. The name they had was Weyerhaeuser. By 9:57 a.m., a Mr. Bell of the United Press telephoned for a statement on the case. He had no name to go on. Hoover told the man that for obvious reasons he would make no statement other than that they were working on the case, as, naturally, the kidnappers can read the papers. By 10:37 a.m., there were headlines splashed across the New York newspapers. That part Hoover approved. Another thing Hoover was getting anxious about was the ransom note. He wanted it in FBI hands as quickly as possible, regardless of how many people had already handled it. He delegated that duty to Assistant Director H.B. Nathan. Nathan promptly put in a call to S.A.C. Spears. "Send the ransom note via airmail, special delivery," said Nathan. "The director wants it in the lab immediately." "Yes, sir," replied Spears. Short, direct answers. That was what the bosses liked. "I also want you to get fingerprints of all the family members and police who may have touched it for elimination purposes," said Nathan. "Then you're to get someone to cover the office of the Seattle Post-Intelligencer newspaper in order to, if possible, shadow anyone who may come there to place an advertisement in response to the family's ad." He knew that advertisements could be mailed in, and if one such ad arrived in that manner, it could be, as he called it, a very pretty place to get a good latent print, provided, of course, it had not been handled by a large number of people upon opening. Within days, the ransom note was probably the most scrutinized piece of literature on the planet. That same morning, Hoover was putting a call in to another agent whom he'd come to trust and rely upon, Special Agent in Charge Earl E.J. Connolly from the Cincinnati office. Connolly had steadily risen up through the ranks since he joined the department in 1920. And for a case as high-profile and sensitive as this, Hoover could afford zero mistakes. Connolly was his man. E.J. Connolly was well known in the Bureau. The man had a reputation. When field offices learned that he was coming, agents braced for the worst. He wasn't a big man, but he had a big voice, which he used to great effect. You could frequently hear him before you saw him. If he didn't get the results he was looking for, he was more than happy to give the responsible agents an earful. Profanely so. And results he got, which is why he had become Hoover's boy. Connolly was nearly as exacting as his boss. He worked 7 days a week and couldn't understand why other agents didn't have the same 24-hour mentality. Connolly's diplomacy skills were, to put it mildly, lacking. In fact, on a previous investigation, after receiving this feedback, the director fired off several memos criticizing the man. Connolly, for his part, stood up to Hoover, basically saying, "I got the job done. What would you have me do differently?" Connolly physically stood out from the rest of his bureau brethren because of one small distinguishing characteristic: his trademarked pencil mustache. Now, Hoover didn't approve of facial hair on his agents, but clearly, in a nod to how much Connolly was respected by the bureau chief, he was allowed to keep it. Over the course of his career, Connolly ran many high-profile cases, including numerous kidnappings. Only 2 of his cases remain unsolved to this day. By and large, Connolly got his man. That evening, Connolly flew to Tacoma and immediately checked in at the freshly rented and established home base at 907 Rust Building, less than a 10-minute drive from the Weyerhaeuser home. The telephone number for this temporary FBI hub was Main 5833. The phone numbers looked like that from the 1930s to 60s, with the first part of the phone number represented by a word. This was due to telephone exchanges. Each digit on the phone from 2 to 9 had 3 letters, and Q and Z were left off. The first 2 digits of the number denoted the exchange you were connected to. Because these telephone exchanges could only facilitate around 10,000 subscribers, many large cities had multiple hubs. For example, in Seattle there were over 20 different prefixes ranging from Adams, 23, to Emerson, 36, to Sunset, 78. Words were used purely As a mnemonic device, they were easier to remember than numbers and easier to understand, especially for switchboard operators. The Rust Building office prefix, Main, was MA, which stood for the numbers 6 and 2. So Main 5833 was 625833. With the office in place, members of the famed Corps of G-Men, the flying squads who crisscrossed the country and had solved virtually every major kidnapping since passage of the Lindbergh Law, began a systematic, fast-track attempt to crack the case. The Lindbergh Law was a recently created federal law that made it a crime to kidnap for ransom, reward, or otherwise, and transport a victim from one state to another or to a foreign country, except in the case of a minor abducted by his or her parent. This act squared the U.S. government directly against the increasingly popular snatch racket for the first time. The law stemmed from the infamous kidnapping and murder of the 20-month-old child of aviator Charles Lindbergh, the first man to successfully fly solo, nonstop, across the Atlantic Ocean, from New York to Paris. Lindbergh was not just an American hero, but an international celebrity of the first order. He was idolized. At approximately 9 p.m. on March 1, 1932, while Charles and his wife Anne Morrow Lindbergh were home, their toddler son, Charles Jr., nicknamed the Eaglet by the press, was taken from his crib on the second floor. The kidnapper or kidnappers had audaciously climbed a ladder and crawled through the child's window, with the parents less than 50 feet away. An hour later, Betty Gow, the child's nanny, made the discovery. A ransom note demanding $50,000 was found on the windowsill. 2 more ransom notes were received in quick succession, the first of which raised the kidnapper's demand to $70,000. John F. Condon, a retired New York City teacher, stepped in to act as an intermediary between the Lindberghs and the kidnappers. Over the following weeks, it became a high-stakes game of cat and mouse. Condon communicated with the kidnappers through newspaper columns under the name Jafsy, while the kidnappers responded with secret messages placed throughout New York City. On April 2, after exhaustive negotiations and 12 ransom notes, an exchange was set up in a Bronx cemetery, the money for the location of the boy. The money was handed over to a man called John, and in return, John gave them a note that stated that the boy could be found on a boat called the Nellie, near Martha's Vineyard, Massachusetts. The boy wasn't there. On May 12, the body of the kidnapped child was accidentally found, partly buried and badly decomposed, about 4.5 miles from the Lindbergh home. The boy's head was crushed. The child had most likely been killed the night he was kidnapped. On October 8, 1934, Bruno Richard Hauptmann, a German carpenter who had been in the country for 11 years, was indicted for the murder of Charles Lindbergh, Jr. His trial began on January 3, 1935, and lasted 5 weeks. It was known as the trial of the century. The case against him was purely circumstantial, but the evidence was daunting. On February 13, Hauptmann was found guilty of murder in the first degree. On April 3, 1936, at 8:47 p.m., Hauptmann was electrocuted. The kidnapping of George Weyerhaeuser was the 37th attempt by kidnap gangs to elude the merciless hunting of federal agents since the Lindbergh kidnap murder. All attempts had failed. 2 kidnappers had been killed by G-men, 2 others had been murdered, 2 others lynched, and 3 took their own lives when the feds were closing in. In 25 other well-known American child kidnappings, stretching over a span of 60 years, 16 of the children were returned or found safe. 4 children were never found. 5 were found dead. But since the Lindbergh case, Hoover's boys were batting 1,000. Hoover himself said there had been a lull in major kidnap cases in recent months, owing to the fact that the ringleaders for most of the notorious gangs were dead or in prison. 89 persons had been convicted under the Lindbergh Law. 4 of them were sentenced to death, 19 to life terms, and the others to a total of more than 1,200 years in prison. High-profile kidnapping was starting to become less prevalent for a simple reason. The cops were winning. Chapter 11. Whaley's Movements. Saturday, May 25, 1935. Margaret Whaley's alarm went off at the ungodly hour of 3 a.m. She'd been given explicit instructions by her husband to wake him by 3:30. She didn't ask why. Yet. She shuffled sleepily into the kitchen to make breakfast, then returned to rouse him. While they sat at the table together, her curiosity finally got the better of her. "Why in heaven's name did you ask me to get you up so early?" Harmon shrugged and mopped up some egg yolk with a piece of toast. "Fresh air, morning air. Thought it could do me some good." Margaret didn't question it. Harmon got in his car and headed for the pit in the forest that George had just spent the night huddled in. Upon turning off the main highway and heading up the logging road, he saw a car in a place that there rarely would be a car, especially at that hour. Harmon froze. Who could this be? Had they already been found out? Was it a hunter? Some hikers? The police? He turned the car around and rushed back to the apartment in a panic. He decided to lay low. He stood outside the apartment door, collecting himself. "Get it together, Harm," he quietly said to himself. "Everything's good. Everything's fine. Just relax." He took a breath and opened the door. Margaret had gone back to bed. It was still only 5:30 a.m. If he was showing any anxiety, there was no one there awake to see it. Harmon spent the rest of the day lounging about the apartment, desperately doing his best to act like everything was kosher. He and Margaret made a quick trip to the post office to see if they'd received any mail, but other than that, it was a quiet afternoon, at least on the outside. Harmon was sweating. He was a nervous wreck. The mystery car was on his mind the entire day. Every worst-case scenario imaginable played out in his head, each one ending with him in handcuffs. Would he step out of the apartment only to find an army of police cars at any moment? The fear of the unknown was debilitating. When the day turned to evening, Harmon said he had to leave again. He hopped in the car and drove back to Issaquah, dreading what he might find. With each passing mile, he glanced nervously into the rearview mirror, always expecting to see flashing red lights. Instead, what he saw was his own bloodless face and wide eyes that grew wider with each look. When he arrived at the end of the timber road, the car that had been there earlier was nowhere to be found. He hiked to the pit to relieve Mahan and get the skinny. "I saw the car and took off," said Harmon. "What happened?" "3 men," said Mahan. "I'm guessing they were hiking in the area. They saw me, but that was it. We may need to move the kid, just to be safe." "To where?" asked Harmon. "I got a spot." Mahan saw Harmon's incredulous look. "What, you think I didn't have a backup plan? Come on, I'll show you." Mahan walked to the pit where George was still hidden. "Kid, put your blindfold back on." They took him out of the hole and brought him to the car. "This time, you don't get to ride in the back seat." "Come here," said Mahan, and he opened the car's trunk. He hoisted George up onto the arms and lowered him into the small space. The car trunks in the 30s were a far cry from modern-day trunks. They were horizontally shallow, front to back, maybe a couple of feet deep. George was small, but even he would need to curl up his knees to fit. It was 9:30 p.m. They got in the car, and Mahan directed Harmon to another wooded area 20 miles away. They arrived at their new location, parked the car, and hiked along a trail. Again, it was isolated. Again, there was a large log they had to step over to get to their final destination, a second pit. It was similar to the one they'd left in Issaquah. However, this one wasn't quite finished. "Get the kid out and keep an eye on him," said Mahan. Harmon took George out of the trunk, making sure the boy's blindfold was still holding tight, and guided him to a spot by a tree a few yards from the hole. Mahan took a shovel out of his collection of tools in the back seat and jumped into the pit. Harmon simply sat back and watched. George quietly listened as his kidnapper finished digging his cell. It occurred to George that he wasn't overly scared at the moment. So far, the men hadn't been threatening. The digging had gone on for about 10 minutes when he heard the sound of the shovel being tossed aside. "That ought to do it," said Mahan, wiping his hands. He then motioned for Harmon to join him. "Come on. Help me with the back seat." The 2 men then proceeded to remove the car's back seat cushion and walked it over to the pit. They set it down, and Mahan jumped into the hole. "Give me the end," he said. Harmon lifted one end of the car seat and lowered it to his partner. Within seconds, the cushion made up a sort of makeshift couch for George in the pit. Mahan jogged back to the car and removed 2 blankets and 2 lanterns, one white and one red, and set them down in the pit. Once this task was finished, they lowered the blindfolded George into the pit and covered it with boards and tar paper. "You've got guard duty tonight," Mahan said to Harmon. "I'll head back into town." "What are you going to tell Margaret?" asked Harmon. "That you're out of town for the night. Stove sales." "She'll buy it," said Mahan confidently. It was clear that he simply saw Margaret as a non-threatening inconvenience, a pothole to be driven around. Mahan hiked back out of the woods to the car and drove back to Seattle. In the pit, George sat with one of the lanterns glowing. He could hear trains passing on several occasions, the lonely sound of steam engines and steel wheels clicking over rails. 8 or 9 cars, running smooth, probably passenger cars. Close, so very close, maybe less than a block away. It might as well have been 100 miles. Mahan pulled up at the Fur Apartments around midnight. When Margaret asked him where her husband was, Mahan fed her his excuse. She bought it. Chapter 12. The Usual Suspects. 2 special agents from the Tacoma office sat at their desks sifting through a sea of documents, searching for any clue they might be able to pass along up the chain of command. One of them sat back and stretched, the wooden chair creaking under his weight. The other rubbed his eyes and then ran a hand over his close-cropped hair. He was the younger of the 2. They'd been at it for close to 6 hours straight with hardly a break, and the coffee pot had long run dry. "You think it was Karpis?" It was the younger agent. The other nodded. "That's the word." Conjecture was the order of the day, and it didn't take long before the police, the press, and the FBI began speculating on who could have been responsible for the kidnapping. The name at the top of the list was Alvin "Creepy" Karpis. Now, Fred Barker and Alvin Karpis were the founding members of the Barker-Karpis gang. While not as well known as John Dillinger's gang, they were perhaps more ruthless. "Karpis fits the bill," said the older agent. "Bank robberies, kidnapping, murders, he's done it all." "They pulled the ham snatched, didn't they?" asked the younger, trying to sound informed. The Barker-Karpis gang became best known for 2 kidnappings. The first of William Ham, Jr. of Ham's Brewery that netted them a $100,000 ransom, and the second of Edward G. Bremer, president of Commercial State Bank and son of Adolph Bremer, also a banker, as well as owner of the Schmidt Beer Brewery. The elder Bremer was also a close personal friend of President Roosevelt. This snatch was for $200,000. As a result of the kidnapping, Alvin Karpis took the title of Public Enemy No. 1. The other 3 previous owners of that moniker, Dillinger, Pretty Boy Floyd, and Babyface Nelson, having been killed. "Karpis is still on the lam, isn't he?" pressed the younger agent. "That's why he's suspect number 1, replied his counterpart, as he returned his focus back to the seemingly endless stacks of paperwork, the glamorous side of the police world. The younger agent took the cue and re-engaged with the intimidating pile, but not until starting a fresh pot. They would need it. The joke around the bureau was that if there were a sudden coffee embargo, the wheels of justice would grind to a halt. The 2 agents couldn't argue with that. Only a day after George's abduction, the AP had run an article out of Chicago that mirrored the agent's conversation. Police went on record saying they were looking for Karpis. He was the only public enemy of magnitude still on the loose, but wouldn't go so far as to say there was definitive evidence connecting him to the case. Besides, they said he was still too hot to be pulling any stunts like this. It was articles such as this that infuriated Hoover. Upon seeing the article, Assistant Director Nathan tried to mitigate his boss's anger by calling his man in Chicago to find out who had made such a claim. The agent said no one from their office had said a word to the press and that the quote was false. The quote most likely came from a local cop. Meanwhile, the UP ran an article in St. Paul, Minnesota with the headline, "Karpis Mobsters Linked to Crime." The article stated that agents of the St. Paul Department of Justice believed there was strong evidence to connect fugitives of the shattered Karpis gang with the Weyerhaeuser kidnapping. According to an official at the local office, the fact that the kidnappers demanded a $200,000 ransom was a slap at the law. It was believed that the remaining members of the Karpis gang had assembled on the West Coast for a final daring move. The officials said they apparently flaunted their freedom in the face of their pursuers by selecting as their victim a family already distressed by death and business difficulties. Agents pointed out that Karpis, Harry Campbell, and Volney Davis, all under indictment for the Bremer kidnapping, had connected several weeks ago somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. Karpis and Campbell had headed westward in January after a machine gun battle with officers in Atlantic City. United States Marshal A.J. Chitty, a former newspaperman and politician, got some serious media play when he said that there had been talk at first that this was a local job, but said officers had assumed outsiders, undoubtedly big-shot gangsters driven from the east by unrelenting pursuit of the G-men, planned and executed the kidnapping. "It's a big-league job," said Chitty. Seattle Chief of Detectives William E. Justice had a similar opinion. "I don't believe this kidnapping was done by local persons, but rather by criminals from the east. There are no organized kidnap gangs in the entire Pacific Northwest, and I believe the job was done by an outside mob." The FBI quietly did not agree with either assessment. In fact, comments like these infuriated the feds. This was precisely what they didn't want: loud opinions in the press. And indeed, the opinions were only getting louder. Another theory that rose and quickly died was that the snatch was pulled by disgruntled union workers deep in the increasingly tense and sometimes violent lumber union strike that was going on in the area. The detective work wasn't confined to the Pacific Northwest. Agents throughout the country had their ears to the ground, listening for anything that might help in the investigation. One such clue bubbled up in Kansas City. Variations of the following discussion happened in dozens of cities around America, only with different names and clues. Kansas City's bureau chief got a knock on his door. "Enter," he said without looking up. He was reviewing the morning rundown. His coffee hadn't even had time to cool off yet. His door opened, and in walked one of his field agents, a folder in his hand. The office was sparse, utilitarian, tidy, and organized, in line with Hoover's view of the FBI, always professional. The man stopped a respectful distance in front of the chief's desk, holding up the folder. "We got something that may be tied to the Weyerhaeuser kidnapping up in Washington State." This got the chief's attention. He turned his focus to the folder in the agent's hand. "What is it?" The agent opened the folder and took out several papers. "We received a tip concerning a man named George Edmund Powell. Evidently, Powell had been the subject of a kidnapping case around Portland, Oregon in January last year. He was the husband of the Kansas City Star newspaper's music critic, a woman named Minnie, and she claimed that her husband suffered from paranoia." The chief was familiar with the details of the Weyerhaeuser case. Every bureau chief was, and he instantly saw why the agent was bringing this tip to his attention. A kidnap connection, the name Minnie, a Northwest angle, it all looked promising. "What do we know about this Powell?" he asked. The agent handed the file over to the chief, who opened it and read while listening. "After the 1934 kidnapping," replied the agent, "Powell was judged to be insane and was committed to an institution in the state of Washington. Powell had been released and was residing in the Everett area north of Seattle, but hung out in the Salton Basin, a bootleg hangout near Everett. Powell's wife, who had left him 4 years earlier due to his mental condition, claimed that Powell was an intelligent and brilliant man and had been a success as a scientific writer, that he had recently been engaged in writing a book concerning the structure of the atom and, according to her statement, Harvard University had been hounding him to complete the book." The chief looked up from the report. "He was writing a book about atoms, but his wife claims he was nuts?" "Yes, sir. According to her, he was one of those guys who walked the razor's edge of brilliance and madness." "However," said the chief, clearly sensing there was more to the story. "However," said the agent, "his wife said that Powell always had illusions that there was some secret society plotting against him, and that he could see the insignia of this society in photographs, currency, newspapers, and letters." "Tipping the scales from genius to madman," said the chief. "A paranoid." While they were still together, Mrs. Powell used to let him proof her columns for the Star newspaper, and invariably, he would change the first paragraph and include something about the secret society, and there was always the name Percy in it. The bureau chief's pulse quickened a few beats. Percy. Minnie. That was enough to satisfy him. "Let's kick it upstairs." Special Agent in Charge Connolly in Tacoma became instantly aware of Mr. George Edmund Powell. Perhaps coincidentally, he put in a request for 10 more agents. The amount of leads that hinged on the names Percy or Minnie was astonishing. The George Powell tip was merely one of many. A candy store operator by the name of C. Lensing in New Jersey called the feds with a tip he had on a man named Clyde Evans. Lensing claimed that Evans, a piano player in a nightclub, was in the mob, or at least he had been back in 1928, and was making all kinds of big money in all but legitimate ways. That Evans married a girl out of a dance hall and roadhouse. That Evans knew the lumber business because he once worked in the Pope and Talbot Lumber Company of San Francisco. That he was pretty good with a typewriter. And that Evans's nickname was Percy. In Jacksonville, Florida, the Bureau got a call from an H.P. Miller, who worked in the purchasing department of the Federal Emergency Relief Administration, FERA. Miller shared a convoluted story about how 10 years prior, his brother, Percy W. Miller, visited him in Florida, and while en route, met a stranger on the train by the name of Sam Rudder, who gave them a sonic handshake and represented himself to be a Mason. On the strength of his representation, Percy Miller brought Sam Rudder to H.P. Miller's home to spend the night. Miller stated that on the night Sam Rudder was a guest in his home, a good chunk of the conversation focused on an Uncle Percy and Aunt Minnie. The list of similar tips regarding Percy and Minnie went on and on. A search had been made of the Bureau's nickname file on the names Percy, Minnie, Egoist, and Tad, which was an alias used by George Edmund Powell, the genius madman. Virtually anyone with one of those nicknames and a criminal record, regardless of how minor, had the eye of the FBI on them. There was John Ray, alias Percy. His crime, cutting to wound. Percy Coverley, alias Purse. Crime, false pretense. Carmine Buono, alias Min. Crime, attempted burglary. Calvin Marion Williams, alias Tad. Crime, forgery. Glenn Minor, alias Minnie. Crime, bigamy. Millard Dubois Rowland, alias Minnie. Crime, attempted larceny of fowl. Yes, even chicken thieves were under suspicion. On top of the legitimate tips, the feds, local police, and family also had to deal with their share of crackpots, and the papers ate it up. They described them as self-appointed emissaries from a willing world, anxious to aid the safe return of little George Weyerhaeuser. Fortune-tellers and spiritualists made their offers too, by crystal balls, cards, hypnotic spells, and palm reading. Each delivery of mail to the home brought new offers and new names. A divining rod expert from Bellingham traveled the 100 miles from his home to appear in person at the Weyerhaeuser home to say he would be glad to use his magic rod to hunt for the kidnappers and little George. His offer was politely refused. In Milwaukee, Wisconsin, a man walked into the Bureau office and told the secretary he had urgent business with the FBI. She asked for more details, of which she suspiciously gave very few. However, what he did offer was enough to perhaps warrant further discussion. She called the branch inspector. The inspector asked who the man was. "The gentleman's name is Paul E. Schimmelpfennig," said the secretary. "What does he want?" "He says he can help with the Weyerhaeuser kidnapping." "What's your take on him?" asked the inspector. The secretary eyed her guest sitting across the room as he waited patiently. Slightly covering the phone's mouthpiece, she spoke just loud enough to be heard over the line. "He's a nut." The secretary was a good judge of character, but the branch inspector knew he couldn't take any chances. Cases had been cracked with information from the most curious and unexpected places. "Send the gentleman in." Inside his office, the inspector waved to a chair opposite his desk. "Please, Mr. Schimmelpfennig, take a seat." The man eagerly sat down, clearly excited to share his news. "And what is it that you do, sir, and how can we help you?" "I am a scientific genius and creatologist," said the man, with no irony whatsoever. "And it is I who can help you. For a $1,000 advance, I can share with you a plan I have devised of my own creation whereby George Weyerhaeuser will be returned safely and the kidnappers apprehended." "I see," said the inspector, leaning forward. giving his visitor the impression that he was fully engaged and interested. "Can you tell me about your history, Mr. Schimmelpfennig?" The man gave his head a little shake. "I'm afraid I can't, for obvious reasons." "Yes, of course, for obvious reasons," said the inspector. He was 2 seconds from having his secretary escort him from the office, but his curiosity got the better of him. "Can you share with me the details of your plan?" The man balked and deflected for a few moments, but eventually came clean. "I am the originator of over 15,000 inventions, and for you I propose to invent a miniature radio which would be kept in possession of the intermediary who is to contact the kidnappers. The radio would be constructed on a wavelength which would not likely be used by other law enforcement agencies and by the kidnappers themselves." "Fascinating," said the inspector. "My ideas are so far in advance of modern science that no one is able to understand them," replied the man proudly. The bureau inspector stood and thanked Mr. Schimmelpfennig for his time and told him that they would be in touch. As the man left, he gave the inspector his calling card. After the door closed, the inspector took a seat at his desk and looked at the card. It read, "Paul E. Schimmelpfennig, scientific genius. Science, ideas, inventions, discoveries, creative, engineering, pure, research, applied." On the back of the card was written, "I specialize in creative intelligence. Wisdom is my stock in trade. If it can't be done, that's my baby. Everything within reason is possible, no problem too hard to solve. My methods are scientific. Perfection and simplicity is my aim. Every branch of science and engineering is within my sphere. Master of fundamentals of force, matter, energy, and fourth dimension." The FBI chose not to avail themselves of Mr. Schimmelpfennig's talents. Perhaps it had something to do with the Depression, in that people wanted to feel like they could participate in some way, help out, make a difference. Whatever the reason, scores of the American public felt compelled to mail J. Edgar Hoover and other agents letters, most handwritten, with their suggestions on how to solve the Weyerhaeuser case. The following are real letters written by concerned citizens. Major Frank Pease of New York offered this lead based on the obviously common knowledge that the Pacific Northwest was a nest of commies. The spelling of the word egoist, as reported by the press, as signed to the ransom note, leads me to feel the case a special significance stemming into the red field generally, and for these reasons. Years ago, a German anarchist named Max Stirner wrote a philosophical work which has subsequently become a standard study in anarchy and atheism. I cannot give you its title in German, but the English translation was "The Ego and His Own." As I recall it, there was an explanatory subtitle that included the term egoist. Now, out of that work, which has been since translated in most languages, I believe, comparing, for anarchs, to Marx's Das Kapital as a Bible for socialists and communists, has risen among the cognoscenti of anarchism and revolutionism generally the use of the terms egoism and egoist as distinctly different to the common usage of the words egoists and egotism. In short, nobody but a red familiar with such differentiation, indeed, I would even say habitually, in his own mind, using such a term, can be considered as even knowing the difference, not to say using it, as used in the ransom note. Nobody but a cockeyed egomaniac such as anyone who would snatch a child must be considered today, especially since the federal government, with its enormous resources and its successes to date, now enters the field of kidnapper pursuit. No one but precisely such a concept in so dangerous a field, to say nothing of signing his own death warrant with such a term. There is the further consideration that it is very possible that the Weyerhaeuser firm has been having trouble with reds of late. The Pacific Northwest is full of reds of every brand. Many of them are actual mutts who couldn't get past a sanity board, and at least out there, anarchists and communists pretty much run together into an indistinguishable gang. A.W. Cawthorn, from the circulation department of the Journal newspaper in Portland, Oregon, offered this helpful information. It seems to me every sheriff and policeman in Oregon, California, and Idaho, as well as in Washington, should have been notified to block every road and shoot the tires of every auto speeding. Speeding is unlawful for anyone at any time. Why not shoot the tires under such conditions? W.G. Bradford of Whittier, California, brought up a method to help bring the kidnappers to heel. that was utilized in the First World War. At that time, documents were written or printed with chemicals and invisible inks, which through certain treatment or through the lapse of time, brought out the written matter from what was otherwise a blank sheet of paper. It occurred to me that some such system could be worked out for the identification of moneys paid to kidnappers and extortionists, and in other instances where the subsequent certain detection was desirable. Along this line, it has occurred to me that it is possible to treat ransom money with a chemical which will not immediately change the appearance of the bill. However, after the lapse of certain time, the bill would then only change color, or marks or disfigurements show up which would render it immediately detectable to the ordinary individual. Each individual citizen would thus be a servant of the authorities, and the passing of what is known as hot money would be rendered absolutely impossible. Joy Wheeler of Kennebunkport, Maine, took to shaking her finger at Hoover for not knowing where every American was at any one time. "Were I in your place, I could stop this kidnapping racket at once. Perhaps you will remember having read that a decree once went forth from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be taxed, and everyone had to report at headquarters for the purpose. That decree made no exceptions. It meant you, everybody. From your office in Washington, you should be in a position to locate every human being in a given area within 24 hours or learn the reason why. The local assessors do it in their own districts. Nobody gets by them. You should know by now the building where that kidnapped boy, George Weyerhaeuser, was imprisoned. It is taxed every year, and the local assessor knows all about it. Indictments under the Kidnapping Act should be served at once upon the owner or leaser. They should know what is going on in their respective holdings of real estate at all times under heavy penalty. There is no excuse. Everybody who breathes in the United States has to sleep sometimes, and no one sleeps out of door habitually. While asleep, they cannot be moving from place to place, and you should be able to account for them at a moment's notice, or learn the reason why. There is no excuse." One sender, whose signature was unreadable, offered a fascinating possibility that, if true, would have really upped the drama quotient. It involved royalty. "In regard to the Weyerhaeuser case in Tacoma, Washington, I wonder if your department is aware that Harry Gergeson, the famous fake Russian prince, Prince Romanov, knows the Weyerhaeuser family personally, was entertained by them in the West when he was still masquerading as Prince Romanov, and that he was reported at the time of having secured several $1,000s from Mr. Frederick Edward Weyerhaeuser of St. Paul, Minnesota, as a loan or gift on the strength of his alleged royal title. Gergeson lives by his wits, is unscrupulous, intelligent, and bold. The last time I read of him in the New York papers, he had stated to reporters that he intended going west to live." M.H. Caulfield from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, gets points for creativity. After reading this letter, Hoover must have been wondering why his crack team of specialists hadn't come up with this solution before. "Please accept this letter in the spirit in which it is written, namely a desire on the part of the writer to help in his small way your men to run down the kidnappers of the Weyerhaeuser boy on the Pacific coast. The only way to catch and to punish such criminals as these is to outwit them and beat them at their own game. Thus, the following suggestion. In order to transport the ransom money to these kidnappers, it is going to be necessary to pack the money in some kind of container or containers, either suitcases or boxes. This being the case, wouldn't it be possible to arrange these containers with false bottoms in them and conceal some kind of device that would set off an explosive or hurl acid on them or release some kind of poisonous gas, either of which would maim or injure one or more of them and compel them to seek medical aid or treatment and thus bring about their identity and trap them? I would even go so far as to line these false compartments with a heavy fabric to deaden all noise and then conceal a couple of rattlesnakes or cobras in them so that one or more of them would be bitten. And I'll bet you my hat you would scare them out into the open." Chapter 13. Weyerhaeuser's First Reply. Sunday, May 26, 1935. The kidnappers had made it clear. Communication was to take place through personal ads in the Seattle Post-Intelligencer newspaper, the PI, as it was locally known. The family had no plan of action yet, but they needed to let the abductors know that they understood the demands and were open to discussion. They placed their first ad in the paper. It read, "Expect to be ready to come Monday," It was signed, Percy Minnie. John Weyerhaeuser looked out the window of his home to the mass of police and reporters milling about on the sidewalks and his lawn. If he hadn't fully understood the term media circus before, he did now. He walked back down the hall to check on his wife. The strain the kidnapping had placed on him was difficult enough, but to witness firsthand the effect it was having on his wife made it all the more grievous. She was doing her best to put up a good front, but he could see the toll it was taking. He heard the muffled sobs through the closed door, saw the red eyes. The staff and family doted on her, doing their best to give comfort, but there was only so much they could do. He found her sitting by a window, staring out toward Commencement Bay, a handkerchief clutched in her hand. She didn't appear to have noticed him as he stopped at the door behind her. He watched for a moment, allowing her to have her moment of solitude, something that was becoming more and more rare with each passing hour. With this image of his terrified wife piercing his heart, he decided to do something about it. He pivoted and crept back down the hallway. He went to his study and wrote out a second ad for the kidnappers. It read, "Due to publicity beyond our control, please indicate another method of reaching you. Hurry. Relieve anguished mother." When the paper came out, he found the messages between an ad for a psychic nurse for nervousness and an ad for good used auto and truck parts. The first ad, the one that spoke to the Monday response, was only to assure the kidnappers of their desire to enter into negotiations. It was merely a gesture signifying their willingness to act immediately. It accelerated the deadline. The second served two purposes. For one, it was in response to the media blitz and how it had taken on a life of its own. They wanted the kidnappers to understand that the family did not want the negotiations to be for public consumption, a reasonable request. The second reason, the capper, was purely an emotional appeal. Surely the kidnappers couldn't deny this minor ask of changing modes of communication for the benefit of George's mother. After all, they had mothers themselves, right? The FBI agents were working in shifts 24 hours a day at this point. No one wanted to be the agent who let something slip by and incurred the wrath of the director. The G-men had a reputation to uphold. A few years into the future, in 1940, the FBI would adopt its first official seal. The motto on the seal, Fidelity, Bravery, Integrity. FBI succinctly describes the motivating force behind the agents of the FBI. During the Weyerhaeuser kidnapping, the seal hadn't been made yet, but the beliefs behind it were already cemented in place. These people took their jobs very seriously. The agents involved viewed the case with tunnel vision. Virtually nothing else mattered to them, and outside news and events became insignificant, if even noticed. The previous day, track star Jesse Owens had equaled or broken 4 world records in 45 minutes at a Big Ten track meet at Ferry Field in Ann Arbor, Michigan. It would be forever referred to as the greatest 45 minutes ever in sport. The agents in Tacoma were probably oblivious. Chapter 14. George's Next Stop. Sunday, May 26, 1935. Ask any Washingtonian, and they will tell you that spending time in their emerald forests is akin to a religious experience. Their unmatched beauty and grandeur is something that few Northwesterners take for granted. They come to the woods to find peace and solace in an ever-increasingly fast-forward world. But on this Sunday, Harmon Whaley found no peace. On the contrary, he was feeling more and more anxious, his nerves stretching to their breaking point. On this Sunday, Harmon stood guard by the pit that held his captive. He'd instructed George to keep quiet, and the boy had kept up his end of the bargain. But soon the silence of the forest was broken by a faint, high, keening sound. Harmon had been passing the time, trying to calm his nerves through mindless activities. He was tossing pine cones at a particularly expansive fern, trying to land one in the center of the spreading fronds. As the keening sound grew to a deeper throb, he stopped his target practice, looking up, trying to get a bead on where the sound was coming from. He quickly learned what was causing the sound, a plane, and it was coming his direction. Instinctively, he stepped back under cover of a towering fir and looked to the sky, trying to spot the approaching plane between the trees. It flew by a moment later, cruising at a reasonable altitude, but not so high that Harmon couldn't make out the markings on its fuselage. It was a mail plane. Harmon exhaled, not realizing that he'd been holding his breath. Later that morning, a second event tested his nerve. Around 10 a.m., two men came out of the forest not far from where Harmon and George were hidden. Harmon dropped to the ground, peering out through a gap in some salal bushes. The men appeared to be searching around. Harmon's heart jackhammered in his chest. If at that moment George decided to cry out, the jig would be up. But he didn't. He most likely could not hear the men from down in his hole and had no idea they were nearby. After what felt like an eternity, but was more likely just a few minutes, the men continued on their way back toward the road. Harmon's heart rate never did seem to find neutral buoyancy. It seemed that lately it always felt a few ticks quicker than normal. Over the course of the day, another plane passed overhead, this one a private plane, cruising much lower. It passed overhead 3 times, and with each pass, Harmon grew more nervous. Was the plane looking for George? He had no idea. For not the first time, the former petty criminal wondered if he'd bitten off more than he could chew. Living in fear was not to his liking. Back in Seattle at the Fur Apartments, Mahan was not feeling the same anxieties as his partner in crime. He sprung off the couch with a clap of his hands. "Margaret, what do you say we go for a drive?" Margaret checked the time. It was the middle of the afternoon. Sure. She was always game for time away from the apartment. Mahan grabbed his jacket. "Then let's go." "Where to?" asked Margaret. "You'll see," he said with a wink, and offered nothing more. Margaret had been slowly discovering that Mahan was a man who frequently didn't explain himself. He would say something and seem to expect you to accept it at face value, regardless of how odd or cryptic the comment or request. She also was discovering that something about the man made her slightly uncomfortable. "I'm not sure I should go without Harmon," she said, a little hesitantly. "Are you kidding?" said Mahan, brimming with bonhomie. "He told me himself, take Margaret out, get her out of the apartment, show her a good time. The poor woman's got to be bored out of her mind." Mahan saw that she was still riding the fence. He changed his tone to be more sympathetic. "He's just looking out for you. The man's out there busting his hump, trying to make sales. He knows how hard it's been for you." This seemed to tip the scales for Margaret. "Okay," she said. She didn't ask a second time where he was taking her, and he didn't offer. The two drove east over the pass into central Washington. Margaret was beginning to wonder if he was driving her back to Spokane, but then he hung a right at the city of Ellensburg, heading south. The nearest town in that direction was Yakima, the fruit basket of Washington, famous for its apples. Yakima wasn't exactly a one-horse town, but it was far from a bustling metropolis. They motored down the main drag, such as it was, and pulled into a diner. By this time it was evening, dinner time. Margaret was still quietly puzzled why they had driven over 2 hours just to grab a bite to eat. They ordered their meals, and she did her best to enjoy the evening. Doing his part, Mahan, always the smooth talker, kept her entertained with one story after another. After he'd paid the check, Mahan directed Margaret back to the car. "Where to next?" she asked. "Back where we came from," said Mahan, again like it was the most normal thing in the world. They'd basically just driven halfway across the state for a meal. Margaret still didn't question it. A couple of hours later, back on the western side of the Cascade Mountains, Margaret noticed them passing coal mines. We must be near Black Diamond, she thought. Black Diamond was a small rural community located about 30 miles southeast of Seattle that was known for its mines, as befitting its name. They turned off onto a lonely road until they came to where a log ran across it. It was pitch dark out. The only thing darker than the sky was the cutout of massive evergreen trees looming up on both sides of the road. Mahan turned the car around and threw the gear shift into park. He turned to Margaret. "Stay here," he said, and opened the car door. "What are we doing here?" she asked. "Picking up Harmon," he said, and was out of the car before she could ask any more questions. Margaret watched as he quickly walked off into the trees, a flashlight beam the only indication of his whereabouts, which quickly vanished amidst the growth. Mahan arrived at the hole a few minutes later. Harmon was glad for his arrival and eager to tell him of the day's events, about the plains and the men in the woods. Mahan listened intently and was quiet for a few beats once Harmon finished his report. Finally, "We got to move the boy again. It's getting too hot." "Where in the Sam Hill do you figure on putting him this time?" asked Harmon. "I got a plan," was the reply. That seemed to be Bill Mahan's stock answer for everything. He always had a plan. Margaret was sitting in the car, leaning back against the passenger door and twirling her hair with a finger, when she saw the flashlight beam appear in the woods. The identity of the person with the light wasn't evident until he was only a few yards away. It wasn't Mahan, but her husband Harmon. He swung open the driver's side door, leaned in, and made a most unusual request of his wife. "Get down on the front seat, on your knees, and get as low as possible." She looked to see if he was joking, but there was nothing amusing in his demeanor. She did as she was told. As she knelt down, Harmon pushed the seat backs down over her. At that moment, covered by the seat backs and with her view blocked, she heard the car's trunk being opened. Something was placed in the trunk. The trunk slammed shut. "Okay, you can get up now," said Harmon as he pulled the seat backs up and into place. Margaret laughed. What was all that about? But Harmon's mood quickly darkened. "Don't start asking questions, and everything will be all right." Mahan appeared at the window, and the two men got into the car and they drove off. Margaret did not ask any more questions. An hour and a half later, the car was entering the outskirts of Ellensburg, not far from where Mahan and Margaret had passed earlier that evening, when Harmon pulled the car over. "We're going to need to get some gas. Might as well get a bite to eat, too," he said. As they were smack dab in the middle of the state and heading east, there wasn't much of anything in the way of rest stops and food, particularly at that hour. It was at this moment that something happened that completely changed the calculus for Margaret. A young voice from the trunk yelled out, "Can I get out now, mister?" Margaret, terrified, turned to the two men. "What was that?" "Shut up," said Mahan. Right then and there, all the puzzle pieces fell into place for Margaret. She'd read in the papers about the Weyerhaeuser kidnapping. Now, after 2 days of undeniably suspicious behavior on the parts of Mahan and her husband, she knew who was in the trunk of their car, or at least suspected. She turned a terrified look to Mahan, but the look he returned was ice cold. Gone was his smile, his bravado. He looked her dead in the eye, no nonsense, speaking sharply, his message clear. "If you ask any questions, or let on to anyone that you know what's going on, I will kill you. Then I will kill Harmon. Then I'll kill the boy." He followed this by pulling out 2 pistols from seemingly nowhere. Their blue steel glowed dull and full of menace. She wasn't overly familiar with guns outside of her grandfather's from the war, one of which she had gifted to her and Harmon, but which she never bothered with. But she knew enough to know she didn't like them pointing at her. Whoa, let's settle down," said Harmon, trying to play peacemaker. Me and Margaret go into town, get that gas, and get a cup of coffee." And so they did, while Mahan stayed behind in the car on the side of the road. He offered no further warning, nothing as trite as, "Don't try any funny stuff." The comments with the guns were all that was needed. After Harmon and Margaret were far enough away for his tastes, Mahan put on his hood, went around to the back of the car, and popped the trunk. "Come on, kid, stretch your legs." George rose up out of the cramped space, glad for the chance, and looked around. He had no clue where he was. An hour later, the threesome were back on the road heading east, Mahan now at the wheel. They stopped in the little town of Odessa, precisely halfway between Ellensburg and Spokane, and replayed the whole scene of having Margaret hunker down to block her view while they let the boy out for another stretch. It was becoming evident that the men didn't want Margaret to see George. She didn't fully understand it at the time, but they were doing her a courtesy. Plausible deniability. How could she know for certain that her husband and Mahan had kidnapped the boy if she never saw him? The bigger question was, how long could this charade go on? Leaving Odessa, they sped east toward Spokane before branching north onto what was called the Newport Highway. Margaret saw them passing signs in the dim morning glow. Mount Spokane, CC Camp. They then passed into a town where she saw the word Elk painted on a building. She'd never heard of it, but they were in the town of Elk, Washington, a mere 10 miles from the Washington-Idaho border, and still heading east. Driving through the town, Margaret saw 2 more signs pointing in the same direction they were heading. Blanchard, Spirit Lake, both located in Idaho. She did not understand the weight those 2 names would later hold. The car motored on another 10 to 15 minutes before swinging around what Margaret felt like was close to the same direction they'd come from. She didn't have much time to consider this before the argument began. Tensions had been quietly simmering since the episode outside of Ellensburg, so it should have been no surprise that things began to boil over. They'd reached a spot where there were two roads splitting off in different directions. Harmon suggested they go one way, Mahan the other. The two men argued their cases, and tempers flared, but in the end, Mahan, as per usual, had the final say. Possession of guns evidently strengthens an argument. They drove on in silence. After about 15 minutes, Margaret spoke up. "I need to use the restroom." Mahan didn't even deign to reply, and Margaret knew better than to push the issue for the moment. The car just kept driving. Eventually they slowed and eased off onto a tiny road that took them away from the main highway. A few minutes later, perfectly alone, Mahan pulled over along the side of a long, sloping, tree-covered hill. He stopped and turned the car around. "Get out and do your business," he said to Margaret. Margaret looked around. There were no facilities, so she walked away from the car to a more private area. When she returned, Mahan was there alone. While Margaret was away from the car, Harmon had taken George out of the trunk and walked him up the hill. When George had been placed in the trunk of the car in Black Diamond, it had been dark. Now it was light. He'd been in the trunk for close to 6 hours. It was Monday morning, May 27. From the top of the hill, George could see a body of water and buildings. He didn't know it, but he was looking at Newman Lake, located just inside the Washington border. "Where are we?" asked George, stretching his legs to get some circulation back in them. "Oregon," Harmon lied. He took George by the hand, led him to a tree, and chained him to it like a dog in a yard. He then walked back to the center of the clearing, spread out a blanket, and took a seat, almost as if he was ready to enjoy a picnic. He looked back at George standing there and felt a twinge of guilt. He levered himself to his feet and picked up a bag that he'd brought up from the car. From the bag he removed a blanket and gave it to George to rest on as well. Then he gave him some bananas, oranges, and a sandwich. As good a breakfast as one could hope for while chained to a tree. Chapter 15. The Press. The Family. Monday, May 27, 1935. SAC Connolly's team had enough on their plate with the investigation, but on top of that they were struggling with another issue, the press. The Fourth Estate continued to be a thorn in their side. Hoover's repeated notices for all bureau and police officials to keep quiet were not keeping the horde of reporters from digging up information. The most flagrant breach came when the Seattle Times published the ransom note in its entirety, despite the fact that one of the demands to the note was to not notify the press. Immediately, papers across the country were putting in calls to Hoover asking for a copy of the note for themselves. Hoover begged off each and every time, which infuriated the papers. The fact that the Times got a hold of the ransom note before the FBI was involved was simply spilt milk. There was nothing the feds could do about it. After contacting the Weyerhaeuser family again to remind them of the importance of keeping a lid on things, the family came to an agreement with the papers to lay off. However, it had little effect. A Seattle Times headline summed things up succinctly. "Tacoma hums with activity of newsmen." The article boasted that the eyes of the world were focused on Tacoma, or as the reporter described it, this kidnap-frightened city. Reporters and cameramen flocked to the Northwest. It was reported that journalists were hammering out more than 40,000 words, half a good novel's worth, every day on the subject. The reporters worked in shifts, keeping constant watch on the Weyerhaeuser home, the police station, sheriff's office, State Patrol Criminal Investigators Headquarters, and other probable sources of the big break that was expected when the kidnap case reached its climax. Everyone was looking for a scoop. Two newspapermen tried to interviewing each other, both under the suspicion that the other was a federal agent with inside information and a story to tell. Writers and photographers from all the major cities and news organizations were rushed in by airplane. A correspondent from the London Times came to town. Within the week, there would be more media representatives than law officers hunting the kidnappers. Reporters got an average of 4 hours of sleep in 24. The cops and feds, no doubt, were equally sleep-deprived. Since the federal agents were so tight-lipped, journalists ran stories with little concern for factual accuracy. Rampant speculation was the order of the day. Column inches needed to be filled to keep the voracious readers appeased, facts be damned. And the press looked for any angle imaginable. Kidnappers already in prison were approached by reporters to give their 2 cents on the Weyerhaeuser case. In Kansas City, Missouri, Walter McGee, who was convicted of kidnapping a Miss Mary McElroy, but whose death sentence was commuted by the governor to life imprisonment, weighed in on the matter. "They ain't got a chance," he said about George's abductors. "But they can't see it that way. They think they won't get caught. I know. I felt the same way. I didn't know there was a death penalty then for kidnapping, but it wouldn't have made any difference." McGee said he didn't believe the Weyerhaeuser kidnappers would harm the boy. "Every guy has a little kindness in his heart," he said. While looking for a story, even the Weyerhaeuser family dog was fair game. Under a large photo of Bobby, the long-haired black spaniel, several column inches were dedicated to how the pet was handling the situation. The paper's staff reporter wrote emotively that it appeared the dog didn't understand why George wasn't about. The piece described the dog's movements, a tour of the house, a return to the steps, and a crossing of the street to lean against a neighboring boy, only to finish with, "The black, silky tail wagged slowly 2 or 3 times, and Bobby sighs deeply, as dogs do, and goes back to his post on the steps." Neighbors and playmates were also favorites of the media. Writers took pains to paint emotional pictures of children playing in the neighborhood being unusually quiet, and of the mothers, fearing perhaps unnecessarily for the safety of their own children, watching from windows and front porches. The press got the irresistible quote from one little girl who, while pedaling away from a nearby house on a bicycle, yelled back to her playmate, "If I don't show up at school tomorrow, you'll know I'm kidnapped." Everyone spoke glowingly of George, and the papers made sure everyone knew it. "He was one of the best-liked boys in schools," raved Mrs. H.E. Simpson, mother of one of George's classmates. "I can't imagine anyone harming George," said Miss B. Lucille Berg, George's teacher. "He was the friendliest, happiest, most appealing little chap, gentle but very manly." The general consensus was that knowing George and liking George were synonymous. He smiled dazzlingly at everyone. He talked with boyish enthusiasm to all who talked to him. Seattle Times journalist Mary Newberger sat down with George's former nurse, Mrs. L.E. Sandholm, who provided a vivid description of the lad. "A real American boy." Newberger's assessment following the interview was that George was a bit little Lord Fauntleroy, but mostly a happy-go-lucky Tom Sawyer. He was described as a boy's boy, but also very gentle and kind. He was known to be a good student, and he enjoyed athletics. Newberger learned that George was passionately fond of animals and adores his little 2-year-old sister, Elizabeth. He was always sunny and good-natured, but he could be excitable and high-strung. The nurse told her that was another reason why the Weyerhaeusers were so worried as to what effect the experience would have on George, as he was not robust. George was known to desperately want to blend in with his classmates. He resented any attempt to coddle him. He fretted because the boys at school teased him when the chauffeur brought him to school or took him home. That was the reason he would avoid having the family driver drop him off or pick him up in front of his school. That was why he would also frequently walk home. His most earnest desire was to be like the other fellows. And George's mother and father couldn't have agreed more. The family had moved to Tacoma from Lewiston, Idaho, less than 2 years earlier. George's grandfather wanted them to occupy Hadaway Hall, the family mansion, but George's mother said she wanted to be in a neighborhood where there were lots of small children for her children to play with. She wanted her boy to go to public school and be just like the other boys. She felt that because they had spent a lot of time in small lumber towns, the children now needed more playmates. They passed on Hadaway Hall and instead took up residence at 420 North 4th Street, only a short distance from the grandparents. The press described it as not a pretentious house, just a large, white, roomy, homey frame house with a very modest lawn. A side note about Hadaway Hall: it got its name on a chance remark. It seems that when George's grandfather, John Weyerhaeuser Sr., was planning the construction of the home, he wasn't as enthusiastic as his wife was about building the immense brick mansion overlooking Commencement Bay. Eventually he gave in and remarked, "Well, she had her way." The Weyerhaeusers had always been described as a retiring family, avoiding being the center of attention. George's great-grandfather, Frederick, was famously shy, despite his immense wealth. Frederick was cut from different cloth than the American millionaires of his time. He was seldom in the newspapers, at least by choice. He preferred to let the Rockefellers, Mellons, Carnegies, Vanderbilts, and Astors take up the limelight so that he could discreetly go about his business. His son and grandson evidently carried on that trait. When George's parents did their entertaining, it was done quietly and modestly. They were more fans of civic and charity affairs than appearing in the society pages. Their philanthropies, such as the YWCA, YMCA, Red Cross, Public Health Nursing Service, and the like, were well known. And the Weyerhaeusers were popular with their employees. Anthony Rogers, who for 20 years was a trusted chauffeur for George's grandfather, John Weyerhaeuser Sr., considered his employers nothing short of family. He described them as top-notch, wholehearted Americans who were always trying to do something for someone. When George, his brother, and his sister used to come over from Lewiston, Idaho to spend the summer at Hadaway Hall, the elder Weyerhaeuser would abandon all his work. He'd say, "Well, Rogers, the children are coming. No more work for a while. We'll just play now." And then he would say prophetically to his chauffeur, "Now, Rogers, you watch the children. Don't let them stray away in the park by themselves." "By God, I'd lay down my life to bring back that boy," said Rogers. "I can still hear Mr. Weyerhaeuser saying, 'Rogers, watch the children.' You see, Mr. Weyerhaeuser never had any fear for himself. He did not keep a bodyguard, and every afternoon went out for a walk by himself, but he was always worrying about the children. He fretted to me time and again that he feared the children would someday be kidnapped, and that they should be watched more carefully. Even the Weyerhaeuser mill and office workers were affected. Said one of the clerks in the big Weyerhaeuser offices the day after the kidnapping, "I might as well go home. I simply can't work." Once the kidnapping became public knowledge, the telegrams of sympathy and condolences came rolling in. The papers described it as a deluge, and friends were expressing astonishment at the fact that not one nut telegram had been received. The general public truly wanted nothing but the best for the family. With stories filling the papers and the press creating a constant presence near the Weyerhaeuser home, it was remarkable that George's grandmother was kept completely in the dark about the boy's disappearance. Mrs. Clara Walker had no idea George had been kidnapped, and that's just how the family wanted it. They went to great pains to hide their sorrow when in her presence. According to the papers, George was her favorite grandchild, and it was felt that Mrs. Walker, who had suffered a stroke a few months earlier, might suffer a relapse if she were to learn that he had been kidnapped. When reporters and curious crowds milled around the property, Mrs. Walker wondered what all the commotion was about. Ironically, the Northwest timber strike, which had tied up the operations of the Weyerhaeuser lumber industry, was used to offer an explanation. She was told that the crowd was composed of striking mill workers who were staging a demonstration. For the time being, she bought it. Mrs. Walker must have been an exceptionally trusting individual, as the crowds were growing by the hour. A non-stop line of automobiles, bumper to bumper, slowly wound their way through the neighborhood, eager for a peek of anything. Souvenir seekers stole flowers from the yard. The Weyerhaeuser family home had become the Northwest's leading tourist attraction. Chapter 16. The Ransom. Monday, May 27, 1935. What to do? That was the overarching question the Weyerhaeuser family members were struggling with, and with each passing hour the weight of it grew. The local and federal authorities were working around the clock chasing down leads, but the fact remained that at the present, the kidnappers held all the cards. The family had only a few days left to accommodate the kidnappers' demands, so the priority at the moment was raising the ransom money. Even for one of the wealthier families in America, having access to $200,000 in cash was not a given. The Tacoma Daily Ledger put the amount in perspective. Pirates of a few centuries ago who considered a king's ransom as their victim's weight in pure gold were pikers in comparison to the merchants in misery who were holding 9-year-old George Weyerhaeuser for $200,000. In the article, it was determined that even with gold running at $35 an ounce, the ransom demand was almost 6 times the curly-haired boy's weight in the precious metal. The math was good. George tipped the scale at 63 pounds, so his weight in gold would have been $35,280. A banker close to the family said they have been working 24 hours a day since Friday to raise the tremendous sum, and they haven't succeeded by a long way up to this hour. The problem was, according to the banker, that the Weyerhaeusers didn't have the money in liquid assets. They were famous for pouring all of their profits right back into the company, and the making of a loan to cover the amount of the ransom, or a vast majority of it, was no small task. The banker said he gravely doubted the money could be raised in Tacoma. He added that it might be necessary to appeal to the Federal Reserve Bank of Seattle. The money would need to be raised on the basis of a loan to industry, and that took time. It was a fact that the Weyerhaeusers were spectacularly wealthy, but the capital was in fixed, not current or accessible, assets. There were millions of dollars of value in Weyerhaeuser lands, logs, and manufactured lumber, but the actual cash on hand was nominal, certainly far below the ransom sum demanded. At least, that is what local experts on the matter felt. The actual fact of the matter the Weyerhaeusers were keeping to themselves. The Weyerhaeusers' yard and the surrounding streets and sidewalks were in a perpetual state of activity between law officers and reporters. One such reporter, a young man in a tweed suit, his dark hair parted as if with a blade, was just preparing for a live radio broadcast. He gripped the large double-button carbon microphone that was the industry standard at the time in one hand, a sheaf of hastily scribbled notes in the other. A stream of wires ran to associated hardware in the back of a parked car, while a producer stood at the ready to give the reporter his cue to begin. With a nod and a point from the producer, the reporter's mic went live. Ladies and gentlemen, I am in Tacoma, Washington, broadcasting to you live from the backyard of Mr. and Mrs. John Philip Weyerhaeuser, parents of 9-year-old kidnap victim George Weyerhaeuser, intoned the reporter in the formal, exaggerated diction that was common on the airwaves of that era. We are 3 days into the kidnapper's ransom deadline of 5, and the question of the day is, can the family raise the money in time? The Weyerhaeuser empire was built on family, and the family is living up to that by rallying together. Frederick Weyerhaeuser Jr. and Rudolph Weyerhaeuser, uncles of George's father, have quietly slipped into town. The two older men, last living sons of the original Weyerhaeuser, Frederick, who founded the family fortune, are currently holed up at Hadaway Hall, the stately brick mansion overlooking Commencement Bay, left behind by George's grandfather. A spokesman for the family has played off their arrival due to the annual stockholders' meeting on May 30th. However, many, this reporter among them, find this highly unlikely. Most see the presence of the two men as a means to collecting the seemingly insurmountable ransom sum of $200,000. Most of the wealth bequeathed by the original Weyerhaeuser to his heirs was in timber. During his lifetime, Frederick Weyerhaeuser visualized gains only in terms of timber. His profits were turned into timber as quickly as possible. Experts wonder if the family will be forced to sell land to raise the ransom. However, selling massive acreage is not generally considered a quick transaction. Even though the family business is still in the black, the boom days of the lumbermen are over, and the great mills have to be incredibly well managed to turn a profit. The problem of wringing $200,000 in cash from the potential millions which the forests represent, and in doing so in just a few days, during which mills and camps are closed due to the ongoing lumber strike, and the future of the summer business doubtful, is a bitter one. We will have further updates as news develops. And with that, the producer gave the all-clear sign that the broadcast was over. The reporter handed the microphone over to one of his technicians and walked back over to police to see if there's anything new to bring to his eager public. The reporter knew this was the kind of story that could make or break a career, and he, like every other member of the press, wanted to be Johnny on the spot if anything broke. The reporter had heard that the Weyerhaeusers, businessmen that they were, might, through an intermediary, try to dicker with the snatchers, either for a reduction of the ransom or an extension of time, or both. Those close to the family knew this was a preposterous idea. They weren't about to try to negotiate with their son's life. To Mr. and Mrs. Weyerhaeuser, paying the ransom was merely a given. But to the reporter, that wouldn't have been nearly as interesting. Chapter 17. False Leads and Theories. Monday, May 27, 1935. Anything that could even be remotely tied to solving the kidnapping was immediately pounced on by the press. An enormous headline blared across the Seattle Times banner, complete with exclamation point, "Hot Kidnap Clue at Bremerton." The secondary headline to the article touted, "Nervous Men Buy Suit of Clothes for Kid About 7." The summary was that startling new facts stir authorities in search for Weyerhaeuser lad. 2 reports had come in that George had been seen with his kidnappers in Port Angeles and Vancouver, British Columbia, and that a startling clue from Bremerton gave authorities their first picture of the kidnap trail. Apparently, some wary Bremerton store clerk said 2 nervous, impatient men bought a play suit for a kid about 7 years old, and that set off warning bells with the clerks. In Port Angeles, a couple of brothers got suspicious when a man in a car with California plates pulled up alongside them, asking for directions to Highway 101. There was also a woman and a young boy in the car. In Vancouver, a woman told police she saw a dusty, hard-driven automobile carrying 4 adults and a young boy who resembled the Weyerhaeuser lad. The article then went on to say that the clues back up reports that the kidnappers might have a hideout somewhere along the shores of Puget Sound, or back in the remote fastness of the Olympics. And pretty much any driver within 500 miles who had a boy in their car was a suspect. Other suppositions by the press were shameless. When mysterious flashes of light in a dot and dash fashion appeared in a window of the Weyerhaeuser home, the press was more than happy to print it and claim that witnesses believed that they were signals to the kidnappers. More likely, a family member was merely testing a light switch. Another popular theory going around was concerning a sheet hanging over a railing on the Weyerhaeuser home back porch. A reporter suggested that if the federal agents knew of its significance, they were keeping it to themselves, but that with the sheet hanging there all day, observers began to see that the idea of the sheet being a signal was not as ridiculous as it had seemed at first. The article breathlessly went on about how the sheet was still in place until 8 p.m., when it was replaced by a sapphire blue sweater draped over the railing, and in the corner of the railing toward E Street, an opened black silk umbrella. The thought that the umbrella might have been placed in such a position to dry was discounted by the prevailing warm weather. The Tacoma Daily Ledger described how a small group of people was accosted by police because of the sheet. The development was that a grocer at Dash Point, across the Sound and in view of the Weyerhaeuser home, called police when he saw 3 men and a boy on the beach near his home. The police then sped to the scene with sawed-off shotguns and revolvers, only to find an innocent party preparing for a Sunday fishing trip. Evidently, the Weyerhaeusers could not leave any object out in view without it raising suspicions. One lead that made print was remarkably prescient. A pit was found dug near Spirit Lake, Idaho. It had been discovered several months previously, and authorities openly wondered if it was originally connected to another famous kidnapping case. In 1934, 6-year-old June Robles, the granddaughter of a prosperous cattle baron and real estate magnate, vanished in broad daylight after leaving her Tucson, Arizona school. She was found 19 days later, alive in a makeshift wood and sheet metal cage buried in the desert. She was kept in a pit. The hole found in Idaho was believed to be perhaps constructed by persons familiar with the June Robles kidnapping. They may have been right. Babette Hughes, a Seattle mystery novelist and one-act playwright, decided to take her crack at what she thought the kidnappers might have sounded like. In a feature posted in the Seattle Times, Hughes imagined the dialogue of the kidnappers before they came west. The perps' names were Tom, Dick, and Harry. They were all of a type, young, narrow of shoulder, flashily dressed. She saw them lounging about in a dingy Chicago bedroom. One, Tom, was telling the others that they needed to pull a job and figured that kidnapping was the safest way to raise some cash. The second, Dick, clearly the brains of the outfit, wasn't against the idea and put on his thinking cap. While this was going on, the third, Harry, decided he wanted to see a movie but couldn't decide what kind. Tom suggested a gangster flick, but Harry was keen on a Western because there was swell gunplay and that he loved cowboy outfits. The talk of the Wild West gave Dick a bright idea. Go west, where the cops didn't know so much as they did in Chicago. They'd create their own version of a Western. Just 3 actors, but all the thrills, said Dick. What a Western! Chapter 18. The House in Spokane. Monday, May 27, 1935. While George sat chained to a tree overlooking Newman Lake, down at the bottom of the hill, a conversation was taking place between Mahan and Margaret. However, the conversation was decidedly one-sided. I'm driving to Spokane to rent a house, and you're coming with me, said Mahan. Margaret knew not to ask questions. She was all too aware of the pistols Mahan was packing. They made the 30-minute drive to Spokane, and Mahan picked up a newspaper, which he used to look for rental properties. Paging through the ads, his eyes landed on one for the Prescott Real Estate Company. He called them up. Yes, hello, I'm looking for a house to rent in the neighborhood of West 11th Street. Do you have anything listed? After a moment of checking his records, the realtor replied, As a matter of fact, we do. There's a rental available at 1509 West 11th Street. It was the same home the 3 kidnappers had lived in only weeks before. Mahan played dumb, exhibiting no knowledge to the realtor that he was familiar with the property. That sounds great. I'll send my wife over to take care of the paperwork. Mahan and Margaret drove to the property management office and parked the car. Mahan turned to Margaret and took several bills from his wallet. Here's $28. That ought to cover it. Margaret took the money. Under whose name should we rent it? She asked. Mahan thought on that for only a moment. Lyle Cole, he said. Why? Because the last time we rented this house, it was under the name of Davis, said Mahan. I don't want them knowing it's the same people renting this time around. And if you use the name Whaley, that could cause problems because if Harmon wanted to continue sending in parole reports, that would violate his parole, being in the state of Washington. Then how about the name Von Metz? Asked Margaret. That's the name Harmon has been frequently using since the beginning of the year. Nah, I don't want to take any chances. Someone might connect it with Harmon. Go with Lyle Cole. Margaret began to open the door to get out, but Mahan put a hand on her shoulder, stopping her. Remember what I said to you about saying anything to anyone. Remember what I said I would do to you and Harmon and the kid. Margaret returned Mahan's gaze, looking for anything that might suggest he wasn't completely serious, but finding nothing. She silently nodded and climbed out of the car. She entered the property management office, greeted the agents, and began the paperwork. As the man filled out the documents, Margaret peered out the window to see Mahan coldly watching her from the car. Mahan's words echoed in her mind. I'll kill you. I'll kill Harmon. I'll kill the kid. Margaret looked away and sat quietly until the agent slid the paperwork across the table for her to sign. On the rental agreement, she wrote the name Lyle Cole. When she slid back into the car, Mahan looked at her long and hard. Any issues? Margaret stared out through the windshield. No, she said quietly. Mahan waited, letting the silence add its own brand of menace before turning the key in the ignition. The big engine rumbled to life, and they pulled away from the curb. Heading back toward Newman Lake, Mahan took them to the same deserted road and parked the car. He told her to wait while he went to fetch Harmon. She waited 5 or 10 minutes before her husband walked back down the path from the hill. Mahan wasn't with him. Where? She started, but Harmon waved her off. Just you and me for now, he replied. He could see she had questions and held up a hand, take it easy gesture. Come on, let's get something to eat. He climbed into the car, rubbed a hand over his face, and looked in the rearview mirror. And a shave. In town, Harmon, good to his word, first stopped to get a shave. Afterward, they went to a diner to get a bite. Margaret, wanting to take advantage of this rare opportunity apart from Mahan, peppered her husband with questions, but his answers were unsatisfactorily vague and evasive. By the end of the meal, she felt like she knew nothing more than when they sat down. When they drove back to the Newman Lake location, Mahan was waiting for them. He told Margaret again to crouch down on the front seat, and he threw a coat over her. 5 minutes later, she heard 2 pairs of footsteps approaching and the now familiar sound of the trunk creaking open and slamming closed. Harmon and Mahan got back in the car. Harmon took the coat off of his wife, and Mahan told her they were going to the rental property. When they arrived at the familiar home, they drove around back, parking between the house and the separate garage. Harmon and Margaret went inside while Mahan waited with the car. "Follow me," said Harmon, leading Margaret through the kitchen into the back bedroom, the same bedroom they'd used before. He pointed to the bed. "Stay here, and don't come out until I come and get you." Margaret did as she was told. Harmon closed the bedroom door and hurried back to the car. Mahan got out, and the two looked around cautiously before walking to the back of the vehicle. They opened the trunk, and Mahan took George out, blindfolded. He was led to the house. By this point in the game, George had learned to take note of even the smallest details, thinking perhaps they could help him in some way. As he was guided from the car, George paid attention to spacing and distance. He paid attention to everything. He noticed he could hear children playing outside near the house. He walked about 10 feet from the garage to the house, across dirt and grass, up the wide steps, counting them in his head. 1, 2, 3. He heard the door opened. No key was used. They walked into the house. He was led across a room, through a door, and across another room. A door was opened, and he was pushed through. When George's blindfold was removed, he blinked a couple of times to clear his vision and saw that he was in a large closet. There was no carpet, just wooden floor. The space was about 10 feet deep, 4 feet wide, and 8 feet high. A black cord hung from the ceiling with a brass socket at the end. One of the men ran to fetch a light bulb, 25 watts. George could hear footsteps on stairs. That told him the house had a second floor. On both ends of the closet were wooden shelves about 5.5 feet above the floor. At the far end, just under the shelves, was a wooden rod for hanging clothes. The rod stretched the width of the closet. There were several black wire hangers on the rods. There were no clothes on them. A single mattress was lying on the floor of the closet, covered in a white sheet that George felt was like material from a flour sack. The door was white, the knob black metal. There was no keyhole. That meant there was no lock. "Here you go, kid. Your own personal bedroom," said Mahan. Harmon brought in a green wicker chair with a single red design in the seat and placed it in the closet along with a small white octagonal-top table. "Look at that," said Mahan. "Getting cozier all the time." After the table and chairs had been placed in the increasingly cramped space, Harmon left the closet, leaving only George. "Just sit tight," he said. "We'll be back soon." George stood in the closet and took in the remaining details under the feeble glow of the bare light bulb. The walls were white, wallpapered. Beyond the mattress, table, and chairs, the last two things in the closet were a galvanized scrub bucket and an ordinary milk bottle, which Mahan had filled with water for George to drink. The bucket was his toilet. There was no toilet paper. George stepped away from the mattress, wet his finger, and traced the name Anne on the wall. By this time, George still didn't know the names of his captors. He thought of Mahan as Harry. He had heard Harmon refer to him by that name, and so assumed that was it. It didn't occur to George that the men would use false names around him. George simply thought of Harmon as leader, although in reality, that title should have gone to Mahan. George also heard Harmon call Mahan Alvin or something similar. In the near future, this would cause great excitement among the law officials, being that Alvin Karpus was number 1 on their list of suspects. For now, George knew next to nothing about the men who had taken him. All he could do was guess and use his imagination. As he sat in the closet, 300 miles from his family, who had no idea where he was, that imagination was all he had. Chapter 19. Weyerhaeuser's Plan. Monday, May 27, 1935. Monday at noon in the office of F. Rodney Titcomb, George's uncle and general manager of the company's interests in the Pacific Northwest, the Weyerhaeuser's plan began to take shape. The meeting was made up of a number of men from the Weyerhaeuser family and Business Brain Trust. The session lasted 6 hours, after which time the party adjourned to J.P. Weyerhaeuser's home for dinner, then reconvened until 10 p.m. They ultimately decided the best course of action was to play ball with the kidnappers. There was always the risk, as was shown in the Lindbergh case, that payment could be made and the boy not returned. However, it was a risk the family was willing to take. The $200,000 demand was one of the largest ransoms in the country's history, the second largest, in fact, on record. The Weyerhaeusers were preparing themselves for the possibility of paying the ransom and not getting George, dreading it, but hoping against it. The authorities were preparing to leap to the chase when the time came. And of course, the kidnappers would know all this, and they would realize that it was a battle of wits between themselves and the operatives. Based on past kidnapping attempts, the odds were greatly stacked against the abductors, only they never seemed to realize it. The Weyerhaeusers contacted SAC Spears to pass along their plan of action. Spears in turn kicked it up the chain of command to E.J. Connolly, who informed H.B. Nathan, who then called Hoover. "What did they say?" asked the director. Nathan didn't mince words. "The family's asked us to lay off until the money has been paid and the boy returned." "I see," said Hoover. He wasn't surprised by the request. He knew that if they could somehow track down the kidnappers before the ransom drop, it would be a stroke of luck. However, sitting on their hands while a civilian handed over $200,000 to criminals was a difficult pill to swallow. It only took a moment of consideration before he replied. "Tell the family that we will continue to do everything in our power to get the boy back. His safe return is more important than catching the kidnappers. Tell them that we agree to not make a single move until George is safe." Hoover didn't say it, but Nathan knew perfectly well that once the drop had been made, all bets were off. And God help the kidnappers. Before anything could move forward, the Weyerhaeusers had a key piece of information they wanted out there. It was time for them to use the press for their own purposes. They wanted to put the word out that the family had not in fact had any trouble raising the money. Whether that was true was anybody outside the Weyerhaeuser family's guess. But be that as it may, that's the word they wanted put on the street. They knew the kidnappers were reading the papers, and they didn't want them getting nervous and thinking their plan was kaput, and therefore that there was no reason to keep George alive. They also wanted it known that all authorities had withdrawn and that there were no obstacles in the way of contact being made. The press, beside themselves with glee that the family was actually making a statement on the record, raced to their typewriters and the nearest payphones. A critical new phase in the story was unfolding, and untold numbers of readers needed to know. While this was happening, the Weyerhaeusers were writing their own edition to the paper. Theirs, however, was much shorter. The following morning, the day before the ransom deadline, the Weyerhaeusers placed an ad in the Seattle PI newspaper. It simply read, "We are ready. Percy Minnie." The die was cast. Chapter 20. The Clues. Tuesday, May 28, 1935. There were clues, lots of them, and the FBI dedicated countless man-hours to dissecting each and every one. The biggest source was the ransom note and the envelope it came in, which were scrutinized for anything that might reflect any characteristics of the kidnappers. Criminal profiling had already been around for a long time, as early as the 1880s, when two physicians used crime scene clues hoping to gain insights into Jack the Ripper. J. Edgar Hoover was a big proponent of the method, but preferred the term criminal investigative analysis, perhaps because it sounded more in line with the technologically advanced brand he was promoting. The FBI's examiner had finished his team's preliminary findings about the ransom note and turned it over to Hoover. The director perused the report and seemed satisfied with the exacting detail. After he finished, he forwarded the findings to SAC Connolly in Tacoma, letting him know that further analysis was in the works and forthcoming. The special agent in charge read the document with particular interest. He knew that the examiner would find subtleties in the letter that mere mortals would miss. And once his forensics team studied it more deeply, Connolly knew they would spring the lock to a treasure trove of clues. He also knew that reading the tea leaves of a ransom note was not an exact science, and that some of the examiner's findings would be incorrect. The trick was determining through continued investigation and legwork which of those findings really were on the nose. When Connolly called his team together to brief them on the findings, the room was practically electric with anticipation. Finally, the agents thought, some actionable intel. And while an agent passed out fresh carbon copies of the report, Connolly began with no preamble, as was his way. "Gentlemen, our team in Washington is suggesting that the note was typed by a woman." This got everyone's attention, but the agents knew enough to not interrupt their superior. "Further, she is a woman of sensibilities. For instance, you'll note that the word kill does not appear in it once. Instead, she uses the word harm. The analysts believe most of the contents were dictated to her, but that she used her own phrasing." Connolly paused a beat to let this information register before continuing. "In a few places there were glaring errors, but these were seen as so obviously intentional the analysts disregarded them. However, there is one such error that may be rather significant. It is the use of the word them in the next-to-last paragraph of the ransom note. Our people believe that it may have been a purposefully designed slip of the kidnappers to make it appear as though the writer was not too precise in their English." Connolly pointed out how the text of the entire note dealt with one person as the victim, George Weyerhaeuser. George was them, a singular individual referred to as a plural. The word in question appeared in the sentence that read, "If you care about them, $200,000 worth." What Connolly was saying was that, if the analysts were correct in assuming that the mistake was purposeful, then suspects with English as a second language would drop lower on the list. It narrowed the search, even if only a little. "Further," continued Connolly, "the examiner believes," he looked down at the document, reading verbatim, "that if the signature on the envelope is genuine, the regularity with which the letters were drawn indicates to him that the writer was not in such a physical condition as might be expected were he mentally browbeaten or in fear. The curves and lines of the letters were perfectly natural, unhurried, and executed with an attention to detail, which would not be present if written by a child of George's age in a stressfully heightened situation." Connolly looked up at his team of agents. "In other words, based on the signature, George was doing all right, despite being in captivity?" Connolly turned back to the document. "This also led the examiner to surmise that the boy was in the hands of persons known to him or was unaware of any facts which would overly frighten him. He indicated that few children could remain away from parents, relatives, or known servants in a strange environment overnight without developing nervous tendencies, which would affect the handwriting." Connolly stopped for a second, his eyebrows arching. "I think you will find this of particular interest. The typewriting of the ransom note was determined to be that of a Corona portable, equipped with elite type, such as had been standard equipment on Coronas since 1915. The type was compared with that of all extortion letters received in the FBI laboratory without an identification. A more thorough examination is forthcoming." Connolly looked up at the agents. "Gentlemen, get to work." After briefing the agents on the note's preliminary analysis, the feds shared the information with the local authorities, a rarity during the investigation. The Tacoma police then took the report and did a bit of their own analysis. Commenting on the supposed slip, the Tacoma PD had a completely different take. They believed that the Weyerhaeuser boy had long been under observation in his daily trip from Lowell School to the Annie Wright Seminary and home, and that his late afternoon homeward trek was frequently with a boy named Erskine Ingram, the 9-year-old son of Charles H. Ingram, assistant to F. Rodney Titcomb. The Ingram home was only 4 blocks from the Weyerhaeuser home. The thinking was that if Erskine Ingram happened to be with George on the day of the snatch, he would have undoubtedly been taken along. Perhaps the slip indicated that a double kidnapping was the plan all along. On the day George was taken, Erskine stayed at school with the lunch she had brought from home. Perhaps Erskine Ingram had dodged a bullet. Was there any plausibility to this theory? Perhaps, but it simply was reflective of the flood of speculation police were willing to dish, and the press gladly lapped up and printed. However, there were more concrete conclusions derived from the ransom note, Seattle detectives joining in on the analysis bandwagon said that the phraseology of the note led them to believe that the boy was abducted by persons from the Puget Sound region. Reason 1, the note said, "Advertise in the Seattle PI." And most people would write "Post-Intelligencer." Only locals knew it as the PI. Reason 2, the note said, "We won't be sitting behind any mailboxes." That would not have meaning to someone back east, but not so long ago, B. Gray Hillsman, a University of Washington student later to be judged insane, sent a kidnap note threatening Miss Elizabeth Case of Seattle unless a messenger delivered $1,500 behind a mailbox. However, said Captain of Detectives William E. Justice of Seattle, highly organized bands of criminals study all the news about their trades as closely as we do, so the theories haven't been proved yet. Dr. A.C. Stewart, a Tacoma psychiatrist, had his own take on the makeup of the abductors. The doctor said that there was insufficient material in the letter with which to reconstruct the complete personalities, but he believed the culprits to be adults of low mental grade and perfectly capable of carrying out their threats to kill their captive. The text reads as if one person sat at a typewriter and several others took turns in dictating the contents and making suggestions, said Dr. Stewart. The psychiatrist pointed out in the note they brag that they are not afraid of the police or the government agents. They say their plan is perfect and that they are intelligent. Really intelligent persons would not do that. They would see no reason for such boasting. The fact is, they are really afraid of the authorities, and they are not at all sure that their plan of action will be nearly as safe as they pretend to believe. The doctor's assessment was remarkably prescient. Along with professionals, anyone with a hunch weighed in on profiling the kidnappers based on the ransom note. A gentleman by the name of John McClall did his own amateur analysis of the letter. He noted the not quite illogical but merely inconsistent use of numerals and spelled numbers. He felt this suggested it was written by someone who might work in a country store, depot, or another place where one might write orders for goods or parts. Mr. McClall felt the waves in which the letter was structured were natural to an addict, perhaps cigarettes or dope, or to one who was artistic or temperamental, because evidently artists and addicts fall under the same personality umbrella. Mr. McClall wrapped up his suggestions by saying, "Perhaps I am taking coals to Newcastle, a coal mining metaphor that means to do something superfluous, by giving you this amateurish set of comments. Sometimes a foolish comment may help." Whether his suggestions were outlandish or not was immaterial. They were duly documented and kept by the FBI. Perhaps the prize for profiling came by way of a letter sent to J. Edgar Hoover by radio station WJAG in Norfolk, Nebraska. The radio station had asked the Norfolk High School Summer School problem class to analyze the ransom note, and here were their conclusions. The kidnappers are youthful people, as is indicated by the length of the ransom note. Older persons would have written a note shorter and more to the point, and it would have been more of commanding nature. It would have been more logical and would have given evidence of cool judgment in all statements made. The kidnappers show that they are greatly terrified and cover up their fear by making statements which, on the surface, would make them appear to be bold people. When they assert that they are not afraid, "The police cannot catch us. We have spent 3 years working on this plan." They are advertising their fear, the haste with which they have conceived this plan, and their inexperience. The kidnappers are people of fine sensibilities, as is shown by the fact that they use the word harm instead of kill, and by further fact that the language in no place is that of underworld characters. The first part of the note had been carefully planned, and the kidnappers apparently tried to avoid some of the errors made in the Lindbergh case. The plan follows the Lindbergh plan almost exactly, except that there is a warning that the bills shall not be gold certificates, nor shall they in any way be marked. There is also the warning that the bills must have been in circulation. The disagreements are probably caused in the main by a woman in the case. This woman undoubtedly is older than the men and probably is more experienced. The whole proceeding has probably been influenced rather greatly by the woman. There is no spirit of revenge in this kidnapping act, It is merely the work of youthful adventurers whose confidence in their ability is so great that they believe they can entirely cover up their tracks. The errors in the note are not, as newspapers have reported, really intentional. They are due to the youthfulness and lack of finish in the education of the writers. In the letter to Hoover, the station thanked the school principal, staff, and pupils for their cooperation, and wondered aloud how it would be interesting, when all the facts were known, to see how the students' analysis would stack up. The FBI were equally curious. Now, based on the ransom note, an interesting theory was gaining steam that the note was written sometime before the abduction took place. Some of the greatest attention in the note had been paid to the peculiarly repeated signature, egoist. The fact that very word had been discussed rather exhaustively in a local radio program 2 weeks prior led authorities to believe the writer of the kidnap note may have been a listener. In Seattle, Grant Merrill, who gave 3 broadcasts a week analyzing words, said he discussed egoist and egotist at the request of a blind man who'd called into the show. The blind man said he and a friend had had an argument over the relative meaning of the 2 words. This angle again focused attention on Seattle as the probable headquarters of the kidnappers. And while many of the amateur sleuths made guesses that the kidnappers were uneducated or self-educated, Dr. Harry R. Hoffman, a Chicago psychiatrist, made the exact opposite assumption. The doctor pictured egoist as a man usually well-educated, probably with college training, medically and legally sane, definitely homicidal if trapped, careful and methodical, with a surprisingly high order of intelligence. He went on to say that we have handled dozens of gangster notes at the clinic, and no gangster would have chosen that word. It's striking that he uses egoist rather than egotist. It indicates acquaintance at least with basic psychology, which must have been acquired in college. The high school student's assessment was more accurate. The other parts of the ransom note being gone over with a fine-tooth comb were the paper used and the device it was written on, the typewriter. The paper itself measured 10.5 by 7 1/4 inches, with a visible watermark that read Fifth Avenue Linen. That particular watermark was owned by the F.W. Woolworth Company. As for the typewriter, based on the note, the FBI examiner reported that there were certain unusual features. The typewriter had already been determined to be a Corona Portable No. 3, or one of the other styles of Corona supplied with elite type. That type had been in use since 1915. On the other hand, most of the machines actually found in the typewriter exchanges did not have exactly the same figures. In fact, it had been challenging to find a machine in the city of Washington, D.C., where the tests were being conducted, with which to duplicate the writing. That said, it was probable that in Tacoma there would be very few machines with exactly the type that appeared in the extortion letter. Undoubtedly, reported the examiner, such a machine might be so unusual that it would be remembered by a typewriter repairman. Also, it might be so old as to make it necessary that it be repaired in order to write as perfectly as the writing in the letter. Attention was drawn to the numeral 1 with which the machine was supplied, instead of the small letter L. The same figure, however, included a 5 in which the lower curve was an open circle rather than an extension to the bottom, as in the case of the 3. The W was viewed to be worn and out of alignment. The I was slanted to the left. The O was high. The E was low. And it was possible that the typewriter's fingers, which held the paper against the plate, were worn and did not hold the paper well, as was indicated by the fact that the margin in the extortion letter on the left-hand side of the sheet crept off to the right during writing. Thus were the subtleties examined in search of the kidnappers' identities. Even the slant of letters carried weight. Deeper consideration determined that the machine was manufactured prior to 1922 and after 1913. As a result, would have a serial number between 27,973 and 435,197. The experts were of the opinion that a brand new ribbon had been used, and as such, the machine may have been recently sold second-hand, and it was their further belief that if so sold second-hand by a typewriter dealer, The dealer would probably have a record of the serial number, and there would not be so many of these machines on the open market. This, together with the fact that the type on this machine was elite style, which represented only about 5% of the total production of these machines, the greater majority of which were made up with the Pica style type, might help in locating a record of the machine at the dealer. Evidently, the ransom letter spoke volumes to the eye trained in the ways of typewriters. Chapter 21. The Return to Seattle. Tuesday, May 28, 1935. Tuesday morning, the day after the Weyerhaeusers placed the ad in the newspaper. Harmon, Margaret, and Mahan sat around the table in their Spokane kitchen. "What do you think the kid wants to eat?" asked Mahan. "Take him some breakfast cereal," Harmon said. And with those words, Margaret had for the first time received confirmation that George was in the house with them. She still hadn't seen him, and he hadn't seen her. Again, plausible deniability. Later that morning, while the three were still at the table, Mahan made an announcement. "I'm going back to Seattle." He turned to Margaret. "And you're coming with me." Margaret looked to her husband for some kind of protest, but he averted his eyes. Evidently, she was going to Seattle with Mahan, but as to why, she could only speculate. To that point, she had not actively participated in this scheme and didn't see how she could fit into their plans. If anything, she'd been simply a nuisance and not an asset. Before they left, Margaret took advantage of the time to grill her husband on the predicament they were in. While Mahan was packing his things, she and Harmon had a few moments alone in the kitchen. "Why, Harmon?" she whispered, part pleading, part accusing. She was not in the habit of questioning her husband's motives, but if ever there was a time, this was it. Her husband, a man of confidence, at least by her measure, stood with his eyes to the floor. "It just happened," was the best that he could offer. "I didn't intend on doing it, but Swede grabbed the kid before I knew what was going on. By then it was too late." It sounded weak and feeble even to his own ears. "Surely you could have done something," said Margaret. At this, Harmon's eyes leveled with hers. "He'd said he'd kill us, all of us, if I ratted on him or tried to run." That was all she could get out of him. At 11 a.m., Mahan and Margaret left for Seattle. It was a quiet drive. Margaret was watching her life slip out of her control, but hadn't the mettle to try to stop it. It simply wasn't in her makeup. The best she could convince herself to do was ride things out and hope that somehow, some way, the ship would eventually right itself. If anything, it was a true test of her faith. When they arrived at the Fur Apartments in late afternoon, Mahan took some cash out of his billfold. "Here's $30, he said, and handed the money over to Margaret. "What for?" "Just a little walking around money, for emergencies while I'm working." Perhaps he was trying to buy her loyalty. She wasn't sure. If he was, it was a low-ball effort. Mahan instructed Margaret that he had some things to take care of and would be leaving her there for a while. As he was heading for the door, he stopped and turned, giving her one more grim reminder. "Margaret," he said, eyes flat and cold, "you make any move to get in touch with anyone to let them know that we got the boy?" He stepped in closer and spoke more quietly, intimately. "I will drive back to Spokane and kill Harmon and then the kid." He then stepped back again and with a grin turned for the door. After a couple of steps, he looked back over his shoulder at her. "If you talk, I'll know. You'll be watched." She believed him. Chapter 22. Second Contact. Wednesday, May 29, 1935. It was Wednesday, the 5th day. The appointed deadline set by the kidnappers as written in the ransom note. True to their word, contact was made. Since the day of the kidnapping, no mail had arrived at the Weyerhaeuser home until it had been opened and scrutinized by FBI personnel. At approximately 9 a.m., a letter addressed to J.P. Weyerhaeuser was intercepted at the post office by federal officials. The letter was immediately handed over to Special Agent D.M. Brightman, who had been stationed at the post office for the purpose of observing all incoming mail. Upon being opened in the temporary bureau offices at Rust Building, It was determined that this communication was a second authentic communication from the unknown kidnappers. The letter was determined to have been mailed between 8 p.m., May 28, and 6 a.m., May 29, at a post office box located at 12th and Pine Street. According to post office officials, this letter would ordinarily be delivered to the addressee at approximately 3 p.m. on May 29. It bore a special delivery stamp, but not the required 2-cent stamp necessary to comply with postal regulations. The following message and punctuation are as written in the letter. Time is up. Get a room at the Ambassador 806 Union Street, Seattle at 7 p.m., May 29. Register as James Paul Jones, Seattle, Washington. You will be notified at the hotel where you are to go. Remember the demands in full. If demands are lived up to in full, George will be released in 24 hours. Egoist, egoist. In the same envelope was another letter, clearly handwritten by George as again proof of life. The note read, May 28, 1935. I don't know where I am, Mother. We got baby in 1933. The baby was born in 1933. Do not worry because I am all right. Philip was born in 1925. Anne was born in 1923. I was born in 1926. My teacher is Miss Berg. My best friend is Cordy Wagner. We go to the Titcombs to swim every summer. I'm telling you this because I don't want you to worry. I have plenty to eat. Your son, George. George's father was informed of the letter, at which point he and Rod Titcomb planned their next move. J.P. had to get to the Ambassador Hotel without the press knowing it, so late in the afternoon Titcomb hid him in the back seat of his black Pontiac sedan under a cloak and drove out through the gates. The reporters didn't know George's father was slipping by them right under their collective noses. J.P. and Rod Titcomb reached the Ambassador Hotel and quietly checked John in. I didn't pay much attention to him until he signed his name on the register, said the hotel's clerk. He signed James Paul Jones where the average man would have signed J.P. Jones or James P. Jones. It is unusual for a man to write out his name in full. He asked for a room with a bath, said the clerk. I gave him 602 and called the bellboy. After entering their room, Weyerhaeuser immediately reached out to Charlie Ingram, Rod's right-hand man. Ingram went to the First National Bank of Seattle to get the ransom money that he had previously secured on Saturday and Sunday. Special Agent J.A. Kimperman was present at the bank and supervised the assembling of the money, and a list of the banknotes was prepared. The list had 7 columns of numbers with 55 numbers per column. There were approximately 52 pages of serial numbers, 20,000 of them. The previous day, the Times had run a short article with the headline, Ransom Money Will Require Husky Carrier. The article talked about how it would take a good-sized man with plenty of strength to carry away $200,000 in the small bills the kidnappers requested. Bankers estimated the money, if paid in $20, $10, and $5 bills, would weigh about 50 pounds and fill a large suitcase. They were close. It was 41 pounds. The bank delivered the money in a large black suitcase of cheap construction to Mr. Weyerhaeuser. It was 7 o'clock. Now they waited. Around 9:30 that evening, Willis Gay, a young driver for the Acme Cab Company, was hanging out at his cab stand at 107.5 Yesler Way when he was approached by a man. He didn't recognize him. "Hey, pal, you busy?" the man asked. "You need a lift?" said Gay. "Nah, just wondered if you could deliver something for me," said the man, and handed the cabbie an envelope. Gay took it. There was a $2 bill pinned to the envelope. "I'll need it delivered in person at the Ambassador Hotel." The request was a bit unusual, but not overly curious, and Gay wasn't about to pass up an easy $2. He felt the envelope. It didn't feel like there was anything in it but paper. "Sure," he said. The envelope was addressed to James Paul Jones. The man walked away, and the young cabbie, $2 richer, didn't give him another thought, at least not for a while. Gay went to the Ambassador, a handsome 6-story building advertised as one of Seattle's new modern hotels, and approached the clerk. "Is there a James Paul Jones registered? I've got a delivery for him." The clerk said, "Just a minute," and rang the room. He listened briefly, hung up the phone, and gave Gay the room number. "Go on up. They'll be expecting you." It wasn't until later that Gay would learn of the contents of the letter and to whom he was delivering it. After Gay made the drop and left, J.P. Weyerhaeuser quickly opened the envelope. Inside was a letter. Here is how it read, complete with typos, missing punctuation, and run-on sentences. "You were informed last night by letter from us, also one from George, that you were to be here with the money at 7 p.m. Remember, we are taking no chances on getting caught. Be sure that there is no one following you, as you will be watched by us all the time. Only one person and payoff car. George will not be released for at least 30 hours after the money is paid. If it fills the demands, he will be released unharmed. If there is any traffic blockage after this money is paid, or newspaper talk about it being paid within 33 hours, you will have damn poor results, as we are holding George time to check the money over. Egoist. Also enclosed in the envelope was a second missive. Drive out Jackson Street, turn right on Rainier Avenue, go till you come to Empire Way. Turn right on Empire Way, go straight ahead out Renton Avenue to about 62nd Street. You will see a white cloth held up by 2 sticks of wood on left side of the road. Park your car on the left side of the road. By the clock you will see tin can, note inside. Follow directions whenever you stop for these notes. Always leave just your park light burning, only park light burning. Be sure that there is nobody following you. If so, there will be no contact made. Just the driver and your car only. Don't ask questions, as they will not be answered. Renton Avenue runs straight out from Empire Way, turns to the right. Egoist. Soon after, John Philip Weyerhaeuser took the fully loaded black suitcase, all 41 pounds of it, placed it in Rodney Titcom's Pontiac sedan, and slipped away, sight unseen. He followed the directions to a T. At the designated spot was an abandoned house, boarded up and weathered, a familiar sight during the Depression. In the patchy, overgrown yard, something caught his eye, a piece of white fabric between 2 sticks. The fabric looked like it had been torn from a sheet, but to J.P., it was a beacon of hope, a tangible step toward recovering his son. Beneath the fabric was a tin can. Weyerhaeuser peered inside and saw a note. He reached inside and carefully took it out, treating the scrap of paper more like a holy relic. On it were instructions to drive 700 feet farther down the road to a second stake with a white cloth, where he was to park and leave the engine running and lights on. J.P. drove toward the spot, counting the distance off in his head. He jumped from the car and quickly found the white piece of fabric. But then his heart stopped. There was no tin can and no note. For the next 2 hours he canvassed the area, most of it on his hands and knees, searching frantically for the note that would hopefully lead to his boy's release. After covering every square inch, he finally accepted the fact that the note wasn't there. How would he explain this to the kidnappers? He grimly climbed back into the car and drove back to the downtown area. But instead of going to the Ambassador, he detoured to the Olympic Hotel, where Titcomb and Ingram were staying, and shared the dismal news. He slept there that night, if you could call it sleep. All-consuming fear isn't exactly conducive to 40 winks. The following morning, J.P. Weyerhaeuser headed back to the Ambassador Hotel, where he remained, waiting for next contact, if there was one. Chapter 23. Back in Spokane. Wednesday, May 29, 1935. George and Harmon were roomies, or close to it. Harmon slept in the bedroom attached to George's closet, his tinted green iron bed pushed up against the door, or sometimes just the mattress. It was as good as a lock. They frequently talked, and why wouldn't they? They were the only people in the house for the better part of a week. Even Harmon got lonely. On one occasion, George recalled them hanging out in the bedroom, George in his closet, the door open, Whaley lying on the floor, chatting for 3 hours. Whaley had his mask about halfway off, ending just below the nose, which allowed George to see his mouth and chin. And during these talks, George learned that his captors smoked Chesterfield cigarettes, and at one point, Whaley told him they had a machine gun, but later he said he was just teasing. With the close proximity, the long hours with nothing to pass the time other than each other's company, the man and boy bonded to some degree. George had found his housemate, whom he would describe much later when he had a better understanding of the term, to be a reasonable man, intrinsically different from his counterpart Mahan. In court documents, Whaley claimed he and George had a swell time and said, "Boy, if we hadn't actually taken the ransom money, I'd sure like to keep you." Whaley then claimed George responded with, "And I almost wouldn't mind staying." Whaley, or Leader, as George so labeled him in his mind, did the cooking. He even told George that he had taken cooking lessons and took some measure of pride in that. George was fed twice a day, once at 7:30 a.m., then again at 5 p.m. He was only given a rough silver spoon, no knife or fork or anything that could be used as a weapon. When he had to cut his food, he used the spoon. His meals, according to George, weren't half bad. Evidently, Harmon's cooking lessons were a success. There was a fair amount of variety. He got fried eggs, baked beans, meatballs, vegetable soup, brown bread and butter, blackberry jam, bananas, oranges, bacon, and ham and cheese sandwiches on brown bread. There were never any vegetables or salt and pepper. George ate off the same plate meal after meal, yellow china with a brightly colored design. The plate had become as big a part of his routine as anything, which gave him a small measure of comfort. George clung to any form of familiarity, anything predictable. It offered stability. The unknown was to be feared. Another part of the daily routine was Harmon's reading of the newspaper, usually the Seattle Post-Intelligencer. Outside of the kidnapping, which invariably took the lion's share of the coverage, there were still plenty of stories that had people talking, although to a lesser degree. France's pride of the sea, the enormous steamship Normandy, which the French were calling the biggest and the fastest, was sailing for America laden with $29,700,000 in gold and 1,200 passengers. It had only been 23 years, still recent memory, since the Titanic went down, and the tremendous floating cities were still looked upon with awe. The $53 million ship was expected to reach an unheard-of speed of more than 30 knots. The ship boasted a crew of 1,320 men, a 400-seat theater, a nightclub, a chapel, a children's playground, and a garden with grass and shrubs. At the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, a record 155,000 cheering fans watched as Kelly Patillo of Los Angeles took the checkered flag at the Brickyard with a race record of 106.24 miles per hour. In the same race, the driver was killed in a spectacular accident. Mary Pickford, formerly America's sweetheart 1 year after retiring from acting in films, left local theater fans disappointed when she had to cancel her stage tour of Coquette, which was sweeping through the Pacific Northwest. The press release claimed her work as a film producer had become too great as a result of upheaval at United Artists, the studio she founded with Charlie Chaplin, D.W. Griffith, and Douglas Fairbanks. The World's Fair opened in San Diego following a mere half-year of preparation. The fair cost $15 million, covered 300 acres, had 200 buildings, and proudly advertised representation from 48 states, 3 territories, and 32 nations. Thousands flocked to see exhibits such as the Gold Gulch, Lost Continent of Mu, Zorro Garden Nudist Colony, and the 1-ton Mechanical Man. Time needed to see the fair was recommended at 3 days. In Madrid, Spain, the former Prime Minister, the Count of Romanones, following a parliamentary debate on Spain's foreign policy, challenged monarchist Deputy Fuentes Pila to a duel. There was no report as to whether the duel took place. In Mexico City, 7 men, much the worse for having consumed too much tequila, shot dice to see which of them would kill the first man to enter the bar where they were drinking. Felix Rodriguez Ramirez lost, and when an unidentified 38-year-old man came in for a nightcap, Ramirez drove a knife into his back, killing him instantly. And most of these were not the stories Harmon shared with young George. He did, however, like to point out to his captive how famous the kidnapped boy had become. On more than one occasion, Harmon would point to a picture of George in the paper and say, "Look at your picture, George." For a renter, Harmon was a good tenant. He watered the lawn daily, just as the landlord had asked. When he would go outside to water the lawn, he would manacle George's hands and feet. As the days wore on, George began to get a better sense of the house. He could tell his closet was on the right side of the home, looking at the house from the street. He knew part of the basic layout based on how he'd been walked into his room. He could hear where the front door and back door were, and occasionally traffic sounds and those of a train. He knew he was near tracks. And George had spent most of his time under the watch of Harmon, but it had become apparent to the boy that Mahan was the more dangerous of the two. Harmon had become the familiar, Mahan the unknown, the wild card. George's mind had eased a bit when Mahan told George that they would not hurt him as he was too valuable. But George couldn't be 100% sure. What he did know was that he felt more at ease around Harmon than around Mahan, as much ease as he could muster, occasionally chained up, going to the bathroom in a bucket, and locked in a closet for the better part of a week. Chapter 24. The Drop. Thursday, May 30, 1935. At 11:27 a.m., John Philip Weyerhaeuser's phone rang in the Ambassador Hotel. When he answered it, he heard a voice he did not recognize. He later described it as calm, collected, and with a slight accent. It sounded like an educated person. The voice said, "James Paul Jones there?" "Hello," said John, trying to keep his breathing in check. "Why didn't you do as you were told last evening?" "I did. You did not go to the road instructed to. I did not get any other orders." "Well, there was a note left for you." "I did not find any note," said John, trying to sound reasonable, but desperately concerned the kidnapper would not take it as such. "I looked around with a match. I did not find any. I waited around and obeyed orders." Silence for a beat, in which John dreaded which direction the conversation might go. Finally, "We will give you another chance tonight to do it. If you don't, it's all off. I was there last night and did not see any note." "Do you have the demands?" "I have everything ready. You will get instructions tonight by note. We will give you another chance." John heard a click and then silence. The call had come from the Great Northern Railway Station in Tacoma. That afternoon, Mahan and Margaret had an early dinner at a cafe in downtown Seattle, after which they got back in the car and headed south. They stopped at the appropriately named Halfway House, a restaurant, steak, oysters, our famous hamburgers, 10 cents, approximately 15 miles south of Seattle and 15 miles north of Tacoma on Highway 99. At the restaurant, Mahan turned the car around and turned off the ignition. By this point, Margaret had noticed that even the smallest of actions by Mahan in her presence, the purposeful closing of a door, a pregnant pause, anything that had a note of finality to it, in this case the turning off of the car, gave her a sense of unease, sometimes even dread. At this moment it wasn't unfounded. He pivoted in the seat to face her. "I'm getting out of here," he said. "You're going to drive back and wait for me at the shack." The shack, as he referred to it, was a place he'd rented a couple of days earlier under the name of Miller. It was located at 1923 10th Avenue South in Seattle. And Margaret knew the place. He'd taken her there once, but she referred to it as a cabin, a generous description. It was a cramped, rough structure about 15 foot square with 2 tiny rooms and a tar paper roof, located on the side of a hill near other shacks, garages, and railroad tracks. It was also just a couple of blocks from the Rainier Beer Brewery that was just installing the iconic giant neon red R on top of the building that locals would come to recognize and love. Mahan fixed her with what she was now recognizing as his all-business stare, his expression flat but far from lifeless. It was astonishing how much menace he could contain without raising his voice. "Just a reminder," he said, "that if you disobey my orders about going to the shack, that I will not hesitate to carry out my promise of what I will do to you, Harmon, and the boy." He got out of the car, closed the door, and leaned down through the open driver's side window, resting his crossed arms on the door. "And remember what I said about you being watched." He held his look on her a beat or two longer to make his point, and then stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and watched her as she slid across the seat, turned the key, and slowly pulled away. She drove the entire way back to Seattle going 25 miles an hour, well below the speed limit. In court documents, She said a car followed her the entire way. At 9:45 p.m., J.P. Weyerhaeuser received another call from someone who sounded, according to J.P., somewhat like a Swede. The caller told him to proceed to 1105 East Madison Street, and that by going one step inside the gate on the right, a note of instructions would be found. The person on the line sounded different from the caller that morning, friendlier, younger. The caller was undoubtedly Mayan. Perhaps he was trying to disguise his voice, make it sound like there were more people involved than there really were. The caller reminded J.P. not to be followed. Weyerhaeuser told him that he was a little nervous about somebody picking him up and frisking him with all this money. The caller then said, "Maybe you are as scared as I am." John Weyerhaeuser likely found that highly doubtful. J.P. and Rod discussed the call and the kidnapper's demands, and they weighed whether it would be best if Rod made the drop this time. The kidnappers were perhaps not just scared, but also angry. Maybe they might not only take the money, but inflict some retribution for J.P. not carrying through the night before. They already had one Weyerhaeuser in their hands. Maybe they thought they could land a second one. In the end, though, J.P. decided to take the money because that was what the kidnappers had demanded, and he didn't want to take any more chances. The days were long. It was only 3 weeks short of the summer solstice, so in the Pacific Northwest, it didn't get dark until almost 9 o'clock. But by the time George's father made his drive, the sky was ink, with just a blush of light from the reflection of the city lights. At 1105 East Madison Street, he eased the car to a stop and got out. He quickly found the note in a tin can, which had been crushed to hold the note in place. The kidnappers had taken measures to make sure the paper stayed put this time. The note indicated that he was to go to a place near the Halfway House restaurant. He was then to turn around and start back north again, and he was to turn to his right at the second dirt road. 1,000 feet in, he would find a small white flag like the ones he had looked for the previous night. Creeping slowly up the road for fear he would miss the flag, his eye spotted it in the car's headlights, and he quickly pulled over. When he reached the flag, he found another can with a note. It said to wait 5 minutes with his dome light on, and then walk ahead to another flag and another note. This one read, "Follow directions closely. Leave your car here, motor running, dome light on, leave money in car, walk back towards Seattle the way you came, go back home, and keep your mouths shut for 30 hours, as you have already been informed to do so. Ask no questions, as none will be answered. Egoist, egoist. George will be returned inside of 30 hours. Weyerhaeuser did precisely as instructed. He left the money in the car and walked away, his ears attuned to even the slightest sounds, which would have been difficult to hear anyway over the beating of his heart. When he'd walked about 100 yards back down the road, he heard a crashing in the bushes from behind him. He spun back around toward the car just in time to see a shape rush out of the bushes, leap into his automobile, and drive off. The area was chosen well. There were no people living nearby. No one saw a thing. A little after midnight, Margaret awoke to the sound of someone at the door of the shack. Whatever grogginess she was experiencing coming out of her restless sleep evaporated instantly, replaced with the dread and uncertainty of what was about to unfold. She opened the door to find Mayan holding a black bag. "What time is it?" she asked as he swept past her into the room. "Late," was his curt reply. He turned back to face her, his tone softening. "Look, I'm staying here tonight. You can stay with me or go back to the apartment. Your choice." Margaret was frankly surprised she was given the option, and it didn't take her more than a second to give her answer. "I'll go back to my apartment." The more she could be away from Mayan, the better she would feel. No doubt Mayan guessed that. Maybe he thought that by giving her the choice, she might feel like she had some control over the situation, which he knew she assuredly did not. Perhaps offering this small favor might appease her a bit, smooth the waters, as it were. It cost him nothing, and he knew perfectly well she wasn't about to make a run for it. He'd instilled in her the fear of God, and that fear acted as a very short and secure leash. He knew she would want to go back to the apartment. He was counting on it, because he still had work to do. Work he preferred to do privately. After Margaret left, Mahan was alone with the bag that held 133 years' worth of the average man's salary in 1935. Did he count it, roll in it, throw it into the air and watch it drift down around him? He never said. What he did do was hide it. Mahan took the bag and stashed it between the outside siding and the inside wall of the shack, right by the head of the bed. It was now a little before 1 a.m, May 31. The kidnappers had their money, and only one person on the planet knew precisely where it was. Chapter 25. Phone Calls and the Press. Friday, May 31, 1935. 3 days earlier, at 10:40 p.m., Tuesday, May 28, Special Agent W.R. Ramsey arrived at the Weyerhaeuser home on instructions from SAC Connolly to maintain, together with Special Agent T.M. Clifford, who was already at the house, a 24-hour watch. No communications were to enter the house without their knowledge. Upon Agent Ramsey's arrival at the house, a telephone setup had been arranged so that there were 4 phones in the library, one of which was connected directly with the Tacoma Police Department. One connected as an extension upon the regular Weyerhaeuser house telephone, main 8744. One telephone being a private line, main 1472. And the last another private line, main 1482. The last 2 lines were installed for the purpose of communication with the Bureau office. One agent was continuously on duty to respond to any telephone calls or any contact that might have been received at the residence. Weyerhaeuser gave authority for every representative of the Bureau to open all mail addressed to himself or his wife immediately upon its receipt at the post office. At 12:55 a.m., Friday, May 31, Weyerhaeuser's private house line rang. Specific instructions had been received by agents at the home to allow the house phone to ring at least 5 times before answering, in order that the telephone company might have ample opportunity to check the source of each call prior to someone at the house taking the receiver off the hook. After the 5th ring, the agent on call picked up. "Hello? This is John Weyerhaeuser. We made the payoff. They have the money now. Rod Titcomb and I will be home in the morning." At 8 a.m., J.P. returned home and let the agent know that he and Rod had been interviewed in detail by SAC Connolly immediately after the payoff. Within 40 minutes, Connolly himself called the agent to let him know that George was to be released within the next 30 hours, if the kidnappers were to be believed. And that was the $200,000 question. Would they hold up their end of the bargain, or would it be another Lindbergh tragedy? Agents Clifford and Ramsey switched off shifts continuously through those 30 hours. One or the other would be alert and ready for the all-important call, if it came through. From the evening of May 31 through to the wee hours of June 1, numerous calls came in on the house phone, but each and every one was from representatives of the various press services, the majority of these calls being based on rumors that contact with the kidnappers had been made. Once again, the press had their ways of finding out what wasn't supposed to be found out. The press called until 3:30 in the morning and didn't give a hang about the hour because, frankly, they were getting fed up. The same could be said for the local police. Both parties felt the Bureau was being unreasonably tight-lipped about any developments. On May 31, a Western Union telegram arrived on the desk of J. Edgar Hoover from Courtney Riley Cooper, the popular writer who ghost-wrote for Hoover and who the director considered a close personal friend, as well as the best-informed man on crime in the U.S. Cooper suggested that Hoover send Harold H.B. Nathan at once to rectify glaring mistakes in diplomacy by a certain fish-blooded individual who has succeeded admirably in arousing antagonism of absolutely everybody of importance on the Pacific coast. Whether this barb was aimed at S.A.C. Spears or Connolly was not determined, although based on his diplomacy-challenged reputation, it was most likely Connolly. Regardless, Hoover sent a different agent, S.A.C. Joe Dunn, to Tacoma for the sole purpose of mollifying the press. Although the Bureau refused to investigate the case through the papers, Hoover was savvy enough to know not to alienate the Fourth Estate. After all, the press was the FBI's best marketing tool. Chapter 26. Spokane and Seattle. Friday, May 31 to Saturday, June 1, 1935. Friday morning, Mayan and Margaret left for Spokane. The people living in the home near the dilapidated shack had no idea that a king's ransom, or rather, a Weyerhaeuser's ransom, was only steps away. While the couple drove east, the money stayed in the wall. Their first stop was at the shores of Lake Washington, between Seattle and Renton. Mayan had a package done up in paper about the size of, as Margaret described, a half-dozen knives and forks rolled together. He took the package down toward the lake, only to return a few moments later, empty-handed. They drove another half-mile or so, and again stopped the car along the lake. Mayan got out of the car with something in a pillowcase. He jumped over a small bank down by the lake and was gone about 10 minutes. Again, he returned with nothing in his hands. "I dare anybody to find that," he said. The remains of the typewriter were now at the bottom of Lake Washington, and Mayan was right. The police never would find the typewriter. One major connecting piece of evidence had effectively been erased. Mayan and Margaret immediately drove on. They arrived at the rental house in Spokane in the early evening. After a quick dinner, Mayan told them it was time to move the boy. While the men were gathering their things, they left George unattended in the bedroom while they went upstairs. George noticed a watch they had left on the table. It was 5:55 p.m. As he stared at the watch, seeing the seconds tick by, George wondered how long the men would be upstairs. Could he make a break for it? He'd never been left unattended, or at least not unattended while not chained up. If he ran, how far could he get? Would he be able to make it to a neighboring house before the men noticed he was missing? If they caught him, what would they do to him? After quickly weighing his options, he decided to stay put. After all, the men were going to return him to his family. They had said so. A moment later, Harmon and Mayan came downstairs. George realized that if he ran, he wouldn't have made it far. Mayan pointed to a large cardboard box that George assumed was going to be used to transport their belongings. He was mistaken. "Climb in," said Mayan. George did as he was told. They closed up the box and carried it out to the car. George could hear other children playing nearby again. He heard one say, "You're it." They were playing tag. Maybe he could have reached the kids who were playing after all. Too late to worry about it now. When they reached the car and were out of sight of prying eyes, they let George out and set him inside the car's trunk. A moment later, the vehicle sped away. They made a short gas stop in Soap Lake. The wind, as was not uncommon on the rolling hills and infinite plains of eastern Washington, was howling. George was let out of the car again to stretch his legs, but was kept in a culvert while Mayan got the gas. A little later, near the town of Cle Elum, the men discussed where they would let the boy out. Evidently, they hadn't thought through that step in their plan. "If we let him out in Renton, we will be arrested before we reach Seattle," argued Whaley. They bandied about ideas until finally falling on a location that they were already familiar with, and that was out of eye and earshot of the general public. They decided to go back to the pit and shack in the woods near Issaquah. It was after midnight, Saturday morning. Once there, they took George out of the trunk and took him to the shack by the road. Margaret stayed in the car. She still never saw the boy, and he never saw her. It had been 8 days since they'd snatched George off the streets near his home. He was still wearing the same clothes. "Here," said Whaley, and handed him a blanket, an old white one with a rose pattern. "It might get cold." Mayan rummaged around in his pockets before pulling out a wrinkled bill. $1. He handed it to George. "For your troubles, kid." Mayan then crouched down to George's eye line. "Look, you wait here in the shack for your father. He'll be coming to pick you up." It was a lie. His father wouldn't be coming. His father had no idea where he was. The part of the plan that they had discussed was that they would leave George, then drive to Seattle, and call the Weyerhaeusers with instructions on where to pick the boy up. But they soon realized that they wouldn't find a place where there were available telephones at that hour, and if they did find one, they'd clearly be spotted. They decided George would eventually tire of waiting and walk out on his own. He was no longer their problem. His kidnappers drove away while George waited in the dark. The region's infamous, slow, drizzling rain was back. George sat, huddled in his blanket, and listened to the quiet patter of the raindrops among the towering evergreens. An hour turned into 2, and his dad still hadn't shown. There was only one road in and out of the forest, so George figured if he began walking, he'd run into his father on the road. He left the shack and walked into the night. Where George had been dropped, there were no homes, only trees. The timber road on which he was walking wound off into the distance with no sign of life. He would have had better odds at seeing squirrels and coyotes than a human being, especially at that hour. He must have walked several miles over the next couple of hours before he stumbled upon his first sign of civilization. It was a farm, and it was almost daylight. George knocked on the door, but no one answered. It was the home of Louis Spar, 45 years old, a woodchopper by trade. Spar lived in the house alone. He was in bed, and a sound sleeper. "I was aroused by a rapping on my door and window," said Spar. "I paid no attention to the noise at first because I thought it might be some overnight hikers from Seattle who wanted to know the way to a camping spot. The knocking continued. I started out of bed, and then I heard a boy's voice call, 'Mister, Mister, Mister!' When Spar got to the door, he saw a curly-haired boy walking down the road. His smudgy fingerprints and wet shoe tracks were still on the porch. Spar was sleepy and never thought of the kidnapping. He had been seconds away from being a major player in one of the biggest stories of the year, yet he had slept through it. George continued down the road to the next home, a large, unpainted farmhouse. Mrs. Willina Boniface, a mother of 4, had just returned to bed after getting up before 5 a.m. to make the fire and heat the farmhouse. She had dozed back to sleep when she heard a timid knock at the door. Her husband, Louis, got up and answered it. Mrs. Boniface said, "In came a little boy, wet, dirty, and shivering. He had a blanket over his arms. 'I'm George Weyerhaeuser. Will you take me back to my folks?' he said." Imagine their surprise. The boy who had been front-page news for the past week had miraculously appeared out of seemingly nowhere and was at that very moment standing on their front porch asking for their help. Mrs. Boniface suggested getting the boy something to eat, but her husband said no. They had to get him home right away. While Mr. Boniface finished dressing and getting the family's old Ford Model T ready to roll, Mrs. Boniface took advantage of the small window of time and, being the good mother that she was, made George a nice cup of cocoa and a bite to eat. She tried to talk with the boy, but George just grinned and wouldn't say anything. He kind of acted like someone told him not to talk. His shoes were muddy, and it looked as if he walked quite a way, said Mrs. Boniface. Her 4 children were still asleep and didn't know anything about the historic event that had taken place under their very own roof, until she told them later that morning that their daddy had gone to Tacoma with George. "My girl Betty is just the same age as that boy and about his size. I've often thought during the past few days about Mrs. Weyerhaeuser having the same-sized family as mine, and I felt awfully bad for her. I know I wouldn't sell one of my babies for all the gold in the world. I'm awfully glad we aided in bringing back that little boy." George's feet were wet, and he was tired. The Bonifaces gave him a pair of their daughter's shoes to wear. Chapter 27. The Big Break. Saturday, June 1, 1935. The Weyerhaeuser family home was still a media circus. A parade of reporters was constantly nearby. John Dreher, a Seattle Times sports writer and the paper's oldest correspondent, wasn't one of them. All week long, every reporter had waited for the big break. Several times they thought it was at hand. Dreher and his Times cohorts had learned 2 days earlier that the ransom had been paid, but where was the boy? Dreher and his cronies sensed something was at hand. They knew a second ransom note had been delivered containing instructions for contact between the family and the kidnappers. But when and where the boy would be delivered was still a mystery. Dreher was up all night writing articles for the Saturday and early Sunday editions of the Times. Meanwhile, Farmer Boniface was at a gas station in Renton looking for a telephone. The attendant told him they didn't have one. He quickly gassed up, but when it was time to pay, George said, "I'll pay for it." George paid for the gas with the dollar bill the kidnappers gave him. The attendant, who had been told it was George Weyerhaeuser and how he'd gotten the bill, said, "I'm going to frame that bill and keep it." Boniface drove to another service station. They had a phone. He finally got to make his call. Two of them, as it turned out. At 6:40 a.m., a call came into the main line at the Weyerhaeuser home. The man on duty, Agent Ramsey, heard the phone ring a single time, then silence. He knew he was supposed to let it ring 5 times before answering, but the single ring and then nothing more was peculiar. Puzzled, he picked it up, but was answered with silence. He set the earpiece back on the cradle. On the other end of the line, however, Farmer Boniface heard the ring over and over and over, and yet nobody answered. The records would show that it rang for 4 minutes. The operator concurred that it was ringing on her end. For the one call the family had been awaiting desperately for 8 days, the FBI's carefully orchestrated telephone system had failed miserably. The caller, Louis Boniface, waited patiently, listening to the ringing on the black candlestick phone. But after 4 minutes, he hung up. At 6:45 a.m., he called the Tacoma police to share his astonishing news. Little George Weyerhaeuser had been found alive and well. After the call, Farmer Boniface started his old Model T. The relic of a car bucked and coughed and then sputtered out of the gas station. The attendant, 21-year-old Ernie Backlund, said, "I judged the best speed it could do was about 30 miles an hour." By 7 o'clock Saturday morning, word got out about George. A telephone call from Frank Baker, publisher of the Tacoma Daily Ledger, to his team of reporters said the boy had been found in King County near Issaquah. At least, that's what reporter Dreher was saying. He claimed that he'd received the same tip from his boss and was following his lead. The feds had a different story, a story that became a huge point of contention moving forward. They claimed that Dreher was at the Tacoma police station when Mr. Boniface called the cops, and the receiving officer, Officer Thornburg, promptly passed the information along to Dreher. Either that or Dreher was in the next room over at the station and overheard the call. Perhaps the feds concocted this version to save face for what soon happened. Maybe it was a case of sour grapes. There was never any corroboration for which version was true. All the feds knew was that a reporter knew about the boy's release before they did, and that was unacceptable. When J. Edgar Hoover learned that his team of agents, the cream of the law enforcement crop from the premier detective agency in all the land, had been scooped by a gray-haired golf reporter, he was fit to be tied. Needless to say, the break all the reporters were waiting for had happened, and the Times's watch on the Weyerhaeuser home doubled. Their men at Hadaway Hall were warned to be on the alert. The boys at police headquarters were put on their toes. They figured the boy would be coming into Tacoma from Issaquah in the farmer's automobile. That was enough for Dreher. And Dreher claims he was at the hotel working when word came from his publisher of George's imminent arrival. "On one of those hunches that came out like a royal flush, I started out in a taxicab, with Earl Robinson at the wheel, to meet the farmer's automobile on the road to Tacoma," said Dreher. "I told Earl not to worry about speed limits this time." The cabbie, Robinson, had dreamed of doing what came next, bringing little George Weyerhaeuser home to his mom and dad. All the night before, he felt something was going to happen, like a storm was brewing. He was on duty Saturday morning for the Red Top Cab Company, of which he was part owner, at the cab stand in front of the Winthrop Hotel. Each night he had been waiting for something to happen in the case, as most likely every other cabbie had been. He'd hold enough newspaper men around, and each time they would come through the revolving door in front of the hotel, his heart would skip a beat. Then John Dreher came swinging through those doors, and he was excited. You could see it. Robinson knew something was up. He'd given Dreher rides before, but he'd never seen him so keyed up. "To the police station," Dreher called to Robinson as he jumped in the cab. Robinson raced the cab around the corner and down to the public safety building. Dreher was out of the cab in a blink, rushing into police headquarters. A moment later, he was out, flushed and excited. Again, this was Dreher and Robinson's account. Whether they went to the police station before or after the call came in depends on whom you ask, them or the feds. Dreher asked the cabbie if he knew the Renton Road. Robinson did. Dreher then told him that the kid was found and that they were on their way to meet him. Robinson said he didn't stop for any lights. According to him, no cab ever went faster. Dreher yelled from the back seat for Robinson to keep his eyes open for a King County license and a farmer with a kid, to watch every car. They didn't slow down, even as vehicles approached them, but it was light and they could see well ahead. Robinson was all eyes, watching every passing automobile. He didn't want to miss the boy. "Not on your life," he said. About 5 miles out, the cab began to sputter and they ran out of gas. But luck was with them. They had just enough to coast right into an open gas station. The cabbie didn't wait to get a receipt. "I may have trouble getting that $1.05 back," he said. "But then I didn't think about that. All I thought about was a curly-haired little boy." They roared on. A few miles further, they passed some other newspapermen. Then they noticed the G-men sitting along the road on a fence. They were watching every car. Robinson knew they were feds. He'd seen them before. Then, with a string of autos coming, he saw an old Model T Ford chugging along. As it passed by, Dreher and Robinson studied the old car. Robinson sung out, "There he is!" Dreher could see George with the dirty white blanket with the rose pattern wrapped around him. He yelled for the cabbie to pull an about-face and chase the Ford down. The brakes squealed, and Robinson swung the car around. It took half a mile to catch them. When they came alongside the Ford, Mr. Boniface just stared at them, perhaps wondering if they were the kidnappers returning to take George back. Dreher and Robinson yelled at the farmer, and Robinson almost drove his cab into the old car. They slowed, and Dreher was out of the taxi before it stopped. He jumped to the other car, flung open the door, and leaped in. "How are you, George? Is everything all right?" Robinson called across to the Model T. "Everything's okay," replied the boy. George had looked a little scared at first when the cab originally pulled up alongside, but, according to Robinson, once the boy saw it was a red-top cab, he looked relieved, like maybe he was seeing a bit of home. "Come on, George. We'll get you home to your mama and papa in less than nothing flat," said the cabbie. According to Robinson and Dreher, Mr. Boniface acted as though he was feeling better that George would get home faster in a taxi. However, he had one request. He wanted to get his daughter's shoes back, the ones he had given George, because the boys had been soaked through. Dreher took the shoes from George's feet and handed them over. In exchange, Mr. Boniface handed back George's wet shoes and stockings. He didn't say a word. What happened next, again, it depends on whom you ask. Here's the Fed's version. Dreher insinuated that he was there on behalf of the police. If true, a remarkable breach of ethics, but one that he would surpass within moments. Dreher says he made no such claim, but if the farmer made such an assumption, well, what is true, though, is that he gave Mr. Boniface $5 for his troubles, a fin or half a sawbuck, and the farmer handed over the boy, no questions asked. Dreher placed George in the back seat of the taxi and told Robinson to drive back to the Weyerhaeuser home, but to use some back roads. Why would he make such a request? One would think they would want to get the boy home by the quickest means possible. Dreher said it was to avoid the crowds. Robinson claimed he took side streets to miss traffic and stoplights. The answer may lie in what happened next. For the entire drive home, Dreher sat in the back on the floorboards, out of sight, below the windows, and interviewed young George, who was also reclining below view. It was perhaps the world's greatest scoop. Ethically questionable, perhaps. But if you'd ask most any other reporter from that time if they would have done the same thing, you would have most likely gotten a resounding yes. And before long, Robinson was driving the taxi up to the Weyerhaeuser house and turning into the rear driveway, out of sight of lingering reporters. They jumped out and rushed to one door, but it was locked. Then another with the same results. They ran around to the door inside the garage and pounded on it. It was only a minute, but felt like a lifetime. On the other side of the building, there were still a few newspaper men around, remnants of the night's vigil. Finally, a man came to the door, H. Marfield Belcom, a close family friend of the Weyerhaeusers. He looked down, and when he saw George, he lit up. He reached out and put his arm around George's shoulder, took him inside, and slammed the door on the men without a word to them. The blankets, wet shoes, and socks were dropped and left without a thought. As the papers said, As if by telepathy, word spread quickly that George had been returned. The Times staff correspondent described the mood by way of the Weyerhaeuser home. The house, which was white, had for the past week been instead gray with sorrow, but now became the shining sun of brightness today. The house itself seemed to speak. George Weyerhaeuser was home again. Chapter 28. Dreher's Scoop. Saturday, June 1, 1935. After Dreher got back to the Winthrop Hotel, he got to work on his opus. He was on deadline to make the afternoon edition of the Times, and he was writing the most important article of his life. He pounded away at his typewriter for all he was worth, but had only gotten as far as the bottom of the first page when the phone call came in, the call he was dreading. It was short, and it was curt. "Are you Dreher?" "Sure." "Well, this is the Department of Justice. What room are you in?" "Number 934. "We'll be right up." Dreher was with the city editor of the Times, Leo Sullivan, and quickly told him that federal agents were on their way up, and that they most likely thought they had something on him for kidnapping George out from under them. Dreher told Sullivan to do whatever was necessary to make sure he could finish his article. Dreher wasn't about to let the federal government stop him from writing his piece, but he confessed he was a bit jittery about meeting the feds. He recalled a time when a reporter was thrown in jail and sent for his lawyer. The lawyer said, "Say, they can't put you in here." And the reporter and prisoner replied, "Yes, but I'm in here, ain't I?" Dreher figured it might be the same with him. He thought if they were going to throw him in jail for obstructing justice, a very realistic charge, he needed the Times to back him up. How in heaven's name, he thought, would they expect him to write a story of this length and magnitude if he was locked up? He wasn't about to dictate the most important article of his life, no siree. He said, "I'd rather write it with 2 fingers and a thumb 1,000 times, no matter how tired the old digits and shoulders get, than dictate it, even to a good-looking stenographer on a close-up." When the 2 officials arrived, Dreher went cold. One of the bruisers was fully 6'4". Dreher didn't like his prospects. The smaller of the 2 agents introduced himself as Agent Woods and flashed his badge. "Mr. Dreher," started the agent, and Dreher waited for the axe to fall. But it didn't. Not by a long shot. On the contrary, they weren't there to take him in. They were there to ask a favor. All they wanted to know was what he did with the blanket George had been wrapped in. "In the garage at the Weyerhaeuser home," he almost shouted. Don't think the federal agents felt Dreher had done them any favors. "I wouldn't give you a drink of water," an agent had said to Dreher just the previous day. But even though they were less than pleased that the elderly reporter had beat them to the punch, they had to swallow their pride long enough to ask him what he knew. "Beg them," as the Times giddily wrote. It's safe to say every newspaperman in the country was green with envy about Dreher's scoop. Armed with just a pen and paper, the reporter had sat on the taxicab's floorboards and peppered George with questions while the boy sat curled on the back seat, uninterrupted for the whole ride home. "That man who brought me thought you were a police officer," said George, referring to Louis Boniface. "Oh, that's all right," Dreher told him. "He'll find out his mistake soon enough." Dreher's article is packed with plenty of homespun exclamations like darned, gee, and gosh. He also frequently broke the fourth wall by talking directly to the dear reader, like after he made a brief mention early in the article about how George had been kept in the trunk of a car. He assured the reader, in parentheses, "Now hold on, everybody, we'll be coming to that trunk in the next couple of 1,000 words." Dreher made it a point to let the readers know that George was a willing participant in his ethically questionable interview, even going so far as to say the little cuss wanted to talk as much as Dreher was willing to let him. And he was always careful about saying anything negative about the boy. Upon seeing how dirty George was, Dreher wrote that he didn't want to call attention to it and make him feel badly. Because things were going along so swimmingly, he didn't want to sour the mood. Dreher's compliments of George were effusive. He referred to him as a real boy and wondered who couldn't love him. Dreher described George as the world's masterpiece of common sense, good breeding, and wholesomeness. Dreher then reassured his readers that if they thought he was polishing the apple just to please George's parents and friends, well, by golly, how wrong they were. On the contrary, he said that he was simply too weak of pen to give this boy his due. On 2 occasions, Dreher referred to George as Wayfarer Weyerhaeuser. He also made sure George knew how to pronounce his name, Dreher, like prayer. Near the end of the article, Dreher hit all of his key points in one exceedingly long 80-word sentence and a couple of shorter follow-ups, again reminding the readers of how eager George was to share his story. He even worked in some self-deprecation and how he and George had become regular pals. John Dreher clearly wanted to make sure he did not come across as an opportunist, but merely as the means for George to tell the world a story everyone wanted to hear. On this last part, he was certainly right. Part 3. The Hunt. Chapter 29. The Manhunt. Saturday, June 1, 1935. The moment George was home safe, the FBI set in motion the most elaborate manhunting machinery ever assembled in the West. The agents sifted through their mountain of clues, trying to find the culprits. They began by interviewing Dreher, which the media found spectacularly ironic. The Times gladly pointed out in bold text that it was the first time in the case that the feds, who had made a habit of ignoring the press's requests for information, including Dreher's, had gone hat in hand to a newspaper for information. At this point, the feds were under the impression that they were looking for 6 gangsters based on George's first questioning, which is puzzling, as there never appeared to be an instance when more than 3 people interacted with the boy. Perhaps the kidnappers made comments around George that more people were involved to throw him off the scent. Regardless, the search was on, and although centered in Seattle, it spread over a wide area of the Pacific coast. As Issaquah was near Snoqualmie Pass, the word was flashed to law officers east of the Cascades to watch for the 2 automobiles of the abductors, based on George's limited descriptions. The entire Seattle Police Department was put on the trail of the kidnappers at 9 o'clock on the issuance of a general order from Chief of Police Walter B. Kirtley. A virtual blockade was ordered, and the full day crew of police and detective cars was directed to watch all highways and exits from the city in belief that the kidnappers, if they came to Seattle, would escape that way. Ferry docks, as well as private docks on the waterfront and in Lake Washington, were also being watched. Based on George's initial talks, 3 cars were sought by the police. One of the 3 was supposed to carry 6 men who either were the actual kidnappers or had some connection with them. The orders were as follows. Pick up for headquarters the following cars: Pontiac sedan, either a 1932 or 1933, license number B29867, or a gray Buick sedan, or a tan Hudson. 6 men supposed to be in the car. Check quickly on any suspicious cars that may have been abandoned. Use caution in investigating. Furnish all information you have immediately to headquarters. Incidental to the general order, which was broadcast to all police cars, Chief Kirtley and Chief of Detectives William E. Justice also made an appeal to every citizen in Seattle to furnish what they knew, in the hope that even the slightest clue might have a close bearing on the case. And the order and appeal garnered quick results, though not necessarily useful ones. At the moment the release order was issued at 9 o'clock, police cars rushed to a University District address where, according to a woman who phoned police at 4 a.m., something strange was going on. The Pontiac sedan that police hunted bore plates issued to a F.H. Steechan of Tacoma, who had reported his plate stolen some time ago. And the fact that this wasn't one of the kidnappers' cars wasn't discovered until later. But they had recovered a stolen car nonetheless, and it could well have been one of the kidnappers, so it was viewed as a positive step and representative of the police's quick responsiveness. Even the state game department was called into action. The game department employees, all dead shots, observed the press, would keep a ready eye out across the state for the Weyerhaeuser kidnap gang slinking for cover to escape arrest. A reporter, while in the office of Detective Chief William E. Justice, saw 3 shotguns and 2 bags of machine gun ammunition lying about. Justice explained the weapons and ammo was merely incidental to the level of readiness at which the police had placed themselves. Translation: they were loaded for bear. Based on George's descriptions of where he had been kept, the authorities became much more convinced that the perpetrators were locals. The fact that George had been perhaps held, and at the very least released, in the isolated woods of Issaquah and Hobart told police that the kidnappers were familiar with the region. There were 21 agents working out of Tacoma and an equal number out of Seattle. And considering the FBI only had 600 special agents throughout the entire country and Puerto Rico, the two cities were using a full 7% of them. And in a nod to J. Edgar Hoover's foresight and views on the benefits of technology for law enforcement, the G-men had every scientific device at their disposal, including the latest, powerful Sky Eye, a Department of Justice plane that had been flying over the state for the previous week. The plane was equipped with a mammoth telescope by which the aerial G-men, while flying at a height of several thousand feet, could spot the smallest detail on the ground below them in their search for the kidnappers and their hideout. Even license numbers on automobiles could be read with the telescope, which was about 2 feet in diameter and mounted in the floor of the plane's fuselage. It was believed that this was the first major kidnapping in which the Sky Eye, specially developed for such cases, had been used. The government planes, and there were several of them, were also searching for a mysterious silver-gray monoplane, which carried no Department of Commerce license numbers. The ship, believed to be one of those formerly owned by the late New York gangster Jack Legs Diamond, was said to have been used in local smuggling operations in recent weeks. Investigators were attempting to determine whether there was any connection between it and the Weyerhaeuser case, for the puzzling ship had been seen flying just north of Olympia a week earlier. Its landing field was also being sought, for it dared not come in at regular airport. The mystery plane had absolutely nothing to do with the case, although the authorities had no way of knowing that at the time. It was simply one more lead that they were desperately trying to chase down. This was a common theme. When a suspicious-looking car full of men crossed into Oregon, officials went on full alert. The Associated Press captured the scenario quite dramatically in the New York Times, describing how a motor car load of hard-riding suspects had slipped through an army of police in Oregon's Badlands, and that flying squads of state police and deputy sheriffs raked the area all day, but came up empty after the sedan thundered across the border from Washington. A sheriff gave chase, but the mysterious machine outdistanced him. A rancher said the car was going like a bat out of hell. Hard riding, raked, thundered, dashed, mysterious. The reporters of that era certainly knew and dearly loved their descriptives. Much like the plane flying around Puget Sound, the car in Oregon had absolutely nothing to do with the kidnapping, but that certainly wasn't about to stop the press from taking any lead and making it sound as exciting as possible. Of the 200 suspects being investigated by the FBI, the Karpis gang was still at the top of the list. In an astonishing lack of ethical reporting or legal due process for that matter, the Times ran an article that basically acted as judge and jury to the Karpis gang, boldly accusing them of perpetrating the crime and describing the planning process in detail. The word allegedly never showed up once. The article is riddled with wholesale speculation, but evidently leaping to conclusions was an accepted norm of the era. The article stated that the plans for the kidnapping were made in part at the Hungerford Hotel in Seattle. It referred to the hotel as a workshop for the Karpis gang where they plotted the trap for George. The author of the piece stated flatly that at that very hour, Elvin Karpis and his goons were already hundreds of miles away, speeding for a hideout in the desert southwest. He then went on to say that the previous day, the Times published exclusively the identification of Volney Davis by a University of Washington student who rode with him on a bus from Seattle to Tacoma at precisely the hour the Weyerhaeusers received the ransom note. The article also said that Davis and his woman companion, a notorious mole of other master criminal Fred Barker, had shacked up in a local boarding house for a month earlier that spring, and that when they left, they moved away several boxes, supposedly containing guns and ammo. Operative word, supposedly. It said the woman, now traveling with a man who was identified as Harry Campbell, another Karpis gangster, then stayed at the Winthrop Hotel, where a maid gave the feds a tip that confirmed the Justice Department's suspicions that the Karpis gang had pulled the kidnapping. Evidently, the maid's mind regularly ran to the sort of thing that picks out criminals by their looks and actions. It was then mentioned that, incidentally, The maid had just seen the movie G-Men, and that was what confirmed her suspicions about the couple in the hotel. But according to the article, she knew more. Lots more. She began tracking the couple's movements. Every morning they would cross the street from the hotel to a garage and meet another man, Volney Davis. The two men would leave for Seattle, then return around 12:30 every day, when the mole would call them at the Hungerford Hotel. Evidently, in that room was the evil genius of the Weyerhaeuser plot, Alvin Karpis. The article said that after 6 days at the hotel, Campbell and the woman checked out and headed to the Broadmoor Apartments, where the final plans were made for the snatch. The police were called and told of the developments, after which the apartment was locked up and the G-Man took it from there. The reporter said, "The Karpis gang stood fully exposed." If only there was any truth or confirmation to any of these allegations. But more on that later. This wasn't the only article that, for all intents and purposes, flat-out claimed the Karpis gang were the kidnappers. The following day, the Times ran an article with the headline, "Times First to Identify Gang." The piece said unequivocally that Alvin Karpis and his henchmen were responsible. It said J. Edgar Hoover read a press service article that credited the Seattle Times as the first to print information that the Weyerhaeuser kidnap gang had been identified as Volney Davis, Alvin Karpis, Harry Campbell, and Paula Harmon, mole of Davis. The paper also tried to justify its hasty actions, claiming they never once obstructed justice or hindered the efforts of the family to get George back. They then slipped in a line trying to mollify the feds by trumpeting how it had become a battle of wits between the kidnappers and Hoover's men, a battle that no gang had ever won. The Bureau became somewhat concerned by the articles, and a flurry of phone calls and telegrams began flying between Washington, D.C. and Tacoma. The messages said that the paper made no effort to check into the story and see if there was any basis in fact for the reports. The FBI felt the eyewitness identifications were very poor and the descriptions far from correct. Hoover did a slow burn. As you already know by now, the Karpis gang had nothing to do with the kidnapping, though you'd never know it by reading the two articles. So much for innocent until proven guilty. But it was juicy reading. Another article speculating about a member of the Karpis gang perfectly captured the style and tone of journalism at the time. The headline blared, "Gangster gardenias. Flowers may trap kidnappers. Natty suspect wears nosegay." Remember our nosy maid who, after watching the movie G-Men, was convinced that Harry Campbell was staying in her hotel? In the movie, the gangster character wore a gardenia. She then noticed the man she identified as Campbell also wore a gardenia every day, and that's what caused her suspicions. To her mind, Campbell was emulating the movie thug. The article wondered aloud, "Will the gardenia, sweetly scented flower, be the downfall of the kidnap gang which pulled one of the boldest daylight abductions that has ever been recorded in the last decade?" The author of the article never bothered to wonder why the kidnappers would stay at the same hotel in which virtually every FBI agent in the city was housed. 2 days later, Volney Davis, partner in crime with Karpis and Campbell, was captured after Melvin Purvis, the federal agent who cut short the career and life of John Dillinger, staged an ambush of Davis as he stepped from an automobile in a Chicago suburb. Davis surrendered after one shot was fired into the air. Davis quickly pled guilty to participating in the $200,000 Edward G. Bremer kidnapping 18 months earlier. Davis's plea of guilty came as a surprise, the gangster asserting, "The minute they read the indictment, I could see they knew as much about this kidnapping as I did. It's no use trying to beat these G guys." Despite the press's continued speculation that Davis, Karpis, and Campbell were somehow still connected to George's abduction, the feds made their point abundantly clear when one agent, frustrated with the press's determination to pin it on the Karpis gang, said, "The Karpis-Davis stuff is out. The sooner you get that idea out of your head, the closer you will be to the truth." Some have compared the process of whittling down suspects to panning for gold. It's an apt comparison. The authorities began by collecting as much information about as many likely suspects as possible, and then they sift through the evidence. Slowly, methodically, and by chasing down countless rabbit holes, they are left with fewer and fewer nuggets. It's a nonstop process. During the Weyerhaeuser investigation, virtually every tip that came in was given consideration, regardless of how thin or questionable it might be. Remember George Edmund Powell, the disturbed genius living near Everett who thought there was a secret society out to get him? Eventually, enough information was collected to convince the FBI to kick him to the curb of plausible suspects. What did it take to make it into the FBI's files? Sometimes all it took were rumors and suspicions. There were 4 men on the Bureau's radar who were rumored to have met on the 5th floor of the Paramount Building in New York City to discuss going west for the purpose of kidnapping a wealthy lumberman in California. It was even said they had discussed the snatching of singer Rudy Vallee. There was no proof, just a rumor. The FBI got a call from the editor of the Los Angeles Post-Record newspaper, indicating that he had once known a convict from San Quentin prison, whom he had used as a source for adding color to the editor's crime fiction stories. He said the Weyerhaeuser ransom letter reminded him of the correspondences that he had received from the convict. The connection? The convict had said he once was a lumberman from the Northwest. That was it. He was a convict and had once cut wood in the region. Another tip came in from an informant's wife who was the sister of a man who served time in the Walla Walla Penitentiary. The man had come home one night drunk and said, "I'm not making any money in sales, but I know of something where I can make some easy money." "Something like the Lindbergh case?" the informant asked. "Yes, something like that," said the man. What also convinced the informant that the man might be connected to the Weyerhaeuser kidnapping was that he owned a portable typewriter. Another tip was when a call came into the Baltimore Bureau office from the master of the SS Hanley, a cargo vessel of the Weyerhaeuser Timber Company. The skipper told the FBI to take a look at the ship's former radio operator because the man was allegedly a Union agitator, that he was undoubtedly connected with a bad bunch of seamen, and that he appeared a little mentally unbalanced. Then there was the line in the Weyerhaeuser ransom note, the 21st demand. "Remember to follow the rules of them. A slip on your part will be just too bad for someone else." The phrase, "just too bad for someone else," was a stock expression for the radio operator. One other factor that evidently weighed against the radio operator was that he was an excellent typist. The basic conclusion from tips such as these was quite simple. If you were a remotely sketchy character, you'd better not own a typewriter. Special Agent in Charge Connolly was taking his marching orders from Hoover to keep tight-lipped on developments very seriously, and it was continuing to aggravate the local authorities. There were constant complaints that the feds were hogging the search by failing to pass on information. King County's Chief Criminal Deputy Sheriff O.K. Bodia said he would order deputies to halt their search for the kidnappers' hideout unless federal men supplied them some description of the house that was given to them by George. Bodia said he believed the description given by George after his safe return should have been made public so that any person familiar with the place could tell what they knew. "We are searching in the dark now," Bodia said. "Some idea of what to look for would centralize the search." Up until then, he said, deputies had looked for the hideout without success. Bodia felt rural mail carriers might give valuable clues if informed of the description of the house. Ironically, while the search for George's kidnappers went on, a particular business convention was being planned. The convention was for the insurance commissioners of the United States, and it was to take place in Seattle in the next month. And one of the topics announced for the convention was new ideas in insurance. The speakers would be talking on the subject of, among other things, kidnap insurance. A Mr. Joseph Hadley of London, senior member of Joseph Hadley & Sons, one of the principal Lloyd's of London underwriters, had been in Seattle for 3 days conferring with executives of casualty insurance companies in the area, and he had discussed kidnapping insurance and the possible effect the abduction of George and payment of his ransom would have on the market. One Seattle underwriter said he understood rather low rates could be obtained from some London underwriters. For the Weyerhaeusers, this news was a week too late. Chapter 30. George Faces the Press. Saturday, June 1, 1935. Only hours after George was returned, he stood on his family's back lawn while flashbulbs popped, movie cameras whirred, faces peered through rose bushes, and reporters crowded together, pencils poised, capturing every nuance. George was the world's most talked-about little boy. And he handled it like a champ, calm and smiling. One reporter wrote, "He threw back his shoulders, put his 2 feet together, and stood as straight as a soldier." Another went on to say, "His sturdy body, flashing dark eyes, and the lively colors of his complexion were eloquent proof that here was a lad who could, in the parlance of the street, take it and come up for more." He didn't seem exhausted, nervous, or excited from the 8-day ordeal. "Smile, George! Wave your hand, George!" requested the army of cameramen. George accommodated them. With George home safe, the press fell all over themselves, doling out praise for the boy. It was no doubt heartfelt, but mawkish and excessive nonetheless. "You can't become maudlin about George," wrote one reporter. "He puts a mist over your eyes. He grips your very heart. He digs into your soul like a warm summer sun." How popular was George at that moment? "I'd rather have George's autograph than President Roosevelt's," remarked one little girl. As the crowd turned away, one reporter summed up the event in a succinct observation. "He's worth every cent of that $200,000. After George participated in the media dog and pony show, waving to the cameras, he was escorted back into his house, where he then made a beeline for the second-story porch, where a week earlier, a sheet, a sweater, and umbrella had caused so much speculation as to whether or not they were part of some mysterious signals to the kidnappers. For the record, they served no such purpose. The sheet was just bleaching in the sun. The sweater had been left there by a family member, and the umbrella was a screen to protect George's pet white mice from the sun. On the porch, George sat on his knees talking to his mice, while beside him, wagging his tail, was Bobby the Spaniel. A reporter standing below the porch quietly and unobtrusively listened to the one-sided conversation. The boy was apologizing to the mice for his absence and asking them if they'd been good while he was gone. 9-year-old George stroked the mice and said, "So sorry I had to leave you, but I couldn't help it." Chapter 31. Follow the Money. Sunday, June 2, 1935. Tracking the serial numbers of the ransom money in the Lindbergh baby kidnapping, which led to the capture of Bruno Hauptmann, quickly made the practice standard operating procedure for the FBI. They knew the bad guys had to spend the money eventually. The trick was getting the numbers out to as many people as possible. It became a race or a chess game between the perpetrators and the authorities. Kidnappers had to either spend the money fast before the general public knew the numbers of the bills, or they had to find a way to launder the cash, concealing the origins of the money by basically exchanging the known bills for unknown bills. Highly organized and professional criminals had the connections and the means for laundering large sums of money, but for small-timers, it was more difficult. The most common practice for small-timers was using larger bills to buy inexpensive objects. Use a $20 bill to buy something that only costs $1. That way you get rid of the known $20 and now have $19 in clean money. The drawback, though, is a large sum of money. It takes a long time to clean all the bills, and that leaves a trail. Another thing that worked against the criminals was the level of notoriety of their crime. The Weyerhaeuser kidnapping was front-page news around the country. It centered on a curly-haired 9-year-old boy. The empathy level for the family was off the charts. Everyone wanted to help out any way they could. And this was bad for the kidnappers. J. Edgar Hoover was inundated with requests from all sorts of businesses, eager to get their hands on the serial numbers so that they could help catch the kidnappers. To J. Edgar Hoover, "We would appreciate it a lot if you could release for publication the list of ransom bills in the Weyerhaeuser case. We cannot release unless we get word from you. We have an early deadline, and if we don't get a release by 4:30, we are licked for our first run by the other papers coming out an hour later. Thanks a lot. Managing Editor, The Daily Mirror." Granted, the newspaper's request wasn't as altruistic as most of the others. They were trying to beat their competition to the punch. "Gentlemen, will you kindly send us a copy of the Weyerhaeuser ransom bills? Since we handle quite a sum of money over the window at the cashier's office here, there is a possibility that some of these bills may be turned in as payment. Very truly yours, the Homeowners Loan Corporation." "Dear Sir, we are most anxious to be of all practical assistance, and you may be sure that the company's representatives will be watchful of currency passing through their hands. Very truly yours, Pan American Airways. Dear Mr. Hoover, allow me to say that we shall cooperate and assist in every way possible. Yours very truly, North Avenue Safe Deposit Company. Dear Sir, I have taken the liberty of submitting a plan to trace the notes paid as ransom. If all notes of the $5, $10, and $20 denominations on the San Francisco Bank were to be called in within a short period of time, it would give law-abiding citizens an opportunity to change for other issues of notes and leave the holders of the ransom money in a position where they would hesitate to do the same thing. Thereafter, as soon as anyone received one of the notes which had been called, he would immediately become suspicious and check up on the party offering such note. Respectfully yours, the National Counterfeit Detector. There is no way for criminals to know for sure whether the bills they receive are unmarked, since recording the serial numbers doesn't affect the physical bill in any way. However, to make it harder for the authorities to do that, they can ask for non-sequential bills. This requires a much more labor-intensive effort on the part of the authorities because they have to register each bill's number individually, instead of as a series or block. The Weyerhaeuser kidnappers, however, did not make this request. Compiling the list of serial numbers was a monumental task. It took approximately 4,242 man-hours. The first typewritten list consisted of 333 separate pages. Pages 1 through 83 contained numbers of $10 bills. Pages 84 to 169 were the $20 bills, and pages 170 to 333 contained numbers of the $5 bills. When the first 25,000 copies of the printed list were prepared by the Bureau, they found it was short one $20 bill and one $5 bill, so they spent 60 hours tracking and fixing this error. That type of mistake was precisely the kind that Hoover found unacceptable, inattention to detail, and that's why they went back through all 20,000 bills to find the missing ones. Each serial number was recorded on a 3x5 index card. Buff-colored cards were employed for $20 bills, blue-colored cards for $10 bills, and white cards for the $5 bills. The next step was to check the numbers on the 3x5 card against the numbers on the typewritten list. Then began the sorting. A group of cards was given to one individual with instructions to place the cards in exact numerical sequence from the lowest number to the highest. Each employee was furnished with a tray in which to keep the cards while they were working with them. The sequencing of the cards was then checked by supervisors. Then they were turned over to the mechanical section for printing. In the mechanical section, the cards were first counted in order to divide them into the appropriate number per column and per drum. Next, the type was set, and proof copies were read by individuals working in groups of 3. One person read the numbers from the 3x5 cards, and the other 2 checked proof copies of the final printed listing. The next process was to assemble the pages to form a complete copy of the list. The completed copies were mailed under the immediate supervision of the chief clerk's office. The actual recording of the numbers from the 3x5 index cards began shortly after noon on May 29. The entire list of 20,000 numbers was turned over to the mechanical section by midnight. The typesetting and proofreading was completed by 3 p.m. on May 30. By noon on June 6, all 100,000 copies had been mailed. Since the copies were shipped out in waves, by Monday, June 3, the list was already in some of the public's eager hands. Bank tellers, cashiers, and businessmen all over America were studying a 55-page list of numbers of the 20,000 Weyerhaeuser kidnap ransom bills and automatically were enlisted in the manhunt army. 9 of the bills were United States notes. The other 19,991 were notes issued by the Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco. They had serial numbers starting with L, designating their series, and most of the numbers ended with A. With the list, Hoover posted a foreword that said, "It is requested that you examine all currency coming into your possession for the purpose of locating any of the bills which are described in this list. In the event the information is obtained concerning the location of any of the ransom money, it is requested that you immediately communicate by telephone or telegraph collect with the nearest office of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Yes, the feds were willing to cover the cost of your call. And boy, did the calls come in. From the moment the list of bills was released all over the Pacific Northwest and the nation, gasoline station attendants, hotel clerks, and restaurant cashiers deluged authorities with reports on the serial numbers of L series notes. Of course, bills with this prefix and suffix were in common circulation in the Northwest. Officers checked each report with the 55-page list but found every tip false. In other words, people would see a bill with an L or an A and get so excited that they didn't bother to check the rest of the serial number. The failure to spot any of the ransom money in the first few days after the payoff did not surprise or disappoint the authorities. They knew that the Lindbergh ransom bills hadn't turned up for many months after the crime had been committed. Work in the Tacoma headquarters by the federal agents was slowed a bit by the sudden flood of inquiries. One agent, commenting on it, said that was one of the reasons government operatives found it so necessary to be secretive in their movements. Well-meaning persons who volunteered worthless information often hurt more than helped the investigation. He said, "We much prefer to dig up our own facts. Personally, I'd rather have 5 definite leads than 500,000 psychopathic leads." In the hunt to find the ransom bills, even movie theaters were getting into the act. Within the week, in Nashville, Tennessee, a Lowe's theater was offering a $500 reward to the first person who brought one of the Weyerhaeuser kidnap ransom bills to the theater. A magnanimous offer from the theater? Hardly. It was a publicity stunt. A new film was being released starring Lionel Barrymore and Jean Arthur. The movie was Public Hero No. 1, which in the ads touted, "Never before told secrets of the Secret Service." The film's tagline was, "For your life, they risk theirs." A list of the ransom bills was posted in the theater lobby. Patrons had until the end of the movie's run to bring in a ransom bill. None did. Chapter 32. The Kidnappers Escape. Sunday, June 2, 1935. After they dropped off George and Issaquah, Harmon, Mahan, and Margaret drove back to the shack that Mahan had rented. When he went to retrieve the money in the wall, a stab of panic cut through him. What if it wasn't there? What if somehow he'd been followed, and the follower had spent the past day searching the shack for the loot? He reached between the boards, and with a wave of relief wrapped his fingers around the bag. The money was still there. Enough money to last him a lifetime. After he removed the bag, he sent Margaret downtown to get some groceries. When she came back, she made dinner for the 3. After eating, it was time for the men to discuss logistics. An army of manhunters was looking for them, and they needed to make sure they didn't miss a trick. Harmon had already been dwelling on this, and had come up with a plan. In this whole scheme, he had been more of a follower than a leader, and he took the opportunity to show his worth. "Here's what I'm thinking," said Harmon. "We send 2 of our suitcases to Margaret's grandfather's house in Ogden." "Not all 3?" asked Margaret. "No, just 2. I got a plan." Mahan grinned and nodded. He had an inkling of what his young partner was thinking, and he quietly approved. Harmon then turned to Margaret. "All right, here's what I'm going to want you to do. Pack your dresses and my shirts and anything you might need in a hurry in my brown leather suitcase." Obediently, Margaret did as she was told. When she had half of it packed on one side of the suitcase, Harmon told her to leave the case open. His sense of urgency seemed to diminish, replaced by a more congenial manner. Perhaps he'd learned a thing or two from Mahan after all. "I think I'm going to want to play my ukulele a bit," Harmon said with a reassuring smile. "I'll put it in later with the rest of my stuff." She left the suitcase open. "Say, hon, could you go find the nearest telephone and find out what time the train leaves for Ogden? Swede and me still have some things to work out." She didn't give it a thought. She went down to a little cafe and asked where the nearest phone was. A fellow showed her, and she placed a call to the Union Pacific Depot. She asked what time the next train left for Ogden, and they told her 11:30 that night. She asked what the fare was, and they said $19.48 tourist. She only had $30 on her, and presumed she would be needing at least 2 tickets, so she went back to the shack. When she returned, Harmon had the suitcase closed and locked. He did not give her the key. "So, here's how it's going to play out," he said to Margaret, after a quick glance at Mahan, who nodded his approval. "You're going to take the suitcase with you on the train tonight. I'll meet you at your grandpa's house on Monday." "But why?" she asked. "I don't understand. Why aren't you coming with me?" But he was adamant. She was to go ahead alone. He then made a curious comment. "And, hon, that suitcase is expensive. Don't lose it." There was still time to kill before the train left, and one more element of the men's plan to enact: the split-up. Mahan would not be going to Utah with the Whaleys. This did not bother Margaret in the least. She was afraid of the man, and she would be happy to get away from him as soon as possible. The couple drove Mahan down by the airport, the Georgetown area south of Seattle, near the railroad tracks, where he said he would catch a freight train. He told them to leave the Buick in the garage they rented. Where he was going, he did not say. It was the last time Margaret would ever see William Mahan. When they returned to the shack, as per Harmon's instructions, Margaret took the suitcase and grabbed a streetcar to the King Street train station. She lugged the surprisingly heavy suitcase through the front doors and into the station's expansive, grand waiting room. The station had opened to the public almost 30 years earlier, to great fanfare due to its exquisite design. It was still as spectacular. The room had a high, decorative white plaster ceiling with remarkable detail, and the white walls were interspersed with fluted Corinthian columns and marble wainscoting. One couldn't help but feel a bit of importance and sophistication in the elegant space. Margaret crossed the tile floor, exited onto the platform, and boarded the 11:30 train for Utah. Little did she know she was being watched by her husband. Harmon had filled the other half of the suitcase with their share of the ransom, $95,000. Mahan got $105,000. Margaret later claimed she had no idea the money was in the case, though that seems absurd. Half of the ransom would weigh nearly 20 pounds in and of itself. With that much money in his wife's hands, Harmon Whaley wasn't taking any chances. Either that, or William Mahan wasn't, and instructed Whaley to tail his wife. He took the same train on a ticket to Boise, keeping a secretive and distant eye on her. When they reached Huntington, Oregon, Whaley bought another ticket and took another train to Ogden. It was a critical mistake, one that would catch up to him soon. "I gave the ticket agent a hot $20 bill, Harmon would say later. At the time I was wearing a brown suit, light hat, and blue shirt. Later I burned the hat because I thought that might identify me as the one who bought the ticket." Why would the ticket agent recall such a thing? A single customer out of hundreds. It's astonishing what people can remember. For the 2-day trip, Margaret traveled with the suitcase always close at hand. For most of the trip, her feet were propped on it. When Margaret arrived in Ogden, she went directly to her grandfather's house. "She was nervous," said her grandfather, Julius Thulin, "and when I asked her what the news was, she said that the kidnapping case was the big topic and handed me a Northwest paper." It would have broken his heart to know that a participant in the front-page kidnapping was handing him the newspaper. After a while, Harmon arrived with a suitcase of his own. Margaret said she thought Davis, Mahan, was going to ship the other 2 cases, but Harmon said he thought he ought to have some baggage for the long trip. It would have looked strange for him to be traveling that far with no luggage. From Ogden, they prepared to make the move to Salt Lake City, a trip of 37 miles. Instead of leaving together, Harmon told Margaret that they would be traveling separately again. He said he would leave a half-hour before her and that she was to take the electric Bamberger train and wait at the station, and he would either find her or telephone her at a designated spot under the name of Von Metz. He said he would use that name continually from then on. When Margaret left, she brought both suitcases. She still allegedly had no idea she was carrying the ransom money. When she arrived in Salt Lake City, they met up, and she asked Harmon where the money was, and he told her not to ask questions. Margaret, being Margaret, did as she was told. Chapter 33. Mistakes Made. Tuesday, June 4 to Monday, June 10, 1935. As the search continued, but with no new developments, headlines in the Seattle and Tacoma papers turned to other interests. In Seattle, it was noted in the Times that it was the 46th anniversary of the infamous spilled glue pot that started the fire that razed a huge portion of the pioneer town. A full generation of locals was still around to sit over beers or iced tea and recount what they were doing on that fateful day. It would have been difficult to embellish on the event. Downtown Seattle back in 1889 was worn of false front buildings, all wood. The city was a fire trap, and as a result, within 7 hours the business district was reduced to smoldering ashes. The paper pointed out that the disaster was a turning point in the history of the city, and it came with a shocking suddenness to the 25,000 people who had risen uneventfully on the calm, bright morning of June 6, 1889. The article described how, during the course of the disaster, the fire department made a valiant stand against the roaring wall of flames, but water mains were small,